196. Mate doesn't initially share your enthusiasm. However, if you do a good job of selling your idea and let your mate know how important it is to have his or her cooperation and interest, both of you will gain considerably in the process. This close association and mutual interest is extremely important because it will enable you to establish a more meaningful relationship. That in itself is a beautiful goal within the goal. As the two of you start toward your goal, neither of you may be able to see the end of the tunnel. But the world has a way, not only of stepping aside for men or women who know where they are going, but it often joins and helps them reach their objective. You need a fix. During World War II, the United States developed a torpedo with a brain in it. It was a powerful weapon of destruction. Our nation was in a life and death struggle for survival, so this torpedo created a lot of excitement. When the torpedo was aimed at the target and fired, it would establish a fix on that target. If the target moved or changed directions, the torpedo would change its direction. Interestingly enough, the torpedo was designed after the human brain. Inside your brain there's something that enables you to zero in on a target. Even if the target should move, or you should be sidetracked, once you have gotten your fix, you will still hit the target. The professional, in every field of endeavor, will tell you he sees the reaching before he shoots the basketball, puts the golf ball, makes the sales call, etc. In short, he gets a fix on the target before he fires the shot. If you are a mother and want to be a better mother, then get a fix and see the reaching. See yourself doing those things that make you a better mother. If you are a doctor and want to be a better doctor, see yourself doing those things that will make you a better doctor. If you are a Christian and want to be a better Christian, the same thing applies. If you are a student and want to be a better student, start seeing yourself as a better student. If you want to be a top salesperson, then see yourself as already being that top salesperson. By doing this, the unseen forces inside of you start putting it all together, and they propel you toward your destination. 197. I will. A few years ago, an international expedition was organized to climb the north wall of the Matterhorn, a feat never before accomplished. Reporters interviewed the members of the expedition who came from all over the world. A reporter asked one member of the troop, "Are you going to climb the north wall of the Matterhorn?" The man replied, "I'm going to give it everything I have." Another reporter asked a second member, "Are you going to climb the north wall of the Matterhorn?" The climber answered, "I'm going to do the very best I can." Still another was asked if he were going to climb the north wall. He said, "I'm going to give it a jolly good effort." Finally, a reporter asked a young American, "Are you going to climb the north wall of the Matterhorn?" The American looked him dead center and said, "I will climb the north wall of the Matterhorn." Only one man did climb the north wall. It was the man who said, "I will." He saw the reaching. In every field of endeavor, whether we seek a better job, more material goods, a closer walk with God, more loving children, a permanent and happy marriage, or all of these things, we must see the reaching before we can reach the reaching. What do you see? I think it's significant that Muhammad Ali, earlier known as Cassius Clay, had lost only 2 fights at the time of this writing. I think it's also significant that in only 2 fights did he ever use the word, if. If I should lose this fight, There was something prophetic in what he said. He prepared the way in the event he failed. From a negative point of view, he saw the reaching. The Apostle Peter walked on water for a short distance before he started to sink. The scriptures clearly state, when he saw the wind boisterous, he was afraid. At that instant, he started to sink. Why did he see the wind? Why did he sink? Obviously, because he took his eyes off the goal, which was Jesus Christ. When you take your eyes off your goal, you too will start to sink. Yes, when you see the reaching, whether it is positive or negative, you will then reach the reaching. 198. When you keep your eyes on the goal, the chances of reaching that goal are immeasurably better. This is true whether you see victory, climbing the north wall of the Matterhorn, or defeat, Muhammad Ali or the Apostle Peter. Looking up. Back in the days of sailing ships, a young sailor went to sea for the first time. The ship encountered a heavy storm in the North Atlantic. The sailor was commanded to go aloft and trim the sails. As the young sailor started to climb, he made a mistake and looked down. The roll of the ship combined with the tossing of the waves made for a frightening experience. The young man started to lose his balance. At that moment, an older sailor underneath him shouted, "Look up, son, look up." The young sailor looked up and regained his balance. When things seem bad, look to see if you are not facing the wrong direction. When you are looking at the sun, you see no shadows. Look back and you build an Edsel. Look forward and you build a Mustang. When the outlook isn't good, try the uplook, it's always good. Apply the principles I have already presented, add to them the ones I will discuss, and you will reach your goals. It takes action. I want to emphasize, what you get by reaching your goals is not nearly as important as what you become by reaching them. What about you? Are you sold on the necessity of having goals? Have you started your record keeping so you can find out where you are? Have you taken the first step towards setting your goals? Have you started listing the obstacles that stand between you and your goals? Can you at least partially see the reaching? If you answered yes to all of these questions, draw a bold square around the word goal on the stairway page. Then, make a note on your trigger page to complete the record keeping on your goal setting commitments in 30 days. At that time, turn again to this page and encircle the word goal. Commit your goals to writing on one or more 3x5 cards. Make certain you print or type clearly so you can easily read every word. 199. In every line, seal a card or cards in plastic. It costs a quarter, and keep these goals with you at all times. Review them daily. In a later chapter you'll understand more fully why this is so important. For the present, action is our objective. Remember, the largest locomotive in the world can be held in its tracks while standing still simply by placing a single 1-inch block of wood in front of each of the 8 drive wheels. The same locomotive moving at 100 miles per hour can crash through a wall of steel reinforced concrete 5 feet thick. That's the way you are when you are in action. Start now and get up that head of steam. Crash through those obstacles that stand between you and your goals. With the completion of this segment you are on step number 3. As you can clearly see, it is not designed for sitting. You hold your foot on it only long enough to step up to step number 4. With this in mind, take your felt tip pen and on the 3rd step, write in big bold letters, "Me, on my way. Notes and ideas." 200. tomorrow. When you know where you are going, you are half way there. 201. Segment 5. Attitude. Purpose: I to demonstrate the importance of a right mental attitude. 2. To identify some of the many characteristics of attitude. 3. To ensure your attitude against stinking thing. 4. To give you a 4-step formula on how to control your attitude so that regardless of the circumstances, your attitude foundation is solid. We to point out that when you choose a habit, you also choose the end result of that habit. 6. To teach you how to avoid and or eliminate destructive habits and acquire good ones. Additional reading material. Norman Vincent Peale, The Power of Positive Thinking. W. Clement Stone and Napoleon Hill, Success Through a Positive Mental Attitude. Charlie Jones, Life is Tremendous. Sammy Hall and Charles Paul Kohn, Hooked on a Good Thing. G. Z. Patton, You Too Can Stop Drinking. 202. Chapter 1. Is the right attitude important? 30,000 Schools for Mediocrity. Would you like to make more money, have more fun, enjoy life more, reduce fatigue, increase effectiveness, get along better with your neighbors, contribute more to society, enjoy better health and improve your family relationships? No, you are not reading the script from your daily soap opera. Nor is it Hard I Call Reborn. Nevertheless, all of these things are not only possible but entirely probable with the right mental attitude. In America today, there are over 30,000 schools that will teach you how to do everything from trimming toenails and operating heavy machinery to removing tonsils and curling hair. However, there is not a single school in existence that will teach you how to be any better than mediocre unless you have the right mental attitude. This is one thing about which everybody agrees, whether they are doctors, lawyers, teachers, salespeople, parents, kids, Democrats, Republicans, coaches or athletes. They all share the opinion that your attitude, as you undertake a project, is the dominant factor in its success. In short, your attitude is more important than your aptitude. Despite the overwhelming evidence which supports the importance of the right mental attitude, our entire educational system from kindergarten through graduate school virtually ignores or is unaware of this vital factor in our life. 90% of our education is directed at acquiring facts and figures, with only 10% of our education aimed at our feelings or attitudes. And even then 10% is a little misleading because much of it is aimed at athletic events and their related activities, band, pep squad, cheerleader, etc. These figures are truly incredible and distressing when we realize that our thinking, facts, brain is only 10% as large as our feeling, emotion, attitude, brain. Keep reading, it gets worse. A study by Harvard University revealed that 85% of the reasons for success, accomplishments, promotions, etc. were because of 203. Our attitude, and only 15% because of our technical expertise, facts. Simply stated, this means we are spending 90% of our educational time and dollars developing that part of us which is responsible for 15% of our success. We spend 10% of our time and finances developing that part of us which accounts for 85% of our success. And this doesn't take into account the happiness and enjoyment factors. That is the prime reason see you at the top, and the course based on the book, The Richer Life course, which deals with this tremendous need in our educational system, has been so effective. Students and teachers are literally starved for guidance in building the proper attitude foundation. As a matter of fact, William James, the father of American psychology, stated that the most important discovery of our time is that we can alter our lives by altering our attitudes. In layman's language, we are not stuck with the attitude we have. Whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, it can be, it will be changed, and this book provides some of the answers about how to change to the PLA, positive life attitude. The $1 million difference. There are many facets to this fascinating subject we call attitude. One of them concerns optimism. An optimist, as you probably know, is a person who, when he wears out his shoes, just figures he's back on his feet. I love the way Robert Schuller differentiates between the optimist and the pessimist. The pessimist says, "I'll believe it when I see it." The optimist says, "I'll see it when I believe it." The optimist takes action, the pessimist takes a seat. An optimist takes a look at a half glass of water and says it's half full. The pessimist looks at the same half glass of water and says it's half empty. The reason is simple. The optimist is putting water in the glass. The pessimist is taking water out of the glass. It's almost a universal truth that the person who is taking from society with no real effort to contribute to society is pessimistic and often fatalistic because he fears there won't be enough for him. The person who is doing his best and is making a contribution is optimistic and confident because he is personally working on the solution. In life, the difference between success and failure is often only an inch or two. For example, the great race horse Nashuya won over $1,204,000 on the race track in less than 1 hour of actual racing. Hundreds of hours of training were involved, but only an hour of competitive racing on the track. Obviously, Nashuya was worth at least $1 million, and $1 million horse is truly a rare animal. You can buy $110,000 race horses for $1 million, and that's a mathematical fact. The reason is obvious. The $1 million horse can run 100 times as fast as a $10,000 horse. Right. Wrong. He can run only twice as fast. Right. Wrong again. As a matter of fact, he can run only 25%, or is it just 10% faster or 1% faster? Wrong on all accounts. How much faster can a $1 million horse run than a $10,000 horse? Several years ago at the Arlington Futurity, the difference between first and second place was $100,000. The Arlington Futurity is a race of 1 1/8 miles, which, as you well know, is 71,280 inches. You did know that, didn't you? The difference between first place and second place was just one of those 71,280 inches. That's right. There was 171,288 difference between first and second place, and I might repeat that other inch was worth $100,000. The winning jockey in the 1974 Kentucky Derby was paid $27,000. Less than 2 seconds later, the jockey who brought his horse home in fourth place crossed the finish line. He was paid $30. Now, whether that is right or wrong is beside the point. That's the way the game of life is played, and we cannot change the rules of the game. What we can and must do is learn the rules well and then play them to the best of our ability. Attitude is the little thing that makes the big difference. The story of life proves that it is often the minute things that spell the differences between triumph and tragedy, success and failure, victory or defeat. For example, if you call a girl a kitten, she will love you. Call her a cat and you are in trouble. Say she's a vision and you score points. Call her a sight and you have got a problem. It's the part of the blanket that hangs over the bed that keeps you warm. If you don't believe this, it just means that you have never been in the service and been short-sheeted. A watch that's 4 hours off is no problem because anyone will instantly know the watch is wrong and make the necessary corrections. One that is 4 minutes wrong, especially if it's slow, can create all kinds of problems. For example, if I'm 205 scheduled to catch a flight at 10 a.m. and I get there at 10:04, I'm in serious trouble because of the arrangement I have with the airline. The deal is simply that if I'm not there when they get ready to go, that they are just to go ahead without me. I found out last summer that they live up to their end of the agreement. I also found out that airplanes are much easier to catch before they leave the ground. Almost is no fun. In your race to the top in the game of life, the difference between success and failure is frequently measured in minute amounts. The difference between happiness and unhappiness, making or missing a sale, being champion or an also ran is often measured in inches. But the difference in the rewards for the winner and the also ran is enormous. There is no commission on the sale you almost make, no fun on the trips you almost take, and no security in the promotion you almost get. There is no thrill in, almost, doing anything in the game of life. The thrill comes from the accomplishment, and many times the difference between accomplishment and failure is having the right mental attitude. Attitude has many facets, and that's one of the reasons we cover it in such detail in this book. Take, for instance, your own attitude. If you are a student and you study for grades, you will get them, but if you study for knowledge, you will get even better grades and considerably more knowledge. If you strive to make a sale, you will probably make it. Strive to make the sale in such a way that you build a career, and you will sell even more and build your career in the process. If you work only for a salary, you will get one, but it will probably be small. If you work for the betterment of the company you represent, not only will you get a bigger salary, but you will get personal satisfaction as well as respect from your colleagues. Your contribution to your company will be infinitely greater, which means that your personal and professional rewards will be greater. This story says it quite well. Several years ago, on an extremely hot day, a crew of men were working on the road bed of the railroad when they were interrupted by a slow-moving train. The train ground to a stop. 206. And a window in the last car, which incidentally was custom-made and air-conditioned, was raised. A booming, friendly voice called out, "Dave, is that you?" "Dave Anderson," the crew chief called back. "Sure is, Jim, and it's really good to see you." With that pleasant exchange, Dave Anderson was invited to join Jim Murphy, the president of the railroad, for a visit. For over an hour the men exchanged pleasantries and then shook hands warmly as the train pulled out. Dave Anderson's crew immediately surrounded him and to a man expressed astonishment that he knew Jim Murphy, the president of the railroad, as a personal friend. Dave then explained that over 20 years earlier he and Jim Murphy had started to work for the railroad on the same day. One of the men, half jokingly and half seriously asked Dave why he was still working out in the hot sun and Jim Murphy had gotten to be president. Rather wistfully Dave explained, 23 years ago I went to work for $1.75 an hour and Jim Murphy went to work for the railroad. Positive thinking. Say the word attitude, and most people think in terms of the positive and negative mental attitude. Although there are many facets to attitude, as you are discovering, I would like to discuss the most familiar one for a moment. Let's look together at the positive aspect of attitude. The best definition of positive thinking I know came from my daughter, Susan, when she was 10 years old. I had just returned from Pensacola, Florida, where I conducted a series of seminars for the U.S. Navy. The family had picked me up at the Atlanta airport and we were driving toward our home in Stone Mountain, Georgia. I was quite excited about the trip and was giving my redhead some of the details. I overheard Susan's girlfriend ask her what her daddy did for a living. Susan told her I sold that positive thinking stuff. Naturally, the little friend wanted to know what that positive thinking stuff was. Susan explained, "Oh, you know, that's what makes you feel real good even when you feel real bad." I have never heard positive thinking explained any better. How you think does determine what you become. 207. Wouldn't it be funny? I'm confident you have known someone who has been married anywhere from 10 to 25 years and have no children. Then they adopted a baby, and within a year or two they had one of their own. Don't misunderstand, there are thousands of people who for physiological reasons cannot have children, but there are even more who for psychological reasons do not have children. Many times, if a baby is not immediately forthcoming, the couple grows unduly concerned and are soon expressing the fear that they cannot have a family. Then they decide to adopt a baby, before it is too late. When the baby arrives, they are invariably approached by numbers of friends and relatives who tell them essentially the same thing. Wouldn't it be funny if the same thing happened to you that happened to my cousin, sister, friend, neighbor, acquaintance, etc.? The doctor told them they could not have children, so they adopted a baby, and within a few months, they discovered they were going to have one all on their own. The mind is a dutiful servant and will follow the instructions we give it. For years the couple had been negatively instructing their minds, "We cannot have a baby," and the body followed the mind's instructions. Later, when their friends gave them positive examples of others with the same situation, invariably the husband and wife said to each other, "Wouldn't it be funny if that happened to us?" Now you can finish the story, can't you? The strike is on. A few years ago I was in Flint, Michigan, speaking at a luncheon for the Flint Board of Realtors. I'll never forget the experience. Before I spoke, I was visiting pleasantly with the gentleman on my left, when I made the most serious mistake of the day. I asked him about his business expecting to get an enthusiastic response, but for the next 10 minutes he elaborated on how bad business really was. He informed me General Motors was on strike, and when General Motors was on strike, nobody bought anything from anybody. He assured me things were so bad that the people were not buying shoes, clothes, cars, or even food, so they certainly were not buying houses. I haven't sold a 208 house in so long I honestly don't believe I would know how to fill out the contract, he said. If it doesn't end in a hurry, I'm going to go bankrupt. He really labored the point. His attitude was so contagious and he was so negative he could have brightened the whole room by leaving it. As this old boy down home would say, he is a kind of guy who can be frequently overheard saying nothing. Finally, somebody saved my day by diverting his attention with a question. I quickly turned to the little lady on my right and asked, "Well, how is everything?" Now, I think you'll agree a question like that gave her all kinds of leeway. She could go in any direction she desired and talk about any subject she wished. Guess what she said? "Well, you know, Mr. Ziglar, General Motors is on strike." I thought to myself, oh no, not again. Then she broke out in a big beautiful smile and finished the sentence by saying, "So business is fantastic." For the first time in months, these people have plenty of time to go shopping for the home of their dreams. "Why," she said, "some of them will spend half a day looking at one house. They start in the attic and check the insulation. They measure every square inch and check everything from closets and cabinets to the foundation. I even had one couple do their own title search on a piece of property. These people know the strike is going to end and they have faith in the American economy. But the most important thing is this: they know they can buy a home cheaper right now than they will ever be able to buy one again. So, business is really booming." Then she got quite confidential as she said, "Mr. Ziglar, do you know anyone in Washington?" Now remember, this was before Watergate. I said, "I sure do. I have a nephew in school down there." Then she said, No, I mean, do you know anyone in Washington who has some political influence?" I said, "No, I'm afraid not, but why do you ask?" She replied, "I was thinking, if you knew someone who could keep this strike going for 6 more weeks, that's all I would need, just 6 more weeks and I could quit for the year. One person was going broke because of the strike and another was getting rich because of it. The external conditions were the same, but their attitudes were enormously different. I'm convinced your business is never either good or bad, out there." 209. Your business is either good or bad between your ears. If your thinking is stinking, your business is going to be the same. If you're thinking right, your business is going to be right. It's just a pile of wood. In the 1930s, minor league baseball was truly outstanding, and it was especially so in the Texas League. In those years, for instance, the San Antonio team had 7 batters who hit over 300. During the 1976 Major League season, only 10 American League batters hit that well and only 14 were able to accomplish it in the entire National League. At any rate, everybody was confident San Antonio would win the pennant, especially with its abundance of outstanding hitters. However, as is often the case on sure things, a funny thing happened on the way to the pennant. San Antonio lost its first, second and third game. They lost the fourth and the fifth and the sixth games, too. As a matter of fact, at the end of 21 games, the San Antonio baseball team, power-laden though it was, had lost 18 games. The pitcher was blaming the catcher was blaming the shortstop was blaming the first baseman, the first baseman was blaming the outfielder. As a matter of fact, everybody was blaming everybody else and the results were obviously and understandably disastrous. And then one day, this talent-laden, but slump-ridden San Antonio team played Dallas, the weakest hitting team in the league, in an afternoon game, and Dallas won the game, 1-0. San Antonio got only one hit. Josh O'Reilly, the outstanding manager of the San Antonio team, knew that his team was physically sound. The problem was a lousy mental attitude. In short, they were suffering from stinking thinking, so O'Reilly looked around for a cure for the disease. At this time there was a faith healer in Dallas named Slater who had gained a reputation as a miracle worker, so O'Reilly devised a plan. The second game of the series was just 1 hour away when O'Reilly took action. He came into the clubhouse with a burst of enthusiasm and said, "Fellows, I have got the answer to our problems. Don't worry about a thing. Give me your 2 best bats, and I'll be back with you before game time. We're going to win 210 this game today, and we're going to win the pennant." He took each man's 2 best bats, put them in a wheelbarrow, and left. He returned about 5 minutes before game time, afire with enthusiasm as he spoke to his team. "Fellows," he said, "we have got the problem solved. Don't worry about a thing. I have been to Mr. Slater. He's put his blessings on these bats. He says all we have to do is step up to the plate, take a cut, and we'll hit the ball. We're going to win this game, and we're going to win the pennant. Don't worry about a thing. Just go get 'em Tigers." And what did his Tigers do? Remember now, this is the team that had been beaten a day earlier by a score of 1-0. But as the song goes, what a difference a day makes. The San Antonio team that had only gotten 1 hit the day before scored 22 runs and got 37 hits, including 11 home runs. I don't think it's necessary to point out that they won the game. Not only did they win the game, but they also won the pennant. Some intriguing thoughts come to mind from this story, especially since Slater bats sold at a high premium throughout the Texas League for several years. First of all, no one ever established whether Slater had actually seen those bats. But suppose he had, what could Slater do to the pile of wood from which the bats were made? I'm sure you'll agree there was nothing Slater could have done to that pile of wood. However, I'm personally convinced there was a great deal he could do with the attitude of the men who were swinging the bats. Yes, indeed, something did happen to the minds of the men, and that's why they got all the hits that won the game and the pennant. Enthusiasm is an attitude. A positive attitude will have positive results because attitudes are contagious. One such attitude is enthusiasm. Albert Hubbard said, "Nothing great has ever been accomplished without enthusiasm. The difference between the good preacher and the great preacher, the good mother and the great mother, the good speaker and the great speaker, or the good salesman and the great salesman is often enthusiasm." The word enthusiasm comes from the Greek words entheos and simply means God within. If you look at the word enthusiasm, the last 211 4 letters form an acrostic, IASM, which can stand for I am sold myself. If you are sold yourself, and if you truly believe in your cause, your company and your product, then you don't have a teeth out enthusiasm. You have an enthusiasm that comes from the wellspring of all the resources within you. Real enthusiasm is not something you put on and take off to fit the occasion. It is a way of life and not something you use to impress people. It has nothing to do with being loud or noisy. It is an outward expression of an inner feeling. Many extremely enthusiastic people are fairly quiet, Yet every fiber of their being, every word and action, attest to the fact they love life and what it means to them. Some people who are enthusiastic are obviously loud, but loudness is neither a requisite for, nor is it necessarily an indication of enthusiasm. The Mad Butcher. According to Alan Bellamy, who personifies enthusiasm, most people let conditions control their attitude instead of using their attitude to control conditions. If things are good, their attitude is good. If things are bad, their attitude is bad. Alan believes that's the wrong approach. He believes you should build a solid attitude foundation so when things are good your attitude is good and when things are bad your attitude is still good, which means that soon things will be good. His own story supports this point. When Alan returned from the Korean War, his mother invited him to join her in a mom and pop grocery store. Alan says it was so small, when you opened the front door it bumped against the meat counter, which was at the back door. Business was good, real good for Alan and his mother in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. This wasn't surprising because any mother who can raise her family from the dirt floor of a tent, when left on her own during the Depression, and give them an education, has a lot going for her. Since he was raised on the "someday we'll make it big" philosophy, Alan wasn't the least bit bashful about talking to the local banker about a loan, a big one, to expand the store. With limited capital but unlimited enthusiasm he persuaded the bank, 212, to loan them $95,000 to build a supermarket. Opening day was chaotic, lots of rain on an unpaved parking lot, but highly successful. His business grew and prospered, and then word leaked out that Pine Bluff, Arkansas was the place to build a supermarket. During the next 6 months, 10 major chain competitors opened a store in the area. Every opening took a little more of the Mad Butcher's business. He got that name when a salesman told him it was madness to buy neck bones for 15 cents a pound and sell them for 10 cents. Alan assured him it was all right because he was the Mad Butcher, and the name was born. Pretty soon Alan was doing less business in the big store than he had in the little one, and things looked pretty bleak. Then Alan and 4 of his people signed up for a public speaking course which places considerable emphasis on the right mental attitude. The 5th session was on enthusiasm, which is, after all, an attitude. After that night Alan decided he and his people would be 5 times as enthusiastic as ever before. Now everyone in Pine Bluff knew he was mad. His customers were met at the door with an enthusiastic welcome, and the entire attitude from top to bottom and front to back changed dramatically, and so did the results. In just 4 weeks the business jumped from $15,000 per week to $30,000 per week, and it hasn't fallen below that amount since. Please understand, Pine Bluff didn't suddenly increase its population, nor did the competition close their doors, though 7 of them have now thrown in the towel. The only change was the addition of enthusiasm. Since it worked so well on a temporary basis, Alan decided to leave it in permanently. Since that date, nearly 17 years ago, the Mad Butcher has expanded into 26 highly successful stores. In 1974, in the face of a declining economy, the Mad Butcher, Inc. had the largest dollar and percentage increase in its history. 1976 was even better, with sales in the neighborhood of $35 million. That's a nice neighborhood. The enthusiasm is so contagious that personnel turnover is practically zero. Since people are the prime reason for any business success or failure, Alan Bellamy, the Mad Butcher, is enthusiastically in the people-building business. He believes, as do most successful business people, that if you build your people will build your business. 213. The go-give attitude. In today's world we hear so much about the go-getter, we often overlook the go-give _r. Don't misunderstand. I'm 100% for the go-getter. I feel, this old boy down home was right on target. In the days of yesteryear, he ferried passengers across the Yazoo River, which flows along the outskirts of Yazoo City, Mississippi. It was on this river, within the city limits, that the first torpedo was used in actual warfare. It happened in the War of Northern Aggression, which is referred to in some Yankee history books as the Civil War. That IMPUC in my cheek is my tongue. This old boy charged 10 cents for each trip across the river. Once when asked how many trips he made each day, he answered, as many as I can, because the more I go, the more I get, and if I don't go, I don't get. Yes, I believe in the go-get attitude and the go-give attitude. As a matter of fact, I don't believe you can separate them, as the story of Israel, which is the most exciting story of the 20th century, so clearly demonstrates. Born in adversity in 1948, as the Bible had prophesied, the Israeli have created prosperity and a veritable oasis, in a sea of sand and poverty, among their Arab neighbors. Don't be misled by those wealthy oil sheikhs. The vast majority live in unbelievable poverty and ignorance. Although Israel was terribly short in many resources, the Israeli did not let what they did not have prevent them from using what they did have. When you have waited 2000 years to come back home and have suffered persecution and discrimination all over the world, you can rest assured that every man, woman and child returned to his homeland with a tremendous amount of zeal and determination. Each came bringing the pent-up frustration of 2000 years of being denied freedom and equal opportunity. Each one came to carve for himself a place in his homeland, and he was not only willing, he was anxious to give something in return. The results have been the wonder of this century. He added water by irrigating the desert, and created high-producing vineyards. He added ingenuity to hard work and attracted business and tourists from all over the world. He added commitment, pride, and the go-give spirit to a population of less than 3,000,000 people. This commitment and dedication in 214. Building a free and prosperous land has enabled Israel to more than hold her own against the combined forces of the 100,000,000 Arab people who surround her. Yes, Israel is quite a story. They came to give and get. They did both. Incidentally, Israel has the lowest crime rate in the Western world, and vandalism is virtually non-existent. It's universally true. When you build something with your own blood, sweat and tears, it's highly unlikely you will thumb around and tear it down. Builders are not destroyers, and destroyers are not builders. Input determines output. You are what you are and where you are because of what has gone into your mind. You can change what you are and where you are by changing what goes into your mind. In late 1979, we invested a considerable sum of money in a computer. I told everyone about this marvelous machine which would handle our inventory, payroll, mailing list, labeling, and do everything up to and including making our morning coffee and cleaning the kitchen. I was really excited about that computer. 6 months later I would have sold it for a fraction of its price tag. Today, if I could not replace it, I would not take 10 times what I paid for it. What's the difference? The answer is simple. The first people we hired to program the computer could have fouled up a 2-car parade. As a matter of fact, that's what they did. Then one day, Marilyn and Dave Bauer walked in the front door and assured us they could make that computer laugh and talk and whistle and sing and even do some work. We eagerly put them to work, and in short order the computer was doing everything we had hoped it would and a lot more. That computer is truly amazing, but its output is determined by its input. It is no better and no worse than the person or persons who program it. That's the way you are. To a large extent you will act, think and perform as you have been programmed to do. A major difference between you and the computer is that you can choose the program and programmers for your mind. If you are not as far down life's highway as you would like to be, maybe you have been following the wrong program. Maybe, just maybe. 215. The input into your mind has been negative and, hence, has held you back instead of propelling you forward. One other purpose of CUAT the top is to help you with an input program which will help you do what you want to do, have what you want to have, and be what you want to be. Too big to hit or too big to miss. The way you see things, your attitude, is the most important factor in its success. It's always been that way, as this story which happened thousands of years ago proves. I love the Bible and believe it should be made available as a course in every school, because God so clearly demonstrates the difference between positive and negative thinking. The story of David and Goliath is one of my favorites and clearly emphasizes the point. The 9-foot, 400-pound Goliath is challenging the children of Israel and blaspheming Almighty God. David, a 17-year-old, fuzzy-cheeked lad who came to see his brothers, demanded to know why they weren't accepting the challenge. The rest is scripturally accurate but slightly ziglarized. The brothers explained that you could easily get hurt by fighting fellows like Goliath. They felt certain Goliath was just too big to hit. David knew Goliath was too big to miss. Next, David wanted to know where the king was, and the brothers explained that the king didn't feel so good. When David told the brothers he would fight Goliath, they figured he was crazy. Obviously, the brothers were comparing their size to Goliath's, and that made the 9-foot Goliath pretty big. David was comparing Goliath's size to God, and that quite obviously made Goliath pretty small. In case you haven't heard, David and God won. I also love the Bible because of its beautiful simplicity and clarity. Many people say they don't read the Bible because they don't understand it. I'm convinced their problem is not what they don't understand but what they do understand. Personally, I feel God speaks quite clearly. I'm sure you have noticed he didn't call the 10 commandments the 10 suggestions. The right mental attitude encompasses so many areas that it would be difficult to decide which is the most important one. The next story zeroes in on one of the most neglected areas. 216. Green and growing. When I was an instructor for the Dale Carnegie Institute in New York City, it was my privilege to meet an outstanding salesman who was over 60 years of age. His name was Ed Green, and he sold real, pie-in-the-sky advertising. His income was reputed to be in excess of $75,000 a year. which would be the equivalent of something like $125,000 in today's economy. One night, after one of the classes, I engaged Ed in conversation and asked him quite frankly what he was doing in a class being taught by three men who had a combined income less than his. He smilingly replied, "Zig, let me tell you a little story. When I was a boy, my dad took me on a trip through our garden. Dad was probably the best gardener in the community. He worked at it, loved it and was proud of it. After we finished the trip, Dad asked what I learned from the tour. Ed smiled as he continued, "The only thing I could see was that Dad had obviously done a lot of work in the garden." At this point Ed became somewhat impatient and said, "Son, I had hoped you would observe that as long as the vegetables were green, they were growing, but when they got ripe, they started to rot." Ed finished the story by saying, "And you know, Zig, I have never forgotten that story. I came to this class because I figured I would learn something. To be completely honest, I did learn something in one of the classes that enabled me to close an account worth many thousands of dollars in commissions. I'd tried for over 2 years to make that sale. The commission from it has paid for all of the sales training I have taken all of my life. Naturally, it was exciting to get a testimonial from a man like Ed Green." We continued the conversation, and I pointed out how pleased I was at his response. I also mentioned that one of the younger members of the class complained he had heard all of these things and wasn't getting a thing out of the class. Ed observed that the young man had an attitude problem. Then he drew an interesting analogy. "Zig, I have been married over 40 years and when my wife puckers up for me to kiss her, I know exactly how it is going to be, but I still enjoy it. In the game of life, you retain that zest for living and for learning by constantly seeking to put into your mind the things." 217. Which will result in growth. Peter Drucker expressed it this way: "Knowledge has to be improved, challenged and increased constantly or it vanishes." Action, reaction. The next example might make the most important point in this book. Mr. P wasn't satisfied with the way things were going in his company. He called a meeting and said, "Now, folks, we have to get organized. Some of you come to work late and some leave early. Why, some of you don't even accept the full responsibility of your jobs. Now, as president of this company, I am going to reorganize it. Since I should set the example for you to follow, here is what I'm going to do. From now on, I will be here early, I will stay late. In everything I do, I intend to be an example. If my example is good, you'll be expected to follow it. If it isn't good, I would understand if you followed it. We have a fine company and the future looks great if each of us properly handles his job and does his best." Like a lot of people, Mr. B's intentions were good, but a few days later he became engrossed in conversation during a luncheon at the country club and forgot the time. When he finally looked at his watch, he was so startled, he almost dropped his cup of coffee as he said, "Oh, my goodness, I'm due back at the office in 10 minutes. He hopped up, made a mad dash to the parking lot, jumped in his automobile, scratched off and burned rubber like nobody you have ever seen. He was doing about 90 miles per hour down the freeway when the long arm of the law entered the picture and gave him a blistering tongue lashing and a ticket. Hope this doesn't bring back painful memories. Mr. B was furious. Muttering to himself, he said, This is really something. Here I am, a peaceful, tax-paying, law-abiding citizen, minding my own business, when this guy comes along and gives me a ticket. What he should be doing is spending his time looking for criminals, thieves and robbers. He should leave us tax-paying citizens alone. Just because I was going fast doesn't mean that I wasn't safe. This is ridiculous. 218. Oh, he was upset. When he got back to the office, to divert attention from the fact that he was late, he called his sales manager in for a conference. Angrily, he asked if the Armstrong sale had been finalized. The sales manager said, "Mr. B, I don't know what happened, but something did and we lost the sale." Now, if you think Mr. B was upset before, you should have seen him now. He hit the ceiling as he read the Riot Act to the sales manager. "You know, I have had you on the payroll for 18 years. During that time, I have depended upon you to produce business. Now, at last, we have an opportunity to make the big deal that would have enabled us to expand our product line, and what do? You blow it. Well, let me tell you something, friend. You are either going to replace that business, or I'm going to replace you. Just because you have been here 18 years doesn't mean you have a lifetime contract." Oh boy, he was really upset. So was he. But, if you think Mr. B was upset, you should have seen his sales manager. He charged out of the office muttering under his breath, "Isn't this something? For 18 years I have given this company my 100% effort. I'm the one responsible for the success and growth of the company because I create all the new business. I'm the one who holds the company together and keeps it functioning. Mr. B is just a figurehead. This company would go down the tube in nothing flat if it weren't for me. Now, just because I miss one sale, he uses a cheap, lousy trick and threatens to fire me. This isn't right." Still talking to himself, the sales manager calls his secretary in and demands, "Did you finish those 5 letters I gave you this morning?" She said, "No, don't you remember? You told me the Hillard account took precedence over everything else." "That's what I have been doing." Now the sales manager exploded. "Don't give me any lousy excuses," he barked. "I told you I wanted those letters out, and if you can't get them out, I'll get someone who can. Just because you have been here 7 years doesn't mean you have a lifetime contract. I want those letters mailed today, and I want them mailed without fail." Oh my, he was upset. 219. She was upset. But if you think he was upset, you should have seen the secretary. She really blew her stack as she stomped out of the sales manager's office talking to herself. "How about that? For 7 years I have given this job my very best. Hundreds of hours of overtime work and never a dime in overtime pay. I do more work than any 3 people around here. As a matter of fact, I'm really the one who has kept the company together. Now, just because I can't do 2 things at the same time, he threatens to fire me. This isn't right. Besides, with all the things I know about him, who does he think he is kidding?" She walked out to the switchboard operator and said, "I have some letters I want you to type. Now, I know that ordinarily this isn't your job, but you don't do anything anyway except sit here and occasionally answer the telephone. Besides, this is an emergency and I want these letters mailed today. If you can't get them, let me know and I'll get somebody who can." "Oh, She was upset and she let everyone know it. She was upset too. But if you think she was upset, you should have seen the switchboard operator. She just about hit the ceiling. "This is really something," she said. "Here I am, the hardest working member of the staff and the lowest paid. I have to do 4 things at once and they don't do a thing in the back but drink coffee, gossip and talk on the telephone. Only occasionally do they do any work. And every time they get behind they call on me to bail them out. It just isn't fair. This garbage about replacing me is really a joke because I'm the only one who has any idea about what is going on around here. If it hadn't been for me, the company would have gone down the tube long ago. Not only that, but they know they couldn't find anyone to do my work at twice my salary." She got the letters out, but she really was burning as she did. When she got home, she was still fuming. She walked into the house, slammed the door and proceeded into the den. The first thing she saw was her 12-year-old son lying on the floor watching television. The second thing she saw was a big rip across the seat of his breeches. Highly provoked, she said, "Son, how many times?" 220. "Have I told you to put on your play clothes when you come home from school? Mother has a hard enough time as it is just supporting you, sending you through school and running this entire household. Now, you go upstairs right now. There's going to be no dinner for you tonight and no television for the next 3 weeks. Oh," she was upset. Kicking the cat. But if you think she was upset, you should have seen her 12-year-old son. He stomped out of the den saying, "This isn't fair. I was doing something for mother, but she didn't even give me a chance to explain what happened. It was an accident, and could have happened to anybody." About that time, his tomcat walked in front of him. That proved to be a mistake. The boy gave him a big boot and said, "You get out of here. You have probably been up to some no good yourself." Obviously, the tomcat was the only principal involved in this series of events who couldn't have altered the events, and this leads me to ask a very simple question. Wouldn't it have been much better if Mr. B had just gone directly from the country club to the switchboard operator's house and kicked that cat himself? Now, for a more important question. Whose cat have you been kicking lately? In order to help you answer my question, let's look at a series of reactions to situations. How do you react to humor? How about a smile? A compliment? How do you respond to agreeable people? How do you react when you make a sale or when people are nice, pleasant and courteous to you? How do you respond to a beautiful day or to a waitress who looks after your needs in a courteous manner? I'll bet you are pleasant, smile back and are courteous. I'll bet you appreciate all these things and they make you a friendly person. But for this you don't get a nickel's worth of credit. You see, anybody can respond favorably to circumstances like those we just described. You and the bum in the Bowery. How do you react to rudeness, anger, sarcasm, rejection or a slow, rude waitress? How do you respond to a traffic delay or a "Don't be a cat kicker"? I. Tilde. React positively to negative situations. 221. 222. Cold, dreary day. When somebody gives you an undeserved verbal blast, do you blast right back? Do you let others pull you down to their level, or do you recognize that the incident probably has nothing to do with you? Someone else may have just stopped by and kicked their cat. You just happened to be the next one in line. When the driver behind you lets go with a blast of the horn, despite the fact traffic is stalled a mile in either direction, what do? Do you turn around and shake your fist at him while giving him a dirty look? Do you let him pull you down to his level? Or do you smile and say, just because somebody kicked his cat is no reason for me to let him kick mine? When your wife or husband takes some pent-up frustration out on you, how do you react? How do you react to being passed over for a promotion, getting a E instead of an I, missing a big sale, being slighted by Mr. Big, not being invited to the senior prom, failing to make the team, or being elected to the club presidency? Your response to the negative, cat-kicking situations will largely determine your success and happiness in life. The bum in the Bowery, the community leader, the top student, the self-made millionaire, and the mother of the year all have a great deal in common. Each one faces frustration, heartache, disappointment, despondency, and defeat. The difference in accomplishment is the result of a different reaction to the negatives of life. The bum reacted by saying, "Poor me," and in an effort to drown his problems by drinking, drowned in his drink. The successful person took similar and often greater problems, reacted positively, sought the benefit in the problem, and came out stronger and more successful as a result. We can't tailor-make the situations of life, but we can tailor-make the attitude to fit them before they arise. That's attitude control, and you will learn how in this book. You will learn in most cases when somebody gives you an undeserved verbal blast, it is because somebody else kicked his cat. You will learn that it has nothing to do with you. More importantly, you will learn how to react positively to that negative and to other negatives as well. As a starter, let me suggest the next time someone, start with a loved one, lowers the boom on your innocent head, be careful now and know you are innocent, smile and say, "Honey, has 223 anyone been kicking your cat today?" If you survive that one, you can move to the general public with a slight variation. When a stranger or casual acquaintance chews you out for no reason, again be careful and know you are innocent. Just smile and say, "I have an unusual question to ask you. Has anybody been kicking your cat today?" This brings on a variety of responses, but remember, at this point you are behind in the ball game. Don't be surprised if he tells you, probably with some disgust, that he doesn't have a cat. This really means you are reacting positively to the negative and pleasantly to the unpleasant. It's natural and human to feel that the other person doesn't deserve such nice treatment from you. And you might be right, but this response is best for you and you deserve the best treatment you can give you. When you get down, get up. Now, let's take a positive look at some negative thinking. My friend and colleague, Cavet Robert, takes a philosophical, refreshing and common sense approach to a journey into negative evil as he observes, nobody fails by falling down or getting despondent. They only fail if they stay down or negative. Cavet stresses that you should be like a leaky tire. A defeat should take something out of you and deflate you a bit. If it didn't, it would be a strong indication you not only didn't mind losing, but you weren't emotionally involved in wanting to win. Let me add, however, I'm talking about your internal reaction to defeat. Obviously, I don't feel you should pout, throw a temper tantrum, be a poor sport or indulge in any other childish behavior. Be gracious and mature, and remember, if you learn from a defeat, you haven't really lost. With this new attitude, the chances are good you will enter the winner's circle after the next encounter. You must be capable of getting emotionally high in order to fully utilize the talent you have. Frankly, it's always been a puzzle to me why anyone would think they have done something terribly wrong and have feelings of guilt, doubt and self-incrimination whenever they get a little despondent. This is a natural state of affairs, and it's perfectly alright. Let me 224. Emphasize, however, while it might be normal and alright to get down, it is neither normal nor alright to stay that way. So, how do you get up when you are down? First, recognize that you are down. Second, understand that there are seldom, if ever, any hopeless situations. Third, know that the condition is temporary. And fourth, set a time limit on how long you plan to stay down. Example, I'm not a member of an organized political party, I'm a Republican. When Jimmy Carter defeated Gerald Ford for president, I was terribly disappointed. I was confident Mr. Ford would be a better president. After the election, I had to decide whether I would try to help or hurt Mr. Carter, America, and myself. I knew what I should do and what my Bible told me to do, but I was disappointed and felt that I had earned a few days of misery, so I set November 15th as my get up day. In the interim period, I said and thought negative things about Mr. Carter. On November 15th, I started reading good things about Jimmy Carter. I listened to Carter fans, sought background material, followed his thinking on cabinet appointments, and studied some of his procedures for trimming fat from the bureaucracy. In a matter of days, I was amazed at how much he had changed. On matters of lesser significance, surely 2 hours is long enough to stay down, but you follow the same procedure. In most cases, your contacts with others will probably go like this: other person, how ya doing? You, super good after 11:30. Other person, why after 11:30? You, I just suffered a disappointment and I'm being negative until then. Other person, you mean you are going to be negative until 11:30 and then you will be positive? You, that's right. Other person, that's silly. If you are going to be positive at 11:30, why not be positive right now? You, okay. You talked me into it. Silly, yes, and even ludicrous. But it works because you are laughing at your problems instead of crying about them. I believe this example will help you accept my statement that there are no hopeless situations. A famous painting shows the devil across a chessboard with a young man. The devil has just made his move and the young man's king appears to be checkmate. Total defeat and despair are registered on the young man's face. One day the greatest genius, Paul Mercer, stood 225. Looking at that painting, he carefully studied the positions on the board and suddenly his face lighted up as he shouted to the young man in the painting, "Don't give up, you still have a move. You too will always have one more move." Let me emphasize a point. Attitude is catching. It's like the flu. If you wanted the flu, you would go to someone who has it and become exposed to it. Anytime you want to catch something, just go where it's prevalent. If you want to catch the right mental attitude, go where that attitude exists. Start by going to the people who have the right mental attitude. If the right people aren't always available, then go to the right book, or to the recording of a dynamic speaker. In today's world, virtually everyone agrees on what I have been selling you. Teachers, coaches, doctors, sales managers, mothers, etc., all agree that the right mental attitude is important. The question, coach, is how do we get, and then keep, the right mental attitude, regardless of outside conditions, people, weather, etc.? Glad you asked. The answer is in the next 2 chapters. Notes and ideas. 226. Chapter 2. Ensuring your attitude. Your mind works this way. Most successful, happy, well-adjusted people I know want to know the whys and hows of life. Give them reasons for doing things when you tell them what to do, and they will feel they are part of the project and not just employees following orders. Results are definitely better. Since this chapter might be the most significant one in the book, it is definitely the one which will produce the fastest results. I want to explain in lay language the way the mind works so that you will understand why we suggest taking certain steps and following the procedures we recommend. Then we get into a very specific procedure which will enable you to ensure your attitude and build a foundation so solid that your attitude controls your circumstances instead of your circumstances controlling your attitude. The mind works like a garden. Everyone knows if you plant beans you won't raise potatoes, you will raise beans. Obviously you don't plant a bean to raise a bean, you plant a bean to raise lots of beans. Between planting and harvest there is a tremendous increase in the number of beans. That's the way the mind works. Whatever you plant in the mind is going to come up multiplied. Plant a negative or a positive and you reap in multiples, because between planting and harvest, imagination enters the picture and multiplies the result. In some ways the mind also works like a money bank, but in other ways, it is quite different. For example, anybody and anything, radio.V, etc., can make either positive or negative deposits in your mind bank. Generally speaking, you are the only one who makes deposits in your bank account, and all bank deposits are positive. You are the only one who determines who will make withdrawals from either the bank or the mind. All withdrawals from the money bank reduce the account. Withdrawals from the 227 mind increase its strength if you use the right teller. In your mind bank there are 2 tellers, both of whom are obedient to your every command. One teller is positive and handles positive deposits and positive withdrawals. The other teller is negative and will accept all negative deposits and provide you with negative feedback. As the owner of your mind, you have complete control over all withdrawals and most deposits. The deposits represent your total experience in life. The withdrawals determine your success and happiness. Obviously, you can't withdraw anything that hasn't been deposited. That's true in the cash bank too, isn't it? Each transaction involves a choice of which teller to use. Confront the negative teller with a problem and he will remind you of how poorly you performed in the past. He will predict failure with your current problem. Confront your positive teller and he will enthusiastically tell you how you successfully dealt with far more difficult problems in the past. He will give you examples of your skill and genius and assure you that you can easily solve this problem. Both tellers are right, because whether you think you can or think you can't, you are right. Obviously you know you should deal only with the positive teller, but can you and will you? The natural tendency is to make your withdrawals from the latest deposits in your mind regardless of whether it was powerful and positive or critical and negative. I emphasize that you have a tendency to withdraw the latest deposit. Obviously, the total deposits in your mind will dominate the withdrawals. Question please. Have the deposits been predominantly honest or dishonest? Moral or immoral? Conservative or liberal? Goal-directed or self-centered? Wasteful or saving? Bold or cautious? Lazy or industrious? Positive or negative? Free enterprise or socialism? This I stress. Lots of negative garbage is and has been dumped into your mind, but a lot of good, clean, powerful deposits and affirmations of "you can do it" have also been injected into your mind, and more are on the way. Now we get into the specifics on how to bury the negative with even more positive deposits so that your positive teller is always armed with positive answers when you approach him for a withdrawal. 228. Garbage on the floor versus garbage in the mind. If I were to come into your home with a pail of garbage and dump it on your living room floor, we would have problems, fast. One of three things would happen. You would either whip me physically, call the police to have me arrested, or get your gun and say, "Now, Ziglar, I'll just bet you can clean that garbage off the floor." I'll just bet I could, too. As a matter of fact, I would probably do it so well there wouldn't be a trace of garbage left. Interestingly enough, however, you would probably continue to tell your friends and neighbors about the guy who came in and dumped garbage on your floor. For months you would probably say, "I started to shoot him and now I kind of wish I had." You'd make a big deal of the garbage on the floor. What do you do to the people who dump garbage into your mind? How do you respond to those people who come along and tell you the things you can't do as they build ceilings over your capability? How do you respond to the people who say unkind things about your product, your community, your church, your country, your family, your boss, or your school? What do you do to those people who dump their negative garbage into your mind? Perhaps you just grin and say, "That's right. This isn't really going to hurt me. It doesn't bother me to dump the garbage in." Let me tell you something, my friend, that's where you are just as wrong as you can be. If you dump garbage in, garbage will come out. The person who dumps garbage into your mind will do you considerably more harm than the one who dumps garbage on your floor. Every thought that goes into your mind has an effect to some degree. For example, exhaustive research concerning the common cold has resulted in almost no reliable data on either the cause or the cure for the cold. However, it has been conclusively established that you are far more likely to catch the cold when you are emotionally down or depressed. Stinking thinking does cause problems, doesn't it? On the other side of the ledger, positive thinking, like Dr. Norman Vincent Peale has been saying for years, produces positive results. In 1969, Charles Ritter of Sac City, Iowa had 229 cancer and one kidney had to be removed. 3 months later, a malignancy was discovered in each of his lungs. Since Charlie was physically unable to undergo surgery, the doctors at Mayo Clinic asked him if he would be willing to try an experimental drug. With nothing to lose and a life to gain, Charlie Ritter agreed to give it a try. This particular drug apparently works only on people over 60 years of age, and it only works in about 10% of the cases. It worked on Charlie. He lived 6 more years and then died of a heart attack. The autopsy revealed no trace of his ever having had cancer. Incidentally, the doctors at Mayo Clinic have discovered that the cancer victims on whom the drug works have two things in common. They all have a tremendous desire to live, and they all believe the drug will work on them. This is ridiculous. I'm constantly amazed at the inconsistencies concerning our thinking about the relative value of what goes into our minds. It is the unanimous opinion of serious students of progress that education is important. They quote study after study that proves the value of an education, and they present irrefutable evidence for their case. They prove that what you learn, what you put in your mind, does have an effect, a positive one. Ironically, many of these same people will vehemently argue that we shouldn't worry about pornographic filth being printed and circulated or shown on TV because this material which you put in your mind couldn't possibly have any effect on you. I hope you agree that thinking like this is a little inconsistent. Obviously, you can get information from the printed page, the spoken word, or the TV screen that inspires you to greater heights, or negatively affects both motivation and morals. I hasten to add this is not an opinion. In 1972, the Surgeon General of the United States, after a 2-year study, declared that evidence showed a definite causal relationship between televised violence and antisocial behavior. Dr. Albert Bandura of Stanford and Dr. Leonard Berkowitz of the University of Wisconsin produced studies which showed that people who see violence portrayed will behave nearly twice as violently as people who have not seen it. Presentations of violence can cause anyone 230 to become more aggressive. Children, being more suggestible, are even more vulnerable. According to Dr. Berkowitz, it's pretty certain that people who watch sex movies are going to be sexually active afterward. Since the average American youngster spends approximately 15,000 hours watching TV by the time he graduates from high schools, what he views will definitely affect his thoughts and, hence, his actions. Plant negative tilde, reap negatives. Unfortunately, because of our negative environment, most people expect the worst and they are seldom disappointed. They plant the negative, so they reap the negative. Here is an example. Tomorrow morning when you report for work, imagine you see a note on your desk from the boss saying, "See me as soon as you arrive." You head for his office, but his secretary intercepts you and explains he is on long distance for a few minutes, and you'll have to wait. Now the thought process starts. I wonder what he wants. Could he have seen me leave early yesterday? I wonder if he knows about Joe and me having that argument in front of the staff. Or is it? On and on the thoughts go. It's true. We plant a negative seed and all too often reap a negative harvest. Let me give you another example. Little Johnny comes home from school with a note from his teacher suggesting a conference. Your first thought is, I wonder what the problem is. Perhaps you ask, I wonder what he has done this time. It's unfortunate that we put so many negatives into our minds, because whatever we put into our minds is going to come out of them. It's like the story of Teresa Jones, from Wilmington, Delaware. She had a serious kidney infection. An operation was scheduled to remove one of the kidneys. After they put her to sleep, they ran the final test, and discovered that the operation was not necessary. They didn't remove the kidney, but when she awoke, the first thing she said was, "Oh, my back. Oh, I hurt. Oh, I feel so bad. Oh, it hurts. When Teresa was told they had not performed the operation, she was slightly embarrassed. Obviously, she went to sleep expecting to wake up hurting, and that is exactly what she did. In her mind, her pains were just as real as if the operation had been performed. 231. Whatever you put into your mind becomes a part of the total you. For example, had you been born in China, spoken the Chinese language, and listened to Chinese ideology all of your life, you would in fact be Chinese because you are the sum total of what goes into your mind. The statement, if you do not live the life you believe, you will believe the life you live, is far more than just a cliché. Every action you take and every thought you put into your mind is going to have its effect. The world's most deadly disease. When I was a child, polio was a dreaded disease that took a heavy toll each year as it wreaked havoc in the form of crippled legs, twisted bodies and untimely deaths. Then Dr. Jonas Salk and his colleagues developed the Salk vaccine and polio's devastation was largely curtailed. However, there is still an occasional incidence of polio when a parent or guardian, for whatever reason, does not get a youngster inoculated against the disease. When this happens, and thank God it is a rare occasion, many people shake their heads and wonder why anyone would neglect so simple a thing when the procedure is almost 100% safe and effective. Incredibly enough, however, there are approximately 20,000 youngsters today who have not taken the Salk vaccine, and some health officials believe there is a real danger of a new outburst of the disease. To tell the truth, I can't understand why this condition exists. Let me tell you about another disease which is infinitely worse. It affects people of all ages and crosses all race, creed and color lines. It causes more physical and emotional problems than all other diseases combined. It sends more people to an early grave, breaks up more marriages, orphans more children, causes more unemployment, sends more people to the welfare rolls, creates more drug addicts and alcoholics, and causes more crime than all other diseases combined. Additionally, it is the most contagious disease known to man. This dread disease is hardening of the attitude, and it's caused by stinking thinking. Fortunately, there is a cure for the disease if you already have it, and the cure is effective for both mild and very severe cases. And that's not all. We have now 232 developed a vaccine procedure which reduces to almost zero the possibility of acquiring this dread disease if you don't already have it. Now before we proceed, let me ask you a question. What would you think of a person who is in daily contact with polio but refuses to take the vaccine to protect himself against the disease? Remember now, the vaccine is free, painless and available, and the boss has promised him a raise if he will just take this simple step to protect himself and his fellow workers from this highly contagious disease. Careful with your answer because I'm obviously setting you up and leading you. However, it's not down the primrose path, it's up the stairway to the top. Realistically, you'd probably be pretty critical of that person, wouldn't you? You might even say he was crude, thoughtless and not exactly a mental giant. Now for the next obvious question. What would you think of the person who refused to vaccinate or protect himself against hardening of the attitudes, despite the fact the inoculation was painless and fun, adding that it would not only protect his mental and physical health but would improve it? Furthermore, It would increase his job and guarantee a raise while improving his zest for living and his relationship with friends, family, associates and even strangers. Just what would you think of anyone who refused such a vaccine? You probably smiled gently, if you are not already afflicted with hardening of the attitudes, and in essence said, a person would be doubly foolish to refuse such a treatment. I hope that's what you said, because you are now going to be given an opportunity to say yes to the vaccination, which will eliminate the stinking thinking and help you avoid the hardening of the attitudes which we discussed on the dust jacket of this book. This treatment is really an insurance policy which is unique in every way imaginable. It costs no money, is guaranteed renewable, and benefits increase in direct proportion to the number of times you use it. It is a personal policy since the benefits are personal, but is also a group policy since you can extend the benefits to other people and increase your own benefits at the same time. If you are concerned about what's involved, let me put your mind at ease. 233. By assuring you that time, effort and dollar cost are all less than zero. Every moment invested is returned many-fold in increased effectiveness. The financial investment will be so small it could not possibly affect your standard of living, while the results will change your way of life and bring substantial financial returns. Every ounce of energy you spend on this policy will be returned in greater energy, enthusiasm and zest for living. I will state without equivocation that if you will buy the policy and follow the formula for just 21 days, that all the benefits I have discussed and promised you will be yours. Direct question. Will you buy the policy and accept the benefits with no strings attached? If you answered yes, then I am certain you would be willing to sign the following policy. Remember, from the beginning I assured you that this is an action course which requires commitment if you are going to get results. 234. Lifetime insurance policy. Eliminating stinking thinking. To avoid hardening of the attitudes. Being of sound and ambitious mind and having an intense desire to live a long, happy, useful, productive, fun-filled, rewarding life, I hereby agree to accept all the joys and benefits of this lifetime insurance policy, which is designed to eliminate stinking thinking and avoid the deadliest of all diseases, hardening of the attitudes. Because I am a mature and responsible person who wishes to live until I die, I understand that by accepting the benefits, I fully expect to enjoy the premiums. By accepting the opportunities and responsibilities which are an integral part of the policy. Since I know the skeptics and critics are neither secure, happy or even welcome in most places, and since faith is the cornerstone of happiness, I hereby, in faith, affix my signature, which guarantees that I will follow through on the procedures Zig Ziglar is going to outline so that I might enjoy all the benefits herein described. In faith, hope and love. Date ________ your signature. I guarantee the validity of this policy if you follow it exactly as we suggest. It will work regardless of your age, sex, creed, size, or color. 235. Now that you have signed the policy, I must confess that along with all those promises there is one thing I forgot to tell you. Now, dear reader, please slow down to about 20 words per minute for the rest of the paragraph. After you read the preceding sentence and saw that I had forgotten to tell you something, what was your instant thought? If it was along the lines of, just as I figured, there's always a catch, then I'm going to really urge you to be especially careful in following through on every phase of the formula, because you have a need which this formula can fill. The formula, policy, vaccine, etc. If you want to get enthusiastic about anything, whether it's life, a job, a sport, our country, etc., you dig in and get some information and knowledge about the matter. It's generally true that people are down on the things they are not up on. Learn something about the new town, your neighbors, or the sport in which your son or daughter is interested. This is a starting point, but let's see how we can develop enthusiasm for all that life has to offer. Psychologists have long known you will be enthusiastic if you act enthusiastically. Assume a trait or characteristic, and later you will possess it. You grab it, and then it will grab you. This formula will not only enable you to develop instant enthusiasm and the right mental attitude, but it will be on call 24 hours every day. It will result in your being so charged up, motivated, excited, and turned on you will be able to multiply your effectiveness. Now let me warn you about something I touched on in the last paragraph. Enthusiasm gets to be a way of life, and it's tough to be enthusiastic about just one thing. You are going to discover that as you generate enthusiasm, you are going to have so much fun, attract so many good things, and accomplish so much more, that you might have some happy financial problems. Good things and good people will be attracted to you, and you'll have more fun and achieve more total success. Not only will you receive substantial benefits, some of which will start the first day, but your friends, associates, relatives, and even complete strangers will benefit. I realize I'm making some strong claims, but literally thousands of testimonials all say the same thing. It works. 236. Step 1. Reverse the way you get out of bed. If you want to develop enthusiasm and the right mental attitude about all life has to offer, you'll need to reverse the way you get out of bed. No, I'm not talking about getting out of bed backwards. I'm talking about reversing the way most people start their day, which is either in neutral or in reverse. When the alarm sounds off, they moan a bit, slap their faces and say, "Oh no, don't tell me it's time to get up already." One feel like one just laid down. Many people start each day like it's going to be another yesterday, and they didn't like yesterday. With this kind of start, is it any wonder one bad day follows another bad day? There is a better way to start your day, and it will produce dramatically better results for you. Follow this procedure and you'll acquire enthusiasm as a permanent way of life. Now I want to give you some bad news and some good news. Bad news first. By following this procedure you'll probably feel foolish and perhaps even childish. This will be somewhat diminished by the fact that your mate, if you have one, will be the only one who will know about it. Now for the good news. First, you'll get more enjoyment out of life for yourself and for those with whom you work, live and associate. Then, you'll earn more money. You might not receive it immediately, but you will earn it, and that means very shortly you'll receive it. Seriously now. You would be willing to feel slightly ridiculous 5 minutes each day if it meant more fun and more money, wouldn't you? Tomorrow morning when the alarm clock goes off, reach over and shut it off. I think that's important. Then, immediately sit straight up in bed, clap your hands and say, "Oh boy, it's a great day to get out and take advantage of the opportunities the world has to offer." Now, one want you to see the picture before you continue. You are sitting on the side of the bed, two-thirds asleep with hair in your face. Not only that, but you are slapping your hands like a 9-year-old child saying, "Oh boy, it's a great day to get out and face the world." If you live to be 100, you'll never tell a bigger one than that. But let me emphasize something important. You are up, and that's where you wanted to be when you set the alarm, and you are taking control of your attitude. 237. I emphasize this with the full realization that this book will be read, already has been, by successful men and women of all ages and from every walk of life. I am fully aware that some of you think this is a little juvenile. If that is the way you feel, then I especially urge you to give it an honest try, because your need is great. After all, you have nothing to lose, and a lot to gain. Incidentally, it's super good if you have a big mirror, to see how totally ridiculous you look. It's a one-act comedy in full color, and no normal human being can view this scene without breaking into hilarious laughter. It's ridiculous and absurd, and that's what makes it exciting. You are now laughing at yourself, and as long as you are doing this, you have no real problems that can't be solved. It's the person who can't laugh at himself that can't tolerate someone else laughing at him. It's a sign of emotional maturity and stability to be able to laugh at yourself. It works even better if husband and wife get up together, because now you have a double comedy. As a couple, you end up laughing with each other rather than at each other. This immediately makes life more fun. When you start the day with a lot of excitement and enthusiasm, you are on target according to the Bible. Psalm 118:24 says, "This is the day which the Lord has made. I will rejoice and be glad in it." I wish I had the space to share with you the number of phone calls and letters I have gotten from husbands and wives who say, "You know, because of this we did start laughing together again, and it turned our marriage around." Sing in the shower. Now that you are up, take a shower, and, if there are no small children asleep, sing a loud cheerful song. Now, don't give me this old jazz about, "Yeah, but I can't sing." Listen, I once got a letter from Mitch Miller asking me not to sing along with, and my own children ask me not to sing in church. Neither the tune nor your talent for singing is important. The idea is the thing. The concept of singing in the shower is simple. You can't be negative at the top of your voice. William James said, "We do not sing because we are happy. We are happy because we sing. Besides, it's your birthright." Along the same 238 lines, we do not stop working and playing because we grow old. We grow old because we stop working and playing. For the man of the house, there are some extra benefits if you take one more step. When you walk into the breakfast room, slap the table a couple of times and say, "Honey, I see you have cooked bacon, eggs and grits for breakfast. That's what I was hoping you were going to prepare." Even if you have had the same meal every day for the past 622 days, an interesting thing takes place. First of all, she looks at you in shocked surprise, and the shock value alone is worth a great deal. Chances are, even if the breakfast isn't really that good, she'll be motivated to do better the next day. This means you can't lose. Now let me explain what this procedure accomplishes. Since thought precedes action, you plan the action at night in order to execute it the next morning. This sets up a habit of planning positively, and it has far-reaching results because, when you Sow an action, you reap a habit. When you sow a habit, you reap a character, and when you sow a character, you reap a destiny. The reason is simple. Logic will not change an emotion, like being negative, but action will. Or as my good friend Bruce Norman, principal of Magnet High School for Health Professions in Dallas, Texas, likes to say, you can't feel your way into a new way of acting, but you can act your way into a new way of feeling. The end results of these actions will be a greater, more vibrant enthusiasm, and history conclusively proves that your destiny is greater with the attitude of enthusiasm. When you get up with enthusiasm and go to breakfast with enthusiasm, you are beginning to set the stage for a good day. A day is a miniature lifetime, and with lots of good days, you have a good life. This also benefits family and friends because enthusiasm is more contagious than the measles. Once you have it, it will spread to your family and associates, and everybody benefits. These actions also have an additional benefit because they provide an effective frontal assault on one of man's greatest stumbling blocks in the climb to the top of the stairway, namely, procrastination. If procrastination is one of your problems, these simple procedures could well be the starting place for overcoming that problem. This will become even more evident when 239. We get into the section on habits. For the moment, it should be obvious that before you can go anywhere you must first get started. It should be just as obvious that how you get up in the morning will play a big part in how high you go up in life. At this point, I'll just observe that this getting up in the morning procedure is a good habit, and every good habit has to be grabbed and held onto for dear life. An encouraging note, however, is the fact that from the beginning, maybe even from the first day, you will receive some interesting benefits, and in just 21 consecutive days the changes will be dramatic. On the other hand, every bad habit is sneaky and will slip up on you so gradually that before you realize you have the habit has you. I devote 2 full chapters to habits at the end of this segment, so let's get on with the formula. Step 2. Establish some symbols. In America today, we live in an essentially negative society. For example, the tens of thousands of appliances that hang on street corners in every town, city and crossroad around the country are referred to as red, stop, or traffic lights. This is obviously negative, because in reality the lights are go lights. If you don't believe this, just watch what happens anytime one of the lights is not working. Traffic will back up for several blocks. It isn't because a red stop or traffic light has been cut off, but because a go light is out of order. Why then do people call them stop lights? It's simple, they are snobs. They hear others refer to the red lights, so they follow suit. The unfortunate fact about this is, the average American spends something like 27 hours every year in front of these go lights waiting on the right color, so they can go. How do most people spend the 27 hours? Generally speaking, they do 3 things. First, they get a firm grip on the steering wheel to make absolutely certain the car doesn't run off with them. Second, they firm their lips and tighten their mouth in such a way that they can talk to the go light if need be. Third, and most importantly, they sit in their automobiles pressing their foot on the accelerator. They apparently feel if they raise their engines the light will change faster. Do you plead guilty to doing this? 240. Chances are strong that you are guilty, without realizing it. If you are, and if you thought it was silly to start the day by slapping your hands, what do you think about racing your car engine to change a light? Personalize it. Let's think this through together. Instead of using procedure while waiting at the light, give it an entirely different treatment. Two things can be done constructively. First, as you sit there waiting on the right color, you want to personalize the light. Look at it and say, "That's mine. It was put there for me. It has my name on it. It was put there so I can go further, faster, easier and more safely to my destination." You see, in reality, it is a go light. Second, when you're involved in such a way that you can talk about the go light, here is where the fun begins. I challenge you, whoever you are, whatever you do, and wherever you might be, to use the word go light in a conversation and maintain a straight face. I just don't believe you can do it. The very instant you say go light, two things will happen. First of all, you will break out in a big smile and the person with you will also smile. Secondly, the instant you say the word go light, your attitude will start to change. You will come back to the pages of this book and recognize the practicality of what I'm saying. As you look at the positive aspects of life, one word or action will precipitate a series of positive thoughts, which are the forerunners of positive actions, which produce positive results. Go lights, strong ends and worms. I have a close friend in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Really, he is more like a brother than just a friend. His name is Bernie Lofchick and he is easily the most positive man I have ever met. He is so positive that not once has he ever had a cold, although he will admit he occasionally does have a worm. He is so positive he never refers to the weekend, because that's negative. He calls it the strong end. As you read these words, you might well think, is all of that really necessary? I say, no, you can be mediocre without those little things. But I hope I am talking to the you who has already. 241. Testified that you want to get more out of life. You do, don't you? Say, yes. Again, I want to emphasize, it's not the big things that make the difference, it's the little things. When you start adding things like go lights, worms, and strong ends to your conversation and your life, a dramatic change will occur. You'll enjoy life more and have more fun, which means you will be healthier and live longer, because this procedure will bring a smile to your face and laughter to your heart. This is verified in the book of Proverbs, "A merry heart has a continual feast." With this approach to life, the third step toward controlling your attitude becomes easy and simple. STEPTHREE, set your gyroscope for success. Several years ago, an episode on Candid Camera made an indelible impression on my mind. A movie star was stationed in the corridor of an office building. She had a large, heavy suitcase with her and was looking for someone to carry it into an office a short distance down the corridor. Each time a man appeared, she would ask for help. In each instance, the response was favorable. As he would lift the suitcase and start down the corridor with the movie star, they would engage in small talk. The movie star would show him which office was hers, but when the man would attempt to carry the suitcase into the office, he would find it a difficult task. He could go into the office himself, but the gyroscope inside the suitcase was set to go straight ahead, and it strongly resisted turning from its set direction. Inside of every creature on the face of the earth there is a gyroscope which comes as standard equipment at birth. Take a young squirrel located 1,000 miles from any other squirrel. When cold weather approaches, he will store nuts for the winter, although he might never have lived through a winter. This is the law of self-preservation. It is his built-in gyroscope. Likewise, a young duck who has never lived through a winter will fly south even if he is totally isolated from all other ducks. The law of self-preservation demands it. That is his built-in gyroscope. Man, too, has a gyroscope, but with a difference. The difference is, man can set his own gyroscope. Go to a lake or the 242 seashore and look at the sailing boats. You'll notice they will be going in 360 directions, and you'll notice that the wind is blowing in only one direction. So, if the wind is only blowing in one direction, how can the boats be going in so many different directions? The answer is simple. There is a human being on the boat who has set the sail. It's a set of the sail that determines the direction of the boat. It's the way you set your sail, gyroscope, that's going to determine the direction you will go, and direction determines destiny. Minor adjustment for major success. Remember the cookware salesman I mentioned in an earlier chapter? Every day he set his gyroscope. As a matter of fact, he set the gyroscope several times during the course of each day. This was necessary for his success, and it is for yours too. As I indicated earlier, there are going to be numerous diversions and occurrences over which you have no control. You can't predict with certainty what things stand between you and your destination. I would emphasize, however, when something throws you slightly off course, it isn't necessary for you to go all the way back to your original departure point. You simply make a slight adjustment and continue on toward your goal. Remember, go as far as you can see, and when you get there you will always be able to see farther. How can you set your own gyroscope? The answer is simple, but first let me ask a question. When you are involved in a lengthy telephone conversation, are you guilty of doodling? Do you draw squares, rectangles and circles? If the conversation is quite lengthy, do you start the shading process and add designs within the shading? How do you rate yourself as a doodler? As you might know, some advanced doodlers leave the doodles around hoping they will be discovered. What is the highest prize you have ever received for a doodle? During all my years of working with many people, I have never met anybody who has sold a doodle. With this in mind, I am of the firm opinion that the doodle market is limited. Instead of doodling, which is non-profitable, take a clean sheet of paper and start writing, I can. Then spell out specifically. 243. What you can do. Write your objectives over and over on a sheet of paper and on your bathroom mirror. Then at the bottom of your sheet of paper or mirror, write I will. This process will set your gyroscope by burning your objectives indelibly into your subconscious mind. For many people, see you at the top has been the roadmap to greater accomplishment, and this simple formula has been the catalyst that started them. It could well be the catalyst you seek, but I must warn you, there is a certain danger involved in following the formula. When you buy the ideas, adopt the attitude and follow the procedures I recommend, you'll encounter some interesting reactions. Some will criticize you and say you are different, and of course they'll be right. You'll be so different, you'll be one of the few people in the game of life who will be able to open life's vault of valuables and get what you want instead of having to want what you have. For what it's worth, I wouldn't be overly concerned about the critics. Since the beginning of recorded history, no one has erected a statue to a critic. So, they must not be held in too much esteem. Some people will laugh at you, but let me emphasize a point. It will be the little world and the little people who are missing the good things in life who will be doing the laughing. It should be quite satisfying to know that the little world laughed, but the big world gathered on the banks of the Hudson River to watch Robert Fulton go steaming past. The little world laughed, but the big world was tuned in when Alexander Graham Bell made his historic telephone call. The little world laughed, but the big world was at Kitty Hawk when the Wright brothers got off the ground that first time. The little world might well laugh as you start your journey, but I assure you the big world will be gathered at the finish line cheering you across. Best of all, what you get by reaching your destination isn't nearly as important as what you become by reaching that destination. 244. Chapter 3. Step 4. Feed your mind. The first 3 steps of the formula to control your attitude are extremely simple. To review the formula, Step 1. Get up in the morning with the enthusiastic hand clapping. Step 2. Adopt the symbols, go lights, worms, and strong ends. Step 3. Set your gyroscope with positive I cans. Step 4 is more involved, so I'm devoting this entire chapter to it. I assure you the subject matter deserves every line of space. Physically hungry, eat. Question, please. Did you eat anything last month? What about last week? Yesterday? Today? Chances are you are quite puzzled at these questions. Of course you ate last month, last week, yesterday and today. Do you plan to eat tomorrow? If you do, does that mean what you ate today was no good? Absolutely not. It simply means what you ate today is for today. The average person in America not only eats every day but, generally speaking, he eats his meals on schedule. I have observed if a person gets busy and misses a meal, he generally tells anyone who will listen, you know what? I was so busy yesterday I didn't have time to eat lunch. Then he repeats it to make certain his listener gets the message. To him, it's a big deal to miss a meal and he wants others to be aware of his sacrifice. Suppose the same individual was asked about his mental appetites. When is the last time you deliberately, on a predetermined schedule, fed your own mind? What do you think his answer would be? For that matter, what is your answer? Your answer is important because you have mental appetites just as you have physical appetites. Mentally hungry, what do you do? People are funny. I have never met an individual who was hungry and heard him say, I'm about to starve. I wonder what I 246 should do. Do you have any suggestions? Can you give me any idea how to solve this problem? I probably never will be confronted with that particular situation. The hungry person knows if he is hungry, he can solve that problem by eating. From the neck down, very few people are worth more than $100 a week. From the neck up, there is no limit to what an individual is worth. So what do? We feed our stomachs, the $100 part below our necks, every day. How often do we feed our minds, the part that has no limit to its value, earning and happiness potential? Most of us feed it accidentally and occasionally, if it's convenient or we don't have anything else to do. The excuse we often give is our lack of time. This is ridiculous. If you have time to feed the $100 part of you every day, doesn't it make sense you should take time to feed the part which has no ceiling to its potential? On many occasions, I have encountered people who are despondent, negative, defeated, down on themselves, broke, unhappy, and you name it. If it's on the negative side, it will fit them. The funny thing about these people is that they are the ones who resist to the bitter end any feeding of their minds or their attitudes. They badly need inspiration and information, but they consistently refuse to attend seminars or get involved in reading good books or listening to motivational recordings. It's really funny to listen to some of these people talk. Perhaps I should use the word tragic. When we refer to extremely successful people and mention how optimistic and positive they are, the failure will say, "No wonder they are positive and have good attitudes. They are earning $50,000 a year. If I were earning $50,000 a year, I would be positive too." The failure thinks successful people are positive because they earn $50,000 a year. This obviously is in reverse. Successful people earn $50,000 a year because they have the right mental attitude. Wouldn't it be marvelous if it had been arranged so that an empty head, like an empty stomach, wouldn't let its owner rest until its owner put something in it? It's true in every field of endeavor, whether it's law, medicine, sales, teaching, coaching, science, or the arts. The top people, or those who are headed for the top, are the ones who regularly show up for seminars at their own expense. They read good books and regularly listen to motivational recordings. They deliberate. 246. Ly seek information and inspiration, and, as a result, they are constantly on the grow. Do it well, subconsciously. Why are successful men positive? To reverse it, why are positive men successful? They are positive because they deliberately feed their minds with good, clean, powerful, positive mental thoughts on a regular basis. They make them a part of their daily diets just as surely as they make food a part of their physical diets. They know that if they feed their bodies above their necks, they'll never have to worry about feeding their bodies below the neck. They won't have to worry about the roof over their heads, or the financial problems often associated with old age. As we dig into the learning process and look at some real-life examples, it will become obvious why this is true. Virtually everything we learn consciously. But it's only when we do it subconsciously that we do it well. You learned how to drive a car consciously. Remember? If your car had a clutch, do you remember the instructions you gave to yourself? Push in the clutch. Press the accelerator, just a little. Careful. Now, push the gear shift lever. Now, let the clutch out, easy does it. Pull the gear shift lever. Do you remember? Do you also remember you would buck and jump and probably kill the engine? You were a menace to society and a candidate for the morgue because you were learning to drive consciously. Some time later, you could press the accelerator, shift the gear, let out on the clutch, unwrap a piece of gum, roll down the window and talk about your neighbor all at the same time. You could do these things with complete safety because you moved the driving process from the conscious mind into the subconscious mind. You learned to drive consciously and later it became unconscious, or automatic. It was almost a reflex action. Every musician, regardless of the instrument, went through the slow and often painful process of learning to consciously play that instrument. During this learning process, friends and relatives studiously avoided listening to the efforts of the aspiring Ignace Paderewski. The musician plays skillfully. 247. Only when he plays instinctively or subconsciously, then everyone wants to listen. Free, of course. Do you remember when you learned how to type? You had to concentrate on every stroke as you beat out about 10 words per minute. You were typing consciously and you were doing a miserable job. Later, you no longer thought about the key you were going to hit, you just typed. You were then doing it subconsciously and doing it well. Once you learn to do something consciously, you can move it into the subconscious and do it well. Everything you do well will be done subconsciously. This includes your attitude. You can move your attitude reactions into the subconscious. You can do this so completely you will instinctively react positively to negative situations as well as positive ones. That's a promise. It takes dedication, work and practice, but it can be done. A positive response to any stimulus can become something like a reflex action or a conditioned response. In the bonus chapter at the end of the segment, we give more insight on the subconscious mind and its instinctive, conditioned use. Now here is an optimist. By feeding your mind over a period of time with the good, clean, powerful information, you can even develop an attitude like this old boy down home. He was caught by a flash flood and ended up on his rooftop. One of his neighbors came floating by on his house. In this dire state of affairs, he quipped, "John, this flood is just awful, isn't it?" John replied, "No, it's not so bad." The neighbor, somewhat surprised, retorted, "What do you mean, it's not so bad?" "Why, there goes your hen house floating downstream." John simply commented, "Yeah, I know, but 6 months ago I started raising ducks and there they are, every one of them just swimming around. Everything is going to be all right." "But, John, this water is going to ruin your crops," the neighbor persisted. Still undaunted, John replied, "No, it's not. My crops were already ruined, and just last week the county agent told me my land really needed more water, so this solved that problem." The pessimist tried one more time to get to his cheerful 248 friend. He added, "But look, John, the water is still rising. The first thing you know, it's going to be up to your windows." Grinning wider than ever, our optimistic friend replied, "Man, I hope so. They are powerful, dirty and need washing." Okay, it's a joke. But, as is often the case, there is much truth in humor. It's obvious our hero had decided to react to the situation in a positive manner. After all, the dictionary says that attitude is a posture or position assumed to serve a purpose. Over a period of time, you can so condition your mind that you will instinctively and automatically react positively to the negative situations you encounter in life. In order to get and stay this way, you have to feed your mind a lot of good, clean, powerful motivational messages, and then you have to keep on feeding it. I mentioned early in See You at the top you could completely bury the old garbage. Remember the shopping center built on the garbage dump? But you could then turn on the radio or TV, glance at the newspaper, talk to a negative person, or even chance to overhear a passing conversation, and boom boom, somebody else has dumped some fresh garbage in your clean, positive mind. Now what do you do, Charlie Brown? Answer: exactly what we have been talking about in these last 2 chapters. Precondition your mind with the getting up, identifying the positive symbols like go lights, etc., and setting your gyroscope. You do that while talking on the phone. Then you follow the procedure in this chapter of feeding your mind regularly. The reason is simple. There are 3 kinds of motivation. The first is fear. Motivation says, if you are not in by 11 p.m., this will be the last night this month you can go out. Or, if you don't increase your sales, you will be fired. For some people, fear motivation (S), but with most people it doesn't because it causes resentment which leads to rebellion. Fear motivation might be like this Texas story. A rich Texan threw a mammoth party one night and invited dozens of people with special emphasis on young men of marriageable age. As the evening wore on and most of the guests were feeling no pain, the host invited everyone to join him around the pool which he had 249 carefully stocked with water moccasins and alligators. He challenged his guests to swim the length of the pool and offered the choice of 3 substantial prizes: $1 million in cash, 1,000 acres of choice land, or his daughter's hand in marriage. The words were scarcely out of his mouth when there was a loud splash followed by a furious thrashing of water and the almost immediate emergence of a young man from the opposite side of the pool, who had just set a never-to-be-broken world record. The host enthusiastically congratulated the young man and then, true to his word, asked the dripping winner about his choice. Would it be the $1,000,000,000 The young man shook his head. No. The 1,000 acres of land? Again, no. Then would it be the hand of his daughter in marriage? When the young man again said no, the host, somewhat exasperated, asked, "Then what do you want?" The young man quickly responded, "I want to know the name of the man who pushed me in the pool." The second is incentive or carrot motivation, which is simply reward for accomplishment. It says, if you lead the company, you'll win a trip to Hawaii. If you raise your profit percentage 3 points, you'll get a raise in your department. If you perform adequately, you'll be given a permanent assignment. This motivation works for considerably more people in the free enterprise system. You have probably seen the picture of the donkey pulling the cart. In this picture, the carrot is dangling in front of the donkey. When the donkey walks toward the carrot, he pulls the cart. There are several factors which must be present in order for this kind of motivation to work. The cart has to be light enough, the stick holding the carrot must be short enough, and the carrot enticing enough to get the donkey to do the job. Experience teaches us that we must permit the donkey to take an occasional bite of the carrot in order to keep him from becoming discouraged. Otherwise, he is going to feel he is involved in an exercise in futility and will quit trying for the carrot. When the donkey does get a bite of the carrot, he satisfies his appetite. When he is no longer hungry, some adjustments must be made. For example, the stick must be shortened, the carrot sweetened, and the load lightened if the donkey is to be motivated into action. 250. Eventually, the process reaches a stage where it becomes impractical. The rewards or incentives are so high that the profit is removed from the picture and the program grinds to a halt. On occasion, the participant reaches a comfort zone and doesn't need or want more comfort or carrots. What do you do now? Make him thirsty. The answer is simple. Change the donkey into a race horse and make him want to run. Implement the third kind of motivation. Internal. That's what this book is helping you do. The old saying, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink, is true. But if you let him lick the salt block long enough, he will get thirsty and want to take the drink. My natural optimism leads me to believe this book will be your salt block. A 25-year, hardline study at Harvard University under the guidance of psychologist David McClelland establishes precise scientific verification that you can change motivation by changing the way you think about yourself and your circumstances. Reader's Digest, May 1975, page 89. That is exactly what this book is all about. I'm convinced, because of results already obtained, the information in this book combined with the follow-up procedures will enable you to change the way you see yourself and your circumstances, for the better, I might add, which means you will improve your performance. My intellectual associates and I often discuss motivation in our goal sessions. They are almost unanimous in their conviction that all motivation is self-motivation, that no one can motivate anyone else, and they prove and theorize at length and in depth on the subject. My favorite answer is this analogy. My favorite relaxation on Sunday afternoon is to build a fire in our den and watch it burn out of one eye and the cowboys out of the other eye. Occasionally, when the cowboys get way ahead, I drop off for a little snooze. Generally speaking, when I awaken, the flames have died and the logs are smoldering. I get up and grab my poker and give the logs a few healthy pokes. Almost immediately the flames shoot up and I have a beautiful, flaming fire again. I added no more wood to the fire. All I did was shake up what was there and stir up a little activity which brought in 251. Some extra oxygen which started the blaze. This information is designed to stir up that part of you which could be, like the fire, smoldering at the moment. You have heard most of it, but chances are excellent that you have not really seen or heard it because you aren't utilizing the information for maximum results by doing something. There is a difference in hearing, reading, and learning. I'm talking about learning it so completely that it is as much a part of you as your hands and arms. I'm talking about learning it so well you know it consciously and feel it subconsciously so that you instinctively and automatically react positively to the negative events of life. This is attitude control, and these next 3 examples prove this objective is desirable, reachable, and can be stirred up by an outside poke or stimulus. You can change or be changed. A number of years ago, Just A. Mirlu, MD, wrote a book entitled The Rape of the Mind. In his book, the author explains why some of our prisoners of war during the Korean War became turncoats, rejected America and stayed in North Korea. Also, why countless others became so embittered and confused that their value to themselves and to the free enterprise system was largely negated. Mirloon explains that the young G. prisoner would be subjected to a brainwashing procedure for 10 or 12 hours from 2 skilled communist brainwashers, followed by a second and often a third team. During this 24 to 36-hour ordeal, the young G. was fed the full measure of communistic garbage. Everything he ever believed in was challenged. His mind was saturated with a mixture of truth, half-truths, and outrageous lies. After 24 to 36 hours of this treatment, without sleep and without anything to eat, the young G. would be physically, mentally, spiritually and emotionally exhausted. After a number of sessions like this, the young G. would throw in the towel and exclaim, all right, I'll do it or I'll believe it, just let me get some sleep. Of course, his godless tormentors had no intention of letting him sleep at that point. They continued to pour the garbage in. These young men were helpless in the face of 252. Their captors. The only exceptions, as Mirloon pointed out, were those who had strong religious convictions and God's help in resisting the brainwashing. Isaiah 40:31 explains why. But they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength, they shall mount up with wings as eagles, they shall run, and not be weary, and they shall walk, and not faint. In Hebrew the word, renew, is chalaf, which means to change, or to exchange. When you serve God you change or exchange your strength for His. That's the best swap you'll ever make, because there are many things you can't do, but there is nothing good you and God can't do. Frankly, when I heard of these young men turning against their country, I was horrified. After reading Mirloon's book, I am convinced they were helpless at stopping the transformation of their thinking as they would have been in stopping a tank with their bare hands. I would like to stress that in most cases, these young men initially resisted the onslaught, but still fell victim to the ideology that was forced into their minds. Now think about this. They fell victim against their wills to a doctrine of lies and destruction. Does it make sense to you that if you regularly, by choice, fed your mind good, clean, powerful messages of information and inspiration, you would derive tremendous benefits from it? The next story makes a strong case for this point of view. Get that music out. Shinichi Suzuki is an unusual Japanese scientist who performs what many people consider to be one of the miracles of our time. He takes babies a few weeks old and starts playing beautiful, recorded music next to their beds. He plays the same tune many times, and after about 30 days he repeats the procedure with another recording. He continues this process until the infant is about 2 years old. At that time, he starts about 3 months of music lessons for mother, with the 2-year-old as an observer. Next he puts a miniature violin in the hands of the child, who begins to get the feel of the instrument while learning bow movements. This first lesson lasts only 2 or 3 minutes. From there they gradually build up to an hour. By 253, the time the child is old enough to learn that the violin is supposed to be difficult to play, he has already mastered it and is having fun in the process. Recently Professor Suzuki conducted a concert with some 1,500 of these Japanese children performing. Average age of the children was about 7, and they played the classics, Chopin, Beethoven, Vivaldi, etc. Significantly, Suzuki emphasizes that the vast majority of these children had no natural musical talent. However, he believes every child has talent which can be developed by following the same procedures we use in teaching children to speak. A baby is around older people who constantly talk, so the first step is exposure. Next, the baby tries to talk, which is imitation. Friends and relatives brag on the baby, which gives encouragement and motivates the baby to try again. This is the process of repetition. Then the baby starts adding words and tying them together into phrases or sentences. This procedure is refinement. At age 3 or 4, the child has quite a vocabulary and still can't read a word. Professor Suzuki maintains that virtually anything can be learned by the same method. Looks like he just eliminated another series of losers' limbs for a lot of people, doesn't it? From cover to cover of See You at the Top, I have stressed that your rewards in life are due more to your behavior than to your birth. Also, your behavior was tremendously influenced by your associates and by what you put in or permit to be put in your mind. The next incident emphasizes this in an intriguing way. What? No stutterers. Several years ago, a scientist working with 2 tribes of American Indians noticed that not one of the full-blooded Indians stuttered. Being a scientist, he wondered if this was a coincidence or if it was characteristic of Indians. His interest and curiosity led him to study every Indian tribe in America. He didn't find a single Indian who stuttered, so he studied their languages and discovered why none of the Indians stuttered. They don't have a word, or even a substitute word, for stutter. Obviously, if there isn't a word for stutter, it would be impossible for an Indian to stutter. You might grin and feel that information is interesting. 254. But, so what? Let's pursue it a step further. We know that words paint pictures in the mind and that the mind thinks in pictures. For example, if you read or hear the words fail, can't, liar, or dumb, your mind completes the pictures that have been painted by the word. Now, if there is no word for stutter, the mind can't visualize or paint a picture of a stutter. Result: no stuttering. The International Paper Company has statistical evidence supporting their claim that the bigger a person's vocabulary, the bigger the income. I'm convinced you can build your income, your enjoyment, and change your life by changing your vocabulary. Take the word hate and remove it from your vocabulary. Don't see it, think it, or read it. Write, feel, see, and dream the word love in its place. Take the word prejudice out of your vocabulary. Don't see, think, or say the word prejudice. In its place put understand. Take the word negative and substitute the word positive. Obviously, the list of words to be removed and replaced can be virtually endless, as will be the benefits that follow. Your mind acts on what you feed it. Change your mental diet and eliminate the negative input. You will first reduce, then virtually eliminate the negative output. What and when do you eat mentally? By now you should be completely convinced that what you put in your mind is terribly important to you and your future. So the question is obviously, how do I feed my mind? When do I find time to eat those mental meals when I'm already running just to stay even? Let me answer by asking if you heard about the woodcutter who *A production kept going down because he didn't take time to sharpen his axe. Think about this, the average man spends over $200 per year, and more time than he'll admit, dressing up the outside of the head, shaves, haircuts, look, etc. Nobody knows what the average woman spends doing the same thing. Personally, I don't want to know what my redhead spends. Question: doesn't it make sense to spend at least that much time and money dressing up the inside of the head? In my judgment, the greatest educational, motivational tool at our disposal today is the portable cassette player. I value cassette. 255. Education and motivation so highly that if I could not replace my own cassette player, $5,000 would not buy the one I have. Strong statement, yes, but not nearly as strong and helpful as cassette education and motivation can be. I do not personally know a self-made millionaire who does not have and use one for motivation and education. The range of material available is as endless as the times and places you can use them. A humorous, motivational, educational or religious message will speed up housework and remove much of the drudgery. You can get ideas and inspiration while shaving, dressing, or applying makeup. You can transform dead time you normally spend fighting traffic to live time getting the motivation and education that will give you the mental and emotional edge in today's competitive world. For example, a University of California study reveals that a person living in the Los Angeles area could acquire the equivalent of 2 years of college in 3 years of normal driving time by listening to cassette recordings. Total usable time you invest, if you listen while driving, would be almost zero. As a group, the people who regularly listen to the right cassette recordings are the happiest, best adjusted, most excited group I know. Now combine this with a sound reading program and you are really in business. The rule is, when you are moving, listen. When you are seated, read. This literally saturates your mind with the optimistic outlook on life. It also gives you an excellent overall education and a set of values and attitudes that will be tremendously helpful in your life. Reading requires planning, so you might need a new set of reminders to acquire the habit of reading. The standard explanation most people give is, they don't have time. Obviously, time availability varies, but to say you don't have time to feed your mind is just another loser's limp. We do what we have to do and we do what we want to do. Now if we will make time for what we should do, read good literature, we will soon reduce the list of things we have to do. Suggestions: don't borrow or lend books. Buy them as often as possible and build a library you have personalized with markings for future reference. Keep good reading material in strategic spots around home. 1. By your bed. 2. In the bathroom. 3. 256. Standing up on top of the TV. 4. By your favorite chair. 5. In a quiet spot where you can isolate yourself. Here is what the successful people do. Alan Bean, U.S. Navy captain and NASA astronaut, is a man I am privileged to know on a personal basis. He, too, listens to motivational recordings regularly. Captain Bean, one of the first men to walk on the moon, was the commander of the second Skylab space station mission. He was also involved with the Russian cosmonauts in the joint U.S. Russian space effort. Recognizing the critical importance of self-image, goal setting, proper mental attitude, etc., Captain Bean listened to motivational recordings in his car on his way to work at NASA for training for the 59-day extended flight in space. I am naturally pleased that he selected some of my recordings as part of his program. These recordings covered much of the material you are reading in this book. I hope you don't consider it a bad pun when I say this proves that the material is out of this world. To show you just how keenly Alan Bean feels about these concepts, he volunteered his rather limited time and offered some invaluable suggestions for this book so all of you might receive additional benefits in your life. Let me point out that all astronauts, after every conceivable test known to man, were selected with more care than any group ever chosen for any purpose since the beginning of recorded history. Each one had to have a strong, healthy self-image. Each one had to be able to work with and get along with his fellow man under the most difficult circumstances imaginable. Each one had to be goal-oriented. Each one had to have the right mental attitude, including mental toughness, discipline, determination, and a super positive mental attitude. Could you imagine a negative thinker aboard the platform wondering if they were going to get back to Earth? Each one had to have all these qualities before he was selected for the space program. Obviously, they had to maintain those qualities in order to stay in the program. In addition to their lives being at stake, these men carry national pride and honor. The pressures on them are tremendous. 257. Worldwide Distributors is the largest distributor of housewares in Canada. At their recent convention in Winnipeg, Manitoba, the general manager told me that 17 of his top 19 salespeople, including his top 11, listened every day to motivational and sales training recordings. He emphasized they don't listen because they are the best, they are the best because they listen. As a matter of fact, sales managers and corporate executives everywhere assured me that their top people, almost without exception, listen and read on a regular basis. The point I so badly want to make is this: men and women who need this kind of motivation less than anyone else on planet Earth are the ones who seek it and use it the most. I'm convinced this is the reason they are where they are. For a long time they have been doing the things I'm now urging you to do. The reason is apparently a very simple one. The drive that takes men to the top is a drive that thrives on constant nourishment and reinforcement. Men who reach the pinnacle of success in their present professions invariably recognize the fact that there is plenty of room at the top, but not enough room to sit down. They also understand that the mind, like the body, must be constantly nourished. They know if it is important to regularly feed their bodies from the neck down, it makes even more sense to feed them from the neck up. They understand that nourishment must be physical, mental, and spiritual. This is an illusion. Many people have the erroneous concept that they do not need to listen to cassette recordings or read inspirational books except when they are down or depressed. The need, when you are down, is more obvious and the benefit can be substantial, but the total long-range benefits could be greater if you listen or read when you are emotionally up. The reason is twofold. When you are down, you are more likely to either grab at straws and end up with the wrong straw or take the opposite approach and summarily reject many valuable ideas. When you are down in the dumps, you are more likely to be concentrating on the problem instead of the solution. When you are emotionally up and riding high, your optimism. 258. And ambition are working overtime. Your imagination is in high gear and you are considerably more responsive to positive suggestions of your capability. You are solution conscious instead of problem conscious, so you are more responsive to good ideas, and you are far more likely to act on these new ideas. That's when you will raise your performance level considerably. Your attitude, enthusiasm, spirit of cooperation and value to your employer will pole vault upward. That, my friend, is when you get those raises and promotions. Sandy Bragner, one of the most dynamic and completely motivated people I know, reinforces this thought and makes an additional contribution. Sandy, who sells sales training and motivational programs to many individuals and major corporations, points out that a person can often read a book or listen to a tape series and derive so much benefit they move to a higher level of understanding and awareness. From this new level, the person who reads or listens again to the same material will hear or see things they completely missed the first time. This moves them to a still higher level of understanding and accomplishment. This is the reason any success-minded person should build his own success library for ready reference, which leads to constant growth. This should not be construed to mean you should not seek motivational help when you are down. I just want to make certain you understand that motivational books and recordings can serve as a stepping stone to get you out of the dumps, as a step ladder to get you off mediocrity row, or as an unencumbered escalator to help take you to the top. Initially, you might have to force yourself to read and listen on a daily basis, but after you have done it for a time, you'll discover three things: you'll enjoy it, you'll learn from it, and you'll begin to instinctively and subconsciously take action on what you are reading and learning. Again, those who feed themselves motivational material regularly are the ones who benefit the most. In the next 2 chapters, I go into considerable detail concerning both good and bad habits. I'm now discussing a good habit, and, as you'll see, it's necessary to force yourself to take action on this good habit. Force yourself to associate with the right people. Force yourself to follow the hand slapping, go. 259. Light routine. Force yourself to listen to the recordings. Do this for 21 days and the habit you grabbed will grab you. Only for those serious about success. Realistically, the early morning hand slapping bit is not something you will continue as a way of life. Initially, however, it generates instant enthusiasm and produces dramatic results which provide the encouragement you need the time you probably need it the most. It conditions and prepares your mind for an awakening experience which will give you a richer and more exciting way of life if you give it the full 21-day trial. Now let's take a look at the best way to continue to grow mentally, physically, and spiritually. After rising, with or without hand slapping, and before any negative thoughts or input enters your mind, no newspapers, radio, or TV, go to a quiet, success spot in your home for your first mental snack. Select an inspirational self-help book. I list 40 in this book, and read 10 to 15 minutes. Next, take a 15-minute walk or jog and make a mental note of the good things you observe. Then devote a few minutes to an exercise program prescribed by your doctor and designed to fill a time slot and not to challenge you to do X number of anything. While you are doing the exercises, listen to cassette recordings of an educational, motivational nature. Now, before you rush off with a full head and an empty stomach, eat a nourishing breakfast, so you will have the energy to use the good stuff you just fed your mind. Starting your day, every day, with the right kind of mental, spiritual, and physical breakfast will guarantee you a full and rewarding day and life. Yes, I am fully aware that I am asking you to get up early to do these things. Yes, I know you are already busy and pushed for time, and yes, I know it takes money for books and cassette recordings. However, the time will be returned in the form of greater energy, enthusiasm, and stamina, and possibly several extra years of life. The investment in books and tapes will bring greater earnings plus an infinitely richer and more rewarding life. Actually, I am suggesting that you invest time and money to make certain you enjoy the richer life on a permanent basis. 260. Chapter 4. Habits and Attitudes. First, you get the habit. When you choose a habit, you also choose the end result of that habit. Good habits are difficult to acquire, but easy to live with. Bad habits are easy to acquire, but difficult to live with. Almost without exception, bad habits come slowly and pleasantly, and, in most instances, the habit has you before you are aware you have it. As a rule, there's little or no pain involved, although we often find people who learn to smoke or drink or get hooked on drugs, despite the fact they suffered discomfort in the early stages of acquiring these habits. Let's look at smoking, which psychologist Murray Banks contends is a sure sign of an inferiority complex. You probably recall taking that first cigarette to be one of the gang. Your entire body rebelled and said, "No, no." However, you forced your body to accept the cigarette. You were determined to show your peer group you could be a big boy or girl and smoke like they did. Remember how proud you were the first time you flew a smoke ring and then blew a smoke ring through a smoke ring. How thrilled you were the first time you inhaled without choking. How sophisticated you felt when you learned to talk with smoke coming out of your mouth at the same time. And weren't you excited when you could, casually, do all of these things without revealing you were a newcomer to the coffin tack club? Wouldn't it be nice if you could put cigarettes away as easily as you picked them up? Incidentally, if you are even casually concerned about the effects of smoking, you will be pleased to know we have a clinic in Dallas which has tested over 27,000 people for 11 years on a new type cigarette which is half filter and half tobacco. There has not been a single case of cancer. Unfortunately, there have been an awful lot of hernias. Yes, Cindy, that's a joke. To show you the maturity, or lack of it, behind the thinking that goes with smoking, some authorities estimate that less than 261 5% of the smokers in America acquired the habit after age 22. This indicates that thinking, mature people who observe smokers for any length of time won't take up the habit. It's also significant that 21,000,000 adults and over 1 lakh doctors have quit smoking since the link was established between cigarette smoking and lung cancer. But let's return to the story of how you acquire the habit of smoking. Even though your body bravely, and in some cases strongly resisted smoking, you continued to force cigarettes upon your system. Your body then made some adjustments. In effect, it said, "Okay, I'll do it, but I won't like it." You then said, "That doesn't matter, you are going to do it anyway." Later on, your body made further concessions and said, "I don't know why I objected, actually, it's not that bad." Still later, your body adjusted until you actually enjoyed smoking. At that point you told your friends you smoked because you enjoyed it. After all, you assured them, a person needed to do some things he enjoyed. You even told them you could quit any time you wanted to because you had already quit a dozen times, so it wasn't really a habit. Finally, your body made its final adjustment when it acquired the total habit and demanded that cigarette. Then, the habit gets you. This is evidenced by the number of people who have nicotine fits, from the time they run out of cigarettes until they can buy, beg, borrow or steal another. I have seen an otherwise healthy 200-pound man reduced to a quivering mass by a craving for a cigarette that weighed less than 1/10th ounce. It almost makes me wish we were creatures of logic instead of creatures of emotion, doesn't it you? Yes, habits are funny things. What's funny, or rather tragic, is that bad habits are so predictable and avoidable. Despite this, there are people by the millions who insist on acquiring habits that are bad, expensive and create problems. In the case of tobacco, the user discovers the chains of habit are too weak to be felt until they are too strong to be broken. The habit they weren't going to get, got them. Morality or immorality are habits. Both are, caught, more. 262. Than taught. A completely moral person can become immoral in a gradual process that is almost completely predictable. The good boy or girl is accidentally or inadvertently exposed to a situation they abhor and find distasteful. At a party, banquet or social function, he might be drawn into a group that believes in free love, trial marriage, drug experimentation, wife swapping, drunkenness, etc. Although there is initial objection and complete disapproval of the actions, if some member of the group appeals in some way to this individual, look out. A relationship could be in the formative stage. If further contact is made, the natural turn of events will lead the person who was originally quite offended into more and more associations with the individuals they have met as well as others of the same persuasion. Birds of a feather do flock together. The mind is a marvelously flexible mechanism that can do a remarkable amount of adjusting and rationalizing. The sins, or immoral acts that were so abhorred originally, become less objectionable after a few additional exposures where tolerance is advocated as the most desirable virtue. Tolerance gradually changes to acceptance, particularly if a genuine attachment is formed with the individuals involved. Acceptance moves to one of tacit approval, which changes into approval and then involvement. Throughout the process, the rationalization procedure has been going full speed ahead. The same procedure pertains to pornography. The effect of pornography was hit hard by Professor Alexander M. Bickel of Yale University Law School. In commenting on the effect of pornography, he stated, "What it does produce is a moral atmosphere, and the moral atmosphere is the ultimate regulator of conduct. If something can be said, if it can be shown, if it is obviously permitted by society, then that society begins to think it is doable. One bite at a time." Eating too much is a habit, and for many people it has become so deeply ingrained they are unaware of the amount of food they consume. This might have been started by well-meaning but misinformed parents who thought that loving a child meant 263. Giving him whatever he wanted at the moment. My age group produced a number of fatties, because the parents of my generation had a hard struggle getting enough to eat, and food represented security. They also felt it was sinful to waste food. As a result, numerous parents admonished their children to clean the plate. This extra food on a regular basis resulted in a weight gain of a few ounces each week. Gain 1 ounce per day and you'll gain nearly 23 pounds for the year. An ounce isn't much, but 23 pounds is a lot. If you have a weight problem, you didn't acquire it by overeating yesterday, and you are not going to solve it by starving tomorrow. You added your excess weight one bite at a time until obesity became a fact. With rare exception, you simply ate too much too often. You'll solve the problem the way you created it, one bite at a time. For many, it's a slightly different problem. Some people are so taste and pleasure oriented, they often acquire destructive eating habits with a high concentration of starches and sweets. Combine this with a no exercise way of life, and weight piles on even faster than an ounce a day. If too much weight is a problem for you, let me urge you to turn back to chapter 4 in the segment on goals and review what you need to do to get rid of the weight. The wisest and the strongest fell. We're kidding ourselves if we think we won't be influenced by associating with the wrong crowd. Solomon, the wisest man who ever lived, married Philistine wives who worshipped idols. Guess what? It wasn't long before his mind and judgment were no match for the evil which surrounded him. He too began to worship idols. Samson was the strongest man who ever lived, but under constant sexual pressure from Delilah, he succumbed to her wishes and told the secret which reduced him to blindness and slavery. Proverbs 22:24-27 is crystal clear about what the wrong association does. So is the Apostle Paul, when he writes, "Be not deceived, bad companions corrupt good morals." 1 Cor. 15:33 ASV. The best example I can give is that of the accent in speech. I'm certain you have observed that when a southern boy or girl 264 moves north, in a matter of months, he or she will acquire an accent. If a northern boy or girl moves south in a matter of months, we will have him or her talking normally. You adjust to, are influenced by and become part of what you associate with. Recently, my 12-year-old son was asking for lunch money. I tried to sell him on the idea of skipping a high-carbohydrate lunch and eating a nutritious protein bar. He was pretty firm in his refusal, so I pointed out that I was doing what I was trying to get him to do. His reply pretty well said it all: "Yeah, Dad, but you are not around a bunch of kids eating hamburgers." That same peer group pressure plays a dramatic role in influencing youngsters on drugs, dress, sex, violence, etc. Not only do we acquire the characteristics of the people we associate with on a steady basis, but we also become immune and desensitized to the noise and odors of our environment. People who live in paper mill towns, or close to fertilizer plants, grow so accustomed to the odors they never notice them until someone else points them out. As a teenager during World War II, our house was just 10 miles from the oil field, and trains came by in an endless stream 24 hours a day. We grew so accustomed to the noise and the shaking of the house that we were completely unaware of their passing, unless one stopped. Then the silence woke us up. These examples emphasize that when you are around or with a negative, evil, or destructive situation or environment long enough, you will go from objection to tolerance, from tolerance to acceptance, and from acceptance to participation and even enjoyment. It makes no difference how little it was to start with, it will grow. My ambition: to be a heroin addict. Drugs, including alcohol, represent the greatest single threat our youth have ever faced. It has been my lot to be involved in the war on drugs these past few years. During my involvement, I have never talked with a drug addict who admitted he or she started out to become an addict. Nor have I ever talked to a youngster on pot who told me that pot was just his starting point for moving to the hard stuff. I have never had anyone lay out a schedule of how 265 he was going to move first to hashish, then to speed, and finally to Heroin. I have never had anyone ridicule pot as kid stuff, or just a phase he was going through. Never once have I had a youngster say he was ambitious to move from the soft stuff to the real kicker, like the cool cats. In every single case the kids stress they are too smart for that kind of stuff. They know what it will do to them, and they vow they will never get hooked. These are famous last words, because just as the dying flicker of a match can start a forest fire, the all-consuming craving for another fix, or one more drink, is generally started by the lighting of that first reef of marijuana, or taking that first drink many months earlier. Habit is a cable. We weave a thread of it each day until it becomes too strong to break. Then the strength of that habit cable takes us to the top, or ties us to the bottom, depending on whether it is a good habit or a bad one. Don't spend you. Most avid hockey fans recognize the name of Derek Sanderson, even though it has been several years since he played the game. He was a superstar player with incredible skills and physical talents combined with a charisma which enabled him to earn millions of dollars. Unfortunately, Derek got involved in drugs and fast living. He tipped automobiles and $100 bills. Soon his money and his skills were gone and he was sent back to the minor leagues. Later he retired at an age when he should have been at the peak of his game. During his brief stint in the minors, a reporter asked if he regretted spending his money. Derek candidly replied, "No, I don't regret spending any part of my money. But I do deeply regret spending a part of Derek Sanderson." It's tragic when anyone spends a portion of himself, but as I have said before and will say again, nobody starts out to become a drug addict or alcoholic. There are still many facts we don't have about drugs, and especially marijuana. However, as the evidence is gathered, it becomes more and more obvious that its use is fraught with peril. Evidence is solid that it affects judgment, multiplies the incidence of birth defects, reduces self-awareness and creates the illusion of greater insight and emotional maturity. Many times the users 266 thought they were getting smarter, but no one else did. Pot also diminishes sex drive, distorts distance and actually destroys cells, while creating apathy among habitual users. Occasionally, a youngster might be warned by a real friend who understands the risk involved in using marijuana, but the changes brought about by its use are so subtle the user sees no danger and detects no change. They believe that smoking pot is harmless. But as Neil Solomon, MD, points out, this belief is as widespread as it is wrong. It's true that pot is harmless by comparison with, say, heroin, but by the same logic, it's also alright to cut off your foot compared to slitting your throat. Many users go to great lengths to point that out. It's his life, and if it hurts anyone, it will be no one but him. Besides, it's fun and he is now accepted as one of the gang. Even if this were entirely true, it is still sad to watch young people cripple and sometimes destroy their lives. From a tragic personal experience, however, I can tell you that pot smokers, like drinkers, often hurt and destroy people other than themselves. An older brother and his wife lost their youngest son, who was an outstanding young man of 25 when he was hit by a car driven by a youngster high on pot who misjudged his speed and the distance involved. The grief of the parents and loved ones is indescribable, and the recurring guilt feelings of the boy responsible for the tragedy will undoubtedly have a sobering effect on anyone familiar with the family. I pray that those who contend that pot is harmless will never have to deal with just one grief-stricken member of an innocent victim's family. Many times the individual involved with pot grows bolder and indulges more frequently. Finally, he is hooked and progress ing on the road to the big H. That is the route most hardcore addicts take, according to the world's foremost authorities, the hardcore addicts themselves. Time to move UP. There's a funny thing about the use of marijuana. After a time, one member of the group suggests smoking pot is kid stuff. What they should do is try hashish, speed, or something with a bigger kick. They point out, if you think pot is fun, you should try I. They easily sell the idea, because the group is 267 already involved. Once they have justified the habit in their own minds, it's easy to move from that first step, and you can bet your last nickel the source of supply for pot will have access to the hard stuff. You can also bet if your friends or loved ones are involved, they weren't originally involved by a sinister, underworld character. They were sold by someone they knew and trusted. When a person gets involved in an illegal activity, he figures it will lessen his own guilt if he can persuade others to join him. With the exception of alcohol, marijuana is the most dangerous of all the drugs. Without exception, every hardcore addict I ever met told me he started on pot. My associates in the drug war make the same observation. Authorities are in near unanimous agreement that marijuana is not physically addictive. However, in Chairman Claude Pepper's congressional investigation of marijuana, he was confronted with an uneducated youngster who asked, if marijuana is not habit-forming, how come I can't quit? The committee never answered him. Psychologists say pot is not habit-forming physiologically, but it is psychologically. It's sad to play this word game with kids because it is tougher, much tougher, to shake a mental habit than a physical one. Arrested heroin addicts, there is no such thing as a former addict any more than there is a former alcoholic. Fight the mental addiction to heroin many years after all their physical needs have passed. Some never get over a craving for a fix. Unfortunately, it's pleasant. There is no hangover or physical discomfort that follows a marijuana high. Since the smoker had a good feeling, was relaxed and at peace, he can see no reason why not, and he is on the way down. The changes pot makes are so gradual the user is almost never aware of them. The changes are so slight you waste your breath mentioning them because the user couldn't and wouldn't believe you. The people who see him every day aren't even aware of the change. Generally speaking, it's the friend or relative who hasn't seen him for a few weeks who first notices the change. 268. Originally, when a youngster starts on this habit, the cost is small and can be managed out of the regular allowance. When users get into the drug scene on a more regular basis, however, more money is required. At that point, money starts disappear from the top of the dresser, mom's change purse or dad's wallet. As the habit grows, the need for money and the skill for acquiring it grows. Now the prospective addict starts taking more money and selling items from the house that are not likely to be missed. As the habit grows, the addict moves his petty thievery to the local stores. He sells these stolen items through a fence, at a price roughly 10 to 20% of the true market value. At this price, some ingenuity is required to support even a small habit. The deeper and more involved the habit becomes, the greater the thievery. The move into the hard drugs, involving the regular use of things like speed, LSD, heroin, cocaine, and others, increases the thievery at an alarming rate. The greater the habit, the greater the cost, until eventually the addict has to steal on virtually a full-time basis. Eventually this reaches the limit. Girls frequently turn to prostitution and the boys to procuring. The next step comes when involvement is so heavy the addict can't raise enough money to support it. At that point the nice boy or girl across the street, who started out just smoking pot, becomes a pusher. None of these point kids would have believed it was possible or that it could happen to them. Killed while on a trip. There are two things we need to understand about drugs. First, there is no way to predict what the addict will do while under the influence of drugs. Second, there is no way to predict what he will do to satisfy the craving once he has the habit. There are cases where addicts have done everything from selling their own sisters and wives into prostitution to killing their own relatives to acquire money to support the habit. One boy literally killed his friend and ate his heart while on an hallucinogenic trip. When an addict becomes a pusher, he is in a unique position. In most cases, he can't sell his product to established users, so he has to create a new market. The new pusher would literally 269 get his throat cut if he attempted to sell another pusher's customers, so he carves out his own territory. This creates a vicious cycle because the new pusher must get more people started on the same habit he himself took up so casually. Oh, what a price to pay just to be one of the gang. Just WHO is responsible. This way of life had led my generation to be hypocritical of the younger generation. We have said some pretty hard things about immoral, irresponsible kids and accused them of being the worst generation in history. There's a good chance we were right, but unfortunately we made the mistake of focusing on the problem while largely ignoring the cause of the problem. However, as I did my research for this book, it became increasingly evident that youthful behavior was often the result of following adult examples and falling victim to the temptations made possible by an older generation. By now you have a clear picture of what I believe, so I won't do any rehashing other than to remind you that, as ye sow, so also shall ye reap. Ideas and suggestions are planted by the television screen, which has surpassed both the home and the church as the greatest influence in America today. Theaters, radios, books, magazines, and the conduct of people in general. Obviously, most TV stations, newspapers, massage parlors, movie houses, drug import businesses, drinking and gambling establishments, etc., are not owned by teenagers. However, the victims are often youthful and the results are as devastating as the profit to the owners is enormous. Today, when I look at a younger generation in trouble, I am forced to admit that my peer group, my generation, stands guilty with the youth. This is not a cop-out of the premise that each individual who reaches the age of accountability must accept his responsibility to mankind and will stand in front of the judgment seat of Almighty God. I am simply acknowledging the responsibility my generation must accept because of what we did to promote these builders of destructive habits, or did not do through economic and legislative pressure to prevent their spread. The greatest of all mistakes is to do nothing because you think you can do only a little. 270. He didn't mean it. Profanity is another bad habit. It's disappointing to hear anyone use profanity of any kind, because we have no way of knowing where or when it's going to stop. I often hear people burst out in some colorful expressions. In many cases, an associate or subordinate will explain that John doesn't mean a thing by it, cursing, that's just the way he is. My problem is similar to yours. I can't tell when a person means something or when he doesn't. I consider it rude to interrupt such a person after every statement to inquire if it is part of what he means, or part of what he does not mean. I find it difficult to believe anyone has ever favorably influenced another for their mutual benefit by using profanity, but I know of many instances where sales were lost, friendships disrupted, opportunities missed, or courtships terminated because of it. Profanity is another of those bad habits which creeps in so gradually most are unaware they are acquiring it. Even rape is generally the end result of an escalating bad habit. According to Dorothy Hicks, MD, reporting on the results of studies done in Florida, most rapists started in the same way. Dr. Hicks points out that rape on the part of the habitual rapist is an act of violence and not an act of sex. At that moment, the rapist hates women and could care less about her age or appearance and often can't recall anything about her. She then points out that rapists start as peeping toms. Next they begin silently entering bedrooms where they watch women sleeping. They then move to non-violent rape, which progresses to violent rape. The habitual liar, the person who is chronically late, the promiscuous individual, the one who didn't hear the alarm and sleeps on, all got their start in the same manner. A slight concession initially, which led to more and bigger concessions until eventually these bad habits become a way of life. Slow and easy. All bad habits, trends, cancers, etc., start slowly, quietly, and apparently harmlessly. This is true on a personal, national, and international level. Initially, it seems so foolish to make an issue. 271. Out of such a little thing. No one knew this better than Nikita Khrushchev, the butcher of Budapest, who ruthlessly slew tens of millions. He clearly stated the communist position in the Congressional Record of the United States. We cannot expect the Americans to jump from capitalism to communism, but we can assist their elected leaders in giving Americans small doses of socialism until they suddenly awake to find they have communism. The small doses Khrushchev spoke of started during the Depression years when the relief programs got a foothold. It was during this period that Americans started electing their senators and congressmen because of their promises to vote more aid for their section of the country and not for their ability, integrity, and patriotism. When Americans started looking for a handout instead of a hand, we were laying the first foundation stones for a national policy built on fear and greed instead of strength and dignity. The first, small doses, in the bad habit of establishing a no-win policy took place when Truman stopped Patton and his tanks on the outskirts of Berlin, denying the Allies the victory Almighty God had given us over a godless enemy. This set the stage for the no-win policy that has dominated our national thinking ever since. He did it for our friend and ally, Joe Stalin, who rates second only to Mao Tse-tung in the number of millions slaughtered. Later, despite the eloquent pleas of Churchill, We refused to attack the soft underbelly of Europe and lost those countries to communism. The trend continued when we invited Russia to enter the war against an already defeated Japan and lost North Korea to communism as a result. Later, still on our giant surrender program, we listened to George Marshall when he assured us that Mao and his buddies were a bunch of harmless agrarian reformers. We withdrew our aid and abandoned our long-time friend and ally, Chiang Kai-shek, to the communist hordes and lost China to communism. By now it should have been obvious to every politician and voter in America that we were on a collision course with disaster, but we still had some lessons to learn. In communism we found a willing teacher. We had victory in our grasp in Korea, but liberal thinking and our no-win policy forced us into a stalemate which 272 exists today. Next came Cuba when, despite some alarming intelligence reports, we aided Fidel Castro in his takeover. More recently we have experienced the tragedy of our no-win policy in Vietnam. Most knowledgeable military men say we could have won that war quickly by shutting down the Ho Chi Minh Trail and closing Hafong Harbor in the early days. Let me also remind you that Khrushchev did say they were going to bury us and that the communists have broken every treaty signed with a Western nation when it was to their advantage to do so. Cambodia and South Vietnam have fallen to the communists despite the Paris ceasefire agreement signed by the United States and South Vietnam with North Vietnam and the Viet Congo. Communists are simply not bound by the same moral laws that govern us. They label themselves as the People's Party and Liberators, but surely you have noticed what happens in every instance when they liberate a country. Have you noticed a flood of refugees going from West Germany to East Germany, from Hong Kong to Red China, from Miami to Havana, or from Western Europe into Hungary and Russia? More recently, have you seen any refugees fleeing north to Hanoi to embrace their liberators? Two reasons you never see refugees running to their communist liberators are: historically they always lose their freedom and they want to eat, and no communist country on earth can feed itself. Again, all trends and habits, both personal and national, start weak and slow but ultimately get fast and strong. I'm convinced there is time to reverse the trend, but we must make our stand personally and as a nation now. If everyone starting with you keeps himself morally sound and strong, we have nothing to fear from an outside or inside foe. The is late. But it's not too late to reverse the trend. I'll have more to say about the solution to this problem as we close the book. Bad habits come slow and easy. I emphasized that every bad habit you have was acquired slowly and easily. The analogy on marijuana applies equally as well to drinking. There are still those parents who condemn 273 drugs but defend their own drinking. Many will say, how, where and why did our boy or our girl ever acquire such a habit? How could they turn to drugs when they have everything? The kids might ask you parents the same question. After all, alcohol is a drug too. Some parents, in self-righteous indignation, say, how could they do this to us? Let me emphasize one point. Many parents will start the day with a pep pill. Later, to settle their nerves, they take a tranquilizer. To curb their appetites, they take a diet pill. Before dinner they have a cocktail, and they finish the day with a nightcap. During the day they smoke a pack or two of cigarettes, and throw in a couple of aspirin, for good measure. Then, The parents indignantly say, "Where do the kids come up with the drug habit?" Many years ago, while driving with my mother from Columbia, South Carolina to Charleston, South Carolina, I asked about a former classmate of mine in my hometown of Yazoo City, Mississippi. My mother lowered her voice and whispered, "Why, son, he has turned into the worst kind of drinker." I half-jokingly asked, "Mother, what is the worst kind of drinker?" She explained to me that my classmate would buy a bottle and in the quietness of his home, take a drink. She stressed that he never denied his family anything, never became abusive and never got drunk. She stressed that his drinking did not affect his job, that he was a respected member of the community and had recently been elected to a political post. Somewhat startled, I facetiously asked, "Mother, is that really the worst kind of drinker?" She assured me in no uncertain terms it was, and her reasoning was simple. He set a good example of drinking and his children saw nothing wrong with Dad, who worked so hard to support them, relaxing and taking a drink. They identified drinking with a kind, considerate, devoted husband and father. As mother pointed out, no one wants to emulate the drunk. Had this man been inclined to abuse his family and deny them the necessities of life, the children would have been disgusted with drinking. Had he been an occupant of Skid Row or a sort who was inclined to roll in the gutter, no one would have wanted to be like him. Could this be the reason the liquor industry piously urges you to drink in moderation? To reinforce what my mother is saying, France has the 274 highest per capita wine consumption of any country in the world. They also have the highest rate of alcoholism of any country in the world. For fear you might think this is a coincidence, let me add that Chile has the second highest per capita consumption of wine and the second highest rate of alcoholism in the world. One more coincidence needs to be spotlighted. It's too early to obtain a definite figure, but there has been a dramatic increase in teenage alcoholism which coincides directly with the sudden splurge of TV advertising of sweet wines. The added tragedy is that these commercials, along with the ones on beer, concentrate on the major athletic events with their high percentage of youthful audiences. The hypocrisy is incredible. Athletics to build life and health, being sponsored by alcohol which destroys life and health. The drinking habit starts with the consumption of a small amount of alcohol in the wine. Over a period of time, the body increases its desires and tolerances for more of the alcohol, and the results have been disastrous. When I see parents giving a toddler a sip of their beer, I can't help but wonder if I'm observing the making of another alcoholic. It's bad enough when a person stumbles on his own into the alcoholic jungle. For a parent to lead a youngster into that jungle has to be one of the most despicable and/or foolish acts of our time. Obviously, it is a misguided act carried out in ignorance, but until we spread the truth to enough people, alcoholism will continue to grow. It is important that we continue to learn about alcoholism and take every conceivable action to restore alcoholics to productive lives. These steps, however, without education toward prevention, make as much sense as putting an ice cube on a thermometer after it registers your temperature at 103 degrees in the mistaken belief you are curing the fever. Surely, as a civilized nation, we can learn from the sad experience of France and Chile, as well as from the estimated 9,000,000 alcoholic Americans. Some authorities placed that figure closer to 25,000,000. As of this moment, liquor is the number one drug problem in America, and it's growing by leaps and bounds, particularly among the youth. In New York City, for example, a recent survey revealed that 12% of the pupils have a drinking problem and nearly 60% of the high school. 275 students in America get drunk at least once each month. The same survey recommended that prevention be initiated in the elementary grades. They are partially right. It should be reinforced in the elementary grades. It should be started by mother and dad by example and teaching while the children are still on mama's knee. Despite this fact, there are some parents who proudly state that their kids don't fool with dope, they only drink. They even boast that they are teaching the kids how to drink properly. Is this possible? Authorities now know that approximately 1 person in 16 who takes a social drink will become an alcoholic. To repeat myself, alcoholics, like other drug addicts, never start out to become alcoholics, but all bad habits start slowly and gradually, and before you know you have the habit has you. The Surgeon General of the United States requires that cigarette manufacturers place a mild warning on a pack of cigarettes, and well, he should. The mystery is why he doesn't. Demand a much stronger warning on every bottle containing alcohol. To compare the dangers of cigarette smoking with the dangers of drinking is like comparing the killing power of a pea shooter with a 50 caliber machine gun. If there is any doubt in your mind that alcohol is our biggest killer, let me point out that according to Time magazine, our 20-year involvement in Vietnam cost us approximately $141 billion and 56,000 dead. In the same 20 years, the drinking driver took approximately 500,000 people to a premature death and cost us nearly $500 billion. If the same people who demonstrated so violently against our involvement in Vietnam would demonstrate just half that much against our involvement in the liquor industry and its infinitely heavier toll in human suffering, they would render a real service to America. The Supreme Court of Public Opinion is still the highest law in the land. Question: why don't you put this book down, pick up your pen and write your senator and congressman a letter suggesting that he can become a national hero, and perhaps get your vote in the next election, by introducing legislation to properly identify what alcohol does? Our laws require that we 276 identify what's in the bottle, but it makes more sense to tell the public what the contents do. But they were so little. On the western slopes of the Rocky Mountains, a giant sequoia lies rotting. It was a growing sapling when Christ walked the shores of the Sea of Galilee. When Columbus discovered America, it was reaching maturity, and it looked down from lofty heights during the American Civil War. It withstood the ravages of fires, floods, storms, and droughts. It seemed destined to live many more centuries. Then, a few years ago, a tiny beetle started to burrow into its bark and lay the eggs that would produce other beetles. It seemed like an unequal battle at first, but the few beetles multiplied into hundreds, then into thousands, and finally into millions. First they attacked the bark, then they worked deeper and deeper into the trunk, and finally, they were eating at the very heart and strength of that magnificent forest giant. Then one day, after withstanding the elements for centuries, the rains came, the winds blew, the lightning flashed, and the giant Sequoia fell. Not because of the elements. It fell because of the weakening effect of those tiny beetles. Bad habits do the same to people. They slowly take a toll until the day comes when the man, like the tree, falls. Gone with the Wind was the first family movie to use a profane word, and did it ever get a reaction? As a 7th grader in a predominantly Southern Baptist environment, I shall never forget the reaction of the community. They were dumbstruck and horrified. The liberals scoffed and said it was ridiculous for us to worry. What harm could one little word do? The next year saw another word added to the acceptable list for the family theater, and we were on our way down. Over 10 years ago, Jack Parra was banned unmercifully because he referred to a water closet on his program. Then, as one TV writer expressed it, we started to grow up. Hardcore pornography began to move from adult bookstores to the magazine racks of the family drugstore. Other programs and discussions on TV used more and more blue material until it became an anything goes format for the viewer. 277. Today, you can view movies like Last Tango in Paris and Deep Throat in family theaters. You can tune in on talk shows and listen to the open endorsements of free love, trial marriage, homosexuality, etc. It all started with a tiny crack in the dike. The breakdown of morals for the individual begins with a slight concession. First one and then another. Promiscuity begins when a boy or girl surrenders that priceless virginity, and morality is thrown to the winds as the confused passion of the moment usurps the place of genuine love. Tragically, once the barrier has been lowered, it is much easier to lower it the second and subsequent times. Yes, bad habits start slowly and easily, and before you are aware you have the habit has you, and the results are disastrous. One thing we know, however, is that bad habits are the results of bad learning, and if it can be learned, it can be unlearned. Now that we have identified some of the bad habits, let's go to the next chapter and learn how to eliminate or unlearn those bad habits and acquire the good ones. Notes and ideas. 278. Chapter 5. Stop bad habits, start good habits. Avoiding the habit. Obviously, it's better to never acquire the habit of smoking, drinking, drugs, law breaking, promiscuity, cheating, cursing, fingernail biting, overeating, etc. Since concerned parents and responsible citizens all over America are vitally concerned about these matters, let's look at a few guidelines which should be helpful in avoiding the destructive habits. Sam Magletone, Curriculum Director at Bay City Independent School District, Bay City, Texas, makes the observation that if the philosophy of "see you at the top" were taught at the 5th and 6th grade level, it would eliminate the need for sex education, drug education, and career education. That's a pretty strong statement, but I may point out that Mr. Magletone speaks from personal experience as a parent whose daughter has studied the philosophy and as a school administrator where the course is being taught. He feels that the first step is to sell our youngsters on the advantages of keeping clear minds, healthy bodies, and sound morals, and thus head off the problems and eliminate destructive habits before they start. Naturally, I agree. The second step to avoiding bad habits, drugs in particular, according to Dr. Forrest Tennant of UCLA, is to spank the kids and take them to church. I am certain that many of the civil libertarians will scream it's archaic to lay your hands on the kids. Psychologists, however, generally agree that when a child understands he is going to be held responsible for his deeds, he is far more likely to be concerned with those deeds. Dr. Tennant did a comprehensive study of the drug problem among the GIs in Germany, where America had a drug problem second only to the one in Vietnam. He discovered there were only two things that served as a definite deterrent as far as the use of drugs was concerned. The first was to take the kids to church 50 or more times by the time they were 15 years old. The second was to 279. Regularly spank them moderately when the occasion demanded it. The Bible very clearly states that this is the procedure to follow if you love your child. Psychologist James Dobson strongly feels it is most destructive way to permit a child to go through life without the loving assurance expressed in discipline. Discipline assures the child he is worthwhile and that you love him enough to discipline him for conduct which is not in his own best interest. Step number 3 is to set an example. When I was a young father, my mother repeatedly said to me, "Son, your children more attention pay to what you do than what you say." Parents who are sincerely concerned about their children not drinking, smoking, using drugs, or living in an immoral way should set the proper example. Evidence is conclusive that if parents smoke and drink, the children are far more likely to follow that example. As I previously stated, some parents start the day with a pep pill, followed by a tranquilizer to steady their nerves. During the course of the day they might take a couple of aspirins, have a cocktail before dinner, and a nightcap before retiring. Along the way they smoke a couple of packs of cigarettes and then they express amazement when their kids get involved in drugs. They wonder out loud as to why, and how the kids, who had everything, could do such a thing. Step number 4 is fight false advertising. The tobacco and liquor industries are undoubtedly the best financed and the most imaginative in their advertising campaigns. The beer people sell their beer with some of the most persuasive commercials on television. They are particularly adept at using athletic figures to peddle their beer, knowing full well that youngsters identify with athletes. And after all, those guys sure made it big, and if they think it is alright and fun, then obviously it is. The liquor industry sells gracious living and the man of distinction approach while piously adjusting their halos and suggesting that you drink in moderation. The cigarette ads sell the idea of manhood and femininity, while emphasizing that you are a part of the in crowd and sophisticated if you smoke. This false advertising is so persuasive and repeated so many times that most kids decide to try smoking by the time they are 7 years old. As mentioned, 280. Earlier, thanks to the same advertising techniques, teenage alcoholism has dramatically increased the last 5 years. Truth in advertising. In my judgment, we should fight this false advertising with truth in a dramatic way. For example, have you ever looked at an old lady with a cigarette dangling between her lips until she has to remove it to cough a few times? Or have you seen an old man with nicotine-stained fingers put a cigarette to his mouth, forget about it, and watch the ashes drop off on his clothes? Think about this phrase: kissing a girl who has smoked a cigarette is like licking an ashtray. Now that you have thought about it, does smoking add to your sexuality and sophistication, or does it take away from it? Additionally, girls, There is irrefutable evidence that cigarette smoking causes your skin to be dry and wrinkled before your time. To add insult to injury, I believe we are safe in referring to lung cancer and heart disease as injury. Uncle Sam contributes millions of dollars to support the tobacco farmers with crop subsidies, then after spending millions of dollars proving that smoking causes cancer and heart disease, he spends hundreds of millions of dollars supporting the treatment of the cancer which he contributed to the cause of in the first place. So surely Uncle Sam, with enough pressure, would be willing to spend additional funds fighting the sale of the product which he encourages with the subsidy. Obviously I say this with tongue-in-cheek, but it is interesting to listen to someone explain why we should support the raising of tobacco, then restrict the advertising because it is injurious to health, then contribute to the cancer research and treatment to fight the cancer caused by smoking cigarettes, which our tax-supported dollars had already proved caused cancer. You might want to reread this paragraph. Let the kids see for themselves. Step number 5 in avoiding bad habits is to take your children on field trips and let them see the result of smoking, drinking, and drugs. I suggest you visit someone who has 281 emphysema or lung cancer caused by smoking and take your child with you. Give him an opportunity to talk with a person, preferably someone you know, who is afflicted with emphysema or lung cancer, and let him listen to their labored efforts at breathing. Admittedly, this is drastic, but remember the victim started with one cigarette. In all fairness to your youngster, this gives him the opportunity to see the other side which the cigarette ads leave out. There's not much glamour, sophistication, sexuality, taste, or relaxation in a cancer, as any victim who has bought the cigarette commercials will tell you. Strong, perhaps, but sometimes we need to let the kids know that in the case of bad habits you do pay the price. You can reinforce these field trips with casual inquiries among smokers in the presence of your youngsters. Ask the smokers if they would, knowing what they now know, start smoking again. The vast majority will emphatically state that they would not repeat the mistake. A couple of thoughts are most important. The decision to smoke, drink, use drugs, overeat, engage in premarital sex, etc., are emotional and not logical decisions. In most cases the youngers had an emotional need for acceptance which they felt these acts or habits would provide. That's the reason demonstrated love and open communication are so important between parent and child. That's also the reason I would urge you to embrace the philosophy of See You at the Top as well as the 2 books by Dr. James Dobson which I list at the beginning of segment 2. When your child, you, too, has accepted and approves of himself, healthy self-image, he does not require the acceptance and approval of others. Additionally, when our goals are well defined, we clearly understand that destructive habits greatly reduce our chances of reaching those goals, and we give considerably more thought to gambling with the future which we have carefully planned. If either you or your children are young and involved in social drinking, let me suggest you go to Skid Row, look in the gutters and remember what you see. Decide if you are willing to risk even 16-to-1 odds that it couldn't happen to you. It could. Next, go to a couple of AA meetings. You'll be shocked to see brilliant and talented people from all walks of life who thought it could. 282. Never happened to them. As you listen to their stories, you'll get a different look at the alcohol that appears to be as harmless, as sophisticated and being as much fun, as advertisements depict. As you listen to alcoholics tell their stories, remember, every single case started with one drink. Remember that over 25,000 people will be killed on our highways this year by drunks who originally started with only one drink. There's no distinction in that statistic, and there's no distinction in drinking. Let your youngsters ask the victim how many of them had planned on becoming alcoholics. I believe it would have a sobering impact. Any youngster who hears the scream of a drug addict fighting withdrawal symptoms, and hears a simple explanation of the birthplace of those screams, would have a large part of his curiosity satisfied. I believe taking our kids to the courtroom where the judge is sentencing an outstanding 14-year-old boy or girl to reform school because of thefts they committed to feed the drug or drinking habit or to receive a thrill while proving they weren't chicken would have a rather sobering effect. Admittedly, some of these steps are severe, but the future of someone you love could be at stake. That's serious. Breaking destructive habits. Let's now look at what you can do to eliminate a destructive habit, whether it is obesity, habitually being late, profanity, smoking, having a short temper, homosexuality, alcoholism, promiscuity, etc. The first and most important thing you must do is to decide that you want to eliminate the habit. That is a decision you and only you can make. Without this motivation on your part, no person or procedure will have any significant impact. If someone else talks you into it, the chances are strong you will perhaps start, but the effort will be short-lived. Remember, you generally don't reach someone else's goal. Many times you end up further behind than you would have been had you not attempted to quit a habit which you were not ready to give up. Weight loss and regain is a classic example. So first, and most important, decide you no longer are going to be a slave to any destructive habit. Decide you want to have control of your life, that you want to be free, that you want to do things with your life instead of having things done to your life. 288. Listen to the quitters. It's tougher, much tougher, to quit a bad habit, but unfortunately the results are fun and much more rewarding. Former smokers, alcoholics, fat folks, etc., unanimously, and in glowing terms, give me a tremendous number of details concerning the joy and excitement of shedding those pounds, giving up the weed, and getting off a bottle. The ex-smoker talks about the exciting taste of food, the clean smell of the air, clothes, furniture, etc. They talk about a newfound self-respect and satisfaction from whipping a habit that would have taken from 2 to 10 years of their lives, and a lot of living out of their lives. According to a June 1, 1977 Associate Press story, the Royal College of Physicians, in cooperation with all of Britain's medical colleges, conducted a study which revealed that each cigarette cuts 5 minutes from a smoker's lifespan, that roughly 1 in 3 smokers die because of smoking, and roughly 50 million working days are lost in Britain each year through illness caused by smoking. They also found that a smoker who quits gains immediate benefits, and in 10 to 15 years the extra risk of dying early disappears. Incidentally, a 5 minute loss of life per cigarette translates into 28 days per year of smoking if you smoke just 1 pack per day. As you decide that you are going to seek the richer life, listen to the ex-smokers explain why they are exuberant with the realization that they will be here those extra years, and that they are using their money for worthwhile rather than destructive purposes. If you are obese, I urge you to go to several of the Weight Watchers or Overeaters Anonymous meetings and listen to people who have lost from 50 to 350 pounds. Listen to them talk of the struggles they had, but of the rewards that are now theirs. Listen to the sheer joy of being able to buy a suit or dress off the rack at a reasonable price. Listen to them talk about a newfound romance in their life and the thrill of being able to tie their shoes without grunting and walk up a flight of stairs instead of having to wait for the elevator. Listen to them talk about the accolades that are pinned on them for their new svelte figure rather than the ridicule, laughter, and contempt that was often heaped upon them, and by the unspoken words that were often on the minds of 284. Their associates. Listen to those quitters who quit eating so much, and it will help you quit eating too much. The arrested alcoholics talk about all their new friends and how they got their old ones back. They, frequently with tears in their eyes, tell of regained families, the resumption of long interrupted careers, new self-respect, new social life, and a feeling of tremendous accomplishments from paying their own way, and then some. You win by being a quitter. Interestingly enough, many of these people quit their bad habits in exactly the same way they acquired them, by association with the right people with positive goals in life. This has long been known in the case of alcoholics through Alcoholics Anonymous, and more recently compulsive gamblers through Gamblers Anonymous, and for the obese person, Weight Watchers, TOPS, Take Off Pounds Sensibly, and others. The reasons these organizations work when everything else has failed are numerous. The alcoholic, compulsive gambler, or the obese person is suddenly thrust into a group of people who are succeeding in whipping the problem that has been whipping them. They are with and around concerned, caring people who know the bitterness of defeat and the sweetness of victory. Countless stories of, "I did it and so can you," give the victims of these habits the confidence and the support he or she needs. Surrounded by the optimism, enthusiasm, and encouragement of a right-thinking environment, the results are dramatic. Again, and even again, will I say that your associates do influence your habits, and you don't pay a price for success, health, happiness, etc. You enjoy a prize. Two other factors with considerable impact are involved in the case of AA. First of all, the alcoholic is brought to the complete realization that there is absolutely nothing that he or she can do about their alcoholism themselves. They are helpless, and it is not because they do not want to quit drinking. No sane person would want to be an alcoholic and bring about the suffering to themselves and their families. When the alcoholic admits that he must have the help of a higher power than he is on 285. His way to solving the problem. They identify God by saying, "God as you understand him." Since I am not bound by any of the restrictions they are bound by, I simply say God, period. I refer you back to Isaiah 40:31 and remind you that in that verse to renew means to change or exchange. It's true you can't, but God can. It is stressed that the alcoholic's only hope is a power source greater than their own. John 15:5-7 is quite clear on this dot. Until the alcoholic reaches that conclusion, his chance of arresting the disease is remote. Ditto for the hardcore drug addict. Nor does AA and its members permit the alcoholic to get hung up on a lot of cop-outs. My mother was scared by a runaway horse before I was born, I was rejected by my classmates, my mother took me off the potty too soon, etc. Alcoholics are forced to admit they are alcoholics because they drink too much booze, period. Psychologically, when an individual is brought face to face with the fact that regardless of the excuse he used to start a destructive habit, he is the only one who is going to suffer the consequences. When he understands and accepts full responsibility for his behavior, a giant step has been taken to break that habit. Many times the individual can be brought face to face with the reality that his reason for starting a habit no longer exists. For example, he might have started smoking, cursing, gambling, drinking, using drugs, etc. because of insecurity and the need to be accepted by his peer group. With this realization and the building of that healthy self-image, the individual is freed of the reason for these destructive habits and his chances of quitting are enhanced. An active youngster, perhaps an athlete, burns an enormous amount of energy and needs a large amount of food. However, when the physical activity declines, the need for much of the food no longer exists, but the habit of eating the larger amount has been established. Complete awareness of his current needs and best interests are very helpful in converting the habit of filling former needs with the advantages of dealing with the current problem to solve present needs. Step number 3 is substitute. There is really no such thing as eliminating a habit. You simply substitute a good one for a bad one. The alcoholic substitutes optimistic, dedicated, caring. 286. Friends in a positive atmosphere of hope and encouragement for the booze, bars, boredom, bums, and bellyaches that are frequently the alcoholic's constant mental and physical companions. Psychologically, it's important to have a new activity or habit to fill the void when you start eliminating any bad habit or habits. When the alcoholic sees the result of stopping the bad habit of drinking and the changes taking place in the lives of the other alcoholics as well as their own, they set new goals of their own, and for the first time they see the reaching. Since bad habits are in your mind, the physical need or desire for tobacco, alcohol and drugs is comparatively short. I refer you back to chapter 3 of this segment. Keep your mind busy as you fill it with good, clean, inspirational, confidence-building, you can do it, messages from the printed page and the spoken word. You cannot concentrate on two things at the same time. By occupying the mind positively, you are substituting the craving for a bad habit, by building your character with desire for long-lasting success and happiness. In other words, don't be unwise in your habits, but rather aspire to maturity and wisdom and keep your mind well and emotions focused on positive ideas. Breaking the smoking habit can even be simple. I didn't say easy, according to my good friend Bill Schmelzer, MD, who offers this suggestion for breaking the smoking habit. In the spot you now have your cigarettes, place a pocket-sized New Testament. When the urge to smoke, or far more likely, the habit-formed movement of automatically reaching for your cigarettes, hits you, you will reach for your cigarettes, but you will fill your hands with God's life-saving word instead of shortening your life expectancy. As you reach for the testament, simply pray, Lord, help me. Then read two passages of scripture, John 15, 5-7 and Philippians 4:13. By taking these steps, you will be fulfilling the muscular habit while at the same time substituting the physical habit of smoking for the habit of drinking from God's life-saving word. After a few days this will become automatic and one more bad habit will bite the dust. This will add years to your life. Now turn to Ephesians 2, 8-9. and learn how to really extend your lifespan, like forever. Not only will this get the smoke out of your eyes now, but more importantly, it will help keep the heat off you later. 287. I already knew that. To eliminate or whip the bad habit, I also urge you to regularly review the self-image segment so you will be constantly reminded that you are a deserving person. You also deserve the rewards that go with whipping the bad habit. Get back in the segment on goals. Learn to see the reaching. Visualize yourself as free of that destructive habit. See yourself as winning, and you will take a giant step toward winning. As I have said, the best way to stop a bad habit is to never start it. If you don't smoke that first cigarette, take that first drink, tell the first little white lie, have that harmless cup of coffee at lunch or after work with that nice man or woman at the office, smoke that first joint, read that pornographic or homosexual literature the first time, play bingo or buy a lottery ticket, or cheat in school that first time, then we would have no problems with any of the final habits that result from those initial actions. If you have any devastating habits, then you neither need nor want me or anyone else telling you, you shouldn't have started those habits. What you do want to know is how to stop them. Again, the best, simplest and surest way is to ask God for help. Evangelist David Wilkerson, author of The Cross and the Switchblade, reports that their organization uses no crutches, no medication of any kind in their dealing with hardcore drug addicts. They use only the healing grace of Jesus Christ, and they are successful in over 80% of the cases. I have visited with numbers of the residents at DARE, Drug Addicts Rehabilitation Enterprises, in Albuquerque, New Mexico. They ranged in scope from petty thieves and prostitutes to counterfeiters and murderers. About the only thing they have in common is an addiction to drugs and a desire to be free of the habit. At DARE, the only cure they use are biblical principles. If the addict stays on campus 48 hours, the recovery rate is over 85%. In most instances, the addict suffers none of the familiar withdrawal pains or symptoms, and they use no drugs or medication of any kind. By contrast, the federal government operated the most modern facility in the country in Lexington, Kentucky, with the latest technological methods and medicines. The facility cost $288 million to build, and the per patient cost ran into thousands of dollars. However, less than 2% of the addicts were helped to permanently kick their habit. The results were so disappointing the facility was closed. As a practical matter, let me ask you a question. If you were faced with a serious operation and only 2 surgeons were available, which one would you choose? One assures you that 2% of his patients recover, and the other one points out that over 80% of his patients recover. We both know which one you would choose, don't we? Drug addiction and alcoholism are bigger than the individual, so it takes something bigger than the individual to whip these self-induced diseases. Grab good habits. In Chapter 2 of this segment, I described in considerable detail the procedure for getting up in the morning. In my judgment, this is a good habit. I emphasized that when you start a procedure like my getting up routine, it's going to be tough in some ways. It is a habit you will have to force yourself to grab. Then you'll need to hold on to it for all you are worth. After a few days, an interesting thing will begin to happen. It will get easier and even become fun. Do it for 21 days and you'll have a good habit. the results will be so great that you'll start living in a different world. You'll become a happy, more motivated, excited and enthusiastic person. Take a careful look at any good habit and try to acquire it. You'll get much more out of life if you do. In segment 4 of See You at the Top, I have described goal setting in minute detail. I point out that when I started my exercise program of running, it was a tremendously tough habit to acquire. I literally had to force myself to run that first day, and the second, and the third. However, as the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, it became easier and easier to get out and run. It became easier because I started experiencing the joy of accomplishment. Now, I'm unhappy when circumstances beyond my control make it difficult and sometimes impossible for me to run. The habit of running and exercising, like all good habits, was tough to acquire. However, when we acquire the tough habits, they become fun habits, especially. 289. When we remember that doing the tough things today will prepare us for the big things tomorrow. You owe it to you. Saving money is another good habit. Initially, you have to force yourself to pay yourself before you start paying your other bills. But, let me suggest that, regardless of what your income might be, your first responsibility is to save a portion of every dollar you earn for you and your future. The excitement of saving grows with every dollar you add to your account. Soon this good habit is ingrained and becomes a part of you. It is permanently ingrained in you when, as the Chinese say, your children, dollars, have children and then those children have children. Yes, saving money is a good habit, but initially you must grab it and hold on for dear life. Early in the game, there will be many times, would you believe, with every paycheck, when you will be tempted not to pay yourself this time because, let me state this with all the persuasiveness at my disposal, regardless of how good the reason for not saving might be, it's not as good as the reason for firmly establishing the habit of saving. Many years ago, my first employer, in Yazoo City, Mississippi, pointed out that if I could live on a certain number of dollars per week, I wouldn't starve on 10% fewer dollars each week. Obviously, he was right. He was also right when he stated that the ability to save money was a strong indication of character and that if you didn't save something on your current income, you wouldn't save anything on your future income. One thing all success philosophers agree on is the absolute necessity of saving money regularly if you expect Dame Fortune to smile on you. The money itself can be critical when business opportunities or reverses enter your life. The benefits you derive from disciplining yourself to forego the pleasures of the moment to accomplish your objective are even more important. Courtesy, happiness and enthusiasm are all good habits. You can literally force yourself to be courteous, happy and enthusiastic with every person you meet. After you have forced yourself to be so for a short period of time, the habit takes over. 290. Smiling is a habit. Occasionally someone will say they dislike an insincere smile. Personally, I'd rather see an insincere smile than a sincere grouch, wouldn't you? Fortunately, once you have smiled a few smiles of any kind and have gotten into the habit, the smiles will cease to be insincere. Remember what William James said about singing? The same thing is true about smiling. We don't smile because we're happy because we smile. Another significant reason you should smile is people react to you according to the way you act towards them. Smile at them and they'll smile back at you. Scowl at them and they'll scowl in return. As you discover the benefits of smiling, you'll have acquired a good habit. In the process, that smile of yours will become quite natural because it will be an outward expression of an inner feeling. As a fringe benefit, you will also discover that a smile is one little curve that sets a lot of things straight. Being optimistic, attentive to your wife or husband, or attending church are also good habits. One exciting fact about a good habit is, every good habit has a friend and companion. Acquire any good habit and you get an automatic bonus in the form of an additional, good, habit. Example, saving money increases your security, which gives you added confidence, making it easy to be relaxed and friendly. Initially, you might have to work at all of these good habits, but their effect on you and the people you are around will be so dramatic that soon you'll no longer have to work on them. Those good habits will be working for you, and that's the stuff of which success and happiness are made. Yes, habits will either make or break us. Good habits are hard to acquire but easy to live with. Bad habits are easy to acquire but hard to live with. In reality, as in all the good things in life, it boils down to the choices we make. We can choose to be happy, healthy, pleasant, courteous, successful, etc. We make the choice when we choose our habits. After we make the habits, they make us. It has truly been said that we build our character from the bricks of habit we pile up day by day. Each one might seem like a little thing, but before we're aware of it, we have shaped the house in which we live. Someone observed that success and happiness are not destinations, they are the entire trip. Life is exciting, and this 291 trip to the top will get even more exciting to you with each step. It's universally true that the closer we get to the objective, the more likely we are to smell the finish line and increase our tempo. I hope and believe that you are feeling much of this excitement as you look at the stairway to the top and see yourself on step number 4. So here we are at step number 4, and those glass doors on the executive suites of tomorrow, with all the rewards they hold for us, are getting closer and closer. I'm proud of you and how far you have come. I'm even prouder of the fact that you are continuing your climb to the top. Let me remind you, however, keep using the trigger pages as I urge you to commit yourself more and more to excellence. Now, I think it's time to display a little exuberance. So, on the stairway to the top page, with the little man representing you, why don't you write, "Whoopee," in big bold letters? Oh, go on, it's your book. Notes and ideas. 292. Tomorrow. It's your attitude and not your aptitude that determines your altitude. 293. Bonus chapter. The subconscious mind. The dream employee. Suppose, just suppose, you were an employer with a workforce of 1. What kind of employee would you want? If you were given the choice of ordering this employee out of a catalog, what characteristics would you like for him or her to have? Would you like for him to be completely dependable, totally honest, always on the job, completely willing to follow instructions, extremely brilliant and capable, very pleasant and agreeable, and more than willing to work for room and board on a lifetime contract? Sounds like the ideal employee, doesn't it? If you had such an employee, how would you treat him? The answer to that question is terribly important because this ideal Employee's performance is entirely dependent on his treatment. If you are courteous and thoughtful, he will work long and hard. If you are rude and inconsiderate, he grows stubborn and rebellious. Brag on him, tell him how bright he is, and he will perform brilliantly. Call him lazy, stupid, or irresponsible, and he will rebel and get so upset he would foul up a two-car parade. Tell him you love and respect him, and he will stay up all night solving your problems. Fuss at him and tell him you don't love him, and he becomes so frustrated he can't give you the time of day. Considering everything, if such a prospective employee showed up at your door looking for a job, would you hire him? Silly question, isn't it? After you hired him, how would you treat him? We both know the answer to that one, don't we? Oh, I almost forgot. This dream employee is easily influenced by the people around him. If he is around negative, garbage dump thinkers, he too will become a negative, garbage dump thinker, and he won't be much fun, nor will he be very productive. Surround him with a bunch of positive thinkers, positive talkers, and positive doers, and it's positively amazing how much he can produce, and how pleasant he is to be around. 294. I'll bet you just decided to carefully surround this dream employee of yours with positive people and a positive environment. I'll bet you plan to be extremely nice, pleasant, and make it a point to carefully notice all the good things he does, so you can brag on him, so he'll do even more. There's no doubt that you would think, work, plan, and maybe even scheme a little bit to get maximum production. You have everything to gain and absolutely nothing to lose by being super nice to this super employee. You'd play that one smart, wouldn't you? The answer to that last question is probably yes, and I'm certain you would plan to do exactly that. However, the chances are enormous that you would probably abuse and misuse this dream employee. I say this because based on the misery and poverty that exists in millions of lives, most people do abuse and misuse this fantastic employee or servant, which is your subconscious mind. This incredible employee or servant will perform exactly like the dream employee I described. Honestly, now how have you been treating this prized employee, your subconscious mind, who will do exactly as commanded regardless of whether the instruction is positive or negative? It will bring you what you want, or what you don't want, according to the instructions you give it. Let's take a look into this subconscious mind of ours, see what happens as we use it, and learn more about how to regularly and deliberately make it a better, more productive employee or servant. I'll set the stage by using some examples and analogies selected at random from 3 different areas to give you a fast peek at the strength and versatility of this fantastic servant. The subconscious mind. Charles Dennis Jones, a husky black man, was actually about 6 feet tall, but those who saw the incident I'm about to describe say he was a giant. A truck had run off the road and crashed into a tree with enormous impact. The engine was forced back into the cab and the driver's body was twisted under the roof. His feet were caught between the clutch and brake pedals. The doors were crushed and bent out of shape. Wreckers were called and a 295. Supreme effort was made to open the cab and free the driver. However, the wreckage was such that despite the best efforts of skilled men, the doors refused to budge. To make matters worse, a fire had started in the cab. Concern turned to panic because it was obvious that before the fire engines could arrive, the driver would be burned to death. Despite the fact that the power of the wreckers had been unable to open the door, Charles Dennis once decided to see what he could do. Bracing himself against the door, he started to pull. Slowly, grudgingly, the door began to give way. The force of Jones' effort was so great that the muscles in his arm expanded until they literally burst the sleeves of his shirt. Finally, the door was open. Jones reached inside and barehandedly bent the brake and clutch pedals out of the way. He freed the man's legs, snuffed out the fire with his hands and crawled inside the cab with the badly injured driver. Bracing himself in a crouching position, with his feet on the floor and his back against the top of the cab, he lifted the roof by his enormous strength. This freed the driver, and spectators were able to pull him to safety. Then Charles Dennis Jones quietly and quickly disappeared. Later, when he was found, someone asked him why and how he was able to accomplish such a Herculean feat. His reply was a very simple one. He merely said, "I hate fire." He had a reason. A few months earlier he had been forced to stand by and watch helplessly while his small daughter burned to death. On another occasion, a 37-year-old woman lifted a car weighing over 3,600 pounds, enabling her small son to be pulled to safety. She did that without thought or hesitation. She had a reason. Surely you have experienced an occasion when you have been driving down the street, not thinking about anything in particular. Then, suddenly, a thought comes to you and you exclaim, "That's it. That's the answer. Boy, oh boy, why didn't one think of it before?" You have just gotten the answer to a problem that you have been wrestling with for days, and you are so excited you can scarcely contain yourself. Interestingly enough, Charles Dennis Jones, the 37-year-old woman, and you were all doing the same thing. You were using the knowledge, strength and power of your subconscious mind. 296. For years, man has dreamed of unlocking the enormous potential of his subconscious mind so it could be put to work on a regular basis. Through the centuries, man has been able to use this enormous power only occasionally and accidentally. Until recently, little has been known about this mysterious force or intellect we call the subconscious mind. Let's explore it from a layman's point of view and see how it works and how it relates to the conscious mind. Then, I'll give you some steps that will enable you to unlock much of this enormous power within you. The conscious mind is the calculating, thinking, reasoning portion of your mind. It has the capacity to accept or reject whatever it is presented. Generally speaking, whatever you learn is learned consciously. However, if you are going to do anything well, you must move it from the conscious to the subconscious. The subconscious mind has a perfect memory. Everything you have ever seen, heard, smelled, tasted, touched or even thought about has become a permanent part of the subconscious mind. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, the subconscious mind is awake and responsive. It accepts, without question, what it is told and doesn't analyze or reject any information. It accepts a command or instruction and fills orders just as surely as a typewriter will type the key that is punched. The subconscious mind has both unlimited power potential and storage capacity for all the information we feed into it. What about hypnosis and the subconscious? Hypnosis, which deals primarily with the subconscious mind, is a mystery to most people. It's either accepted or rejected according to the extent of the information or misinformation people have about it. but most people don't really understand it. Actually, we hypnotize ourselves from one interest to another all through our lives. It is indeed unfortunate that most people hypnotize themselves into getting the things they don't want instead of into getting the things they do want. The objective of a hypnotist is to help you to relax, concentrate and use your own subconscious mind. Hypnosis is not a game you play with a friend or someone who 297 has taken a mail order course in it. It isn't necessarily true that you won't do anything dishonest or immoral under hypnosis. That is one reason you should be very careful and permit only a highly trained professional to hypnotize you. It's a fairly simple process to hypnotize someone, but it's not quite so simple to bring that person out of a hypnotic trance. If an untrained or unskilled amateur hypnotist should panic while you are under, the results could be quite serious. The power of post-hypnotic suggestion is well known. An amateur hypnotist who promises to cure or solve your weight, smoking, drinking, sex, etc. problems might do exactly that and leave you with some other problems that could be even more serious. Simply stated, hypnosis, when properly used by an expert, is good. In the hands of an amateur it could be dangerous. For example, some dentists use hypnosis quite successfully. Doctors also use it for minor surgery. Hypnosis definitely has a place, but not in the game room and not by the amateur. Hypnosis for strength and confidence. A college student was given a newspaper with 3 paragraphs encircled which he was instructed to memorize. He concentrated on the assignment until he felt he knew it. He quoted the 3 paragraphs almost verbatim, missing only 1 or 2 words. The psychologist then asked how much of the rest of the paper he had memorized. The student smiled and said, "I didn't memorize anything else, because I was concentrating on the 3 paragraphs." The psychologist hypnotized the young man and an amazing thing happened. Not only did he quote the 3 paragraphs, he also quoted much of the rest of the page. The information picked up from the newspaper was fed directly into the subconscious mind, which has a perfect memory. This should not be too surprising if your vision is normal, because you can see objects on the right and left as well as directly in front of you. If this were not true, you would be a menace to society and to yourself while driving, walking or riding a bicycle. As we stated earlier, most people hypnotize themselves into negative images and into getting the things they don't want. 298. Fortunately, you aren't. Most people, and with the aid of this information, combined with the books and cassette recordings available on the market today, you will be able to hypnotize yourself into things that are good, clean, positive and powerful. In short, you will hypnotize yourself into using the strength, talent and information you already have. This will enable you to get what you want. Like everything else, it will require considerable effort on your part, but I repeat what I said earlier. The reward for accomplishment is so great you will truly accept my contention that you don't pay the price, you enjoy the price. The clean desk. There probably isn't a person who will read these pages who hasn't gone into a business office and seen a desk buried with work. It is covered with everything from yesterday's newspaper and today's emergencies to last year's tax returns and next month's budget projections. You and the owner of the desk both make the same comment: you can always tell a busy man. You can also tell something about the earned income of the person behind the desk. Almost, without exception, if the desk is piled high and cluttered, we have a person who has an earned income of less than $20,000 a year. Some notable exceptions would be authors, salesmen, sales managers and entrepreneurs, who do their thinking and planning away from their desk. Now, a clean desk does not necessarily mean a big income, but the overwhelming majority of the people who earn in excess of $50,000 a year will have a clean desk. Here is why. Many times you have been at your cluttered desk with several things to do. You are busy on one project when, for no apparent reason, you pick up another project and start working on it. Your vision had picked up the other paper and you inadvertently reached for it. Instead of focusing your full powers on the problem at hand, you dissipate your concentration into several areas. You are dealing with a dozen different problems and not really concentrating on any of them. Now, hypnosis is really your capacity to center or concentrate on a specific subject. So, you take everything off the desk and get 299. It out of sight. Since it's impossible to do more than one thing at a time, place your project on the desk, one at a time. 3 things will immediately happen. First, the instant the desk is clean, you feel better psychologically. Second, not only will you be able to do a better job, but you'll be able to work considerably faster. Third, you'll be able to find what you need, when you need it, which means a tremendous savings in time for you. When you leave a clean desk in the evening, you leave a completed day's work. Psychologically you feel you have accomplished something, you finished a project instead of feeling you left a project. There is a difference. When you start the next day you feel you have a fresh start instead of going back to the same old thing. When you finish and file your work instead of picking it up and putting it down and picking it up and putting it down again, you can turn out more and better work. The sense of relief of staying caught up is fun. To know you are doing more and being more is also fun. It has a built-in positive reward. Warning. Since the subconscious mind without question accepts what we feed it, and has a perfect memory, many things can be detrimental to us when we leave our minds open to everything. For example, some of the music being played on radio stations today advocates the use of drugs, free love, trial marriages and doing your own thing, regardless of how it might affect others. When this kind of garbage is dumped with a rhythm beat into an open mind, the results can be disastrous. The Manson case is a tragic example. Charles Manson's motivation for the sadistic murders of Sharon Tate and other innocent people was planted in his mind by the message in a Beatle recording. This is one of the major reasons no one should go to sleep with the radio playing. You can't sleep as well, and you literally leave your mind open as a catch-all for every wild idea that is broadcast. This could account, in part, for some of the unpredictable behavior of some people, and explains why some open minds should be closed for repairs. Much of what I'm saying about hypnosis, sleeping with the radio on, etc., is just common sense. Common sense tells us it isn't wise to turn our minds over to anyone other than a trained 300 and trusted professional who guides us in psychological counseling or personal growth. Use the subconscious. Since the subconscious mind never sleeps, we have extra learning and motivation time while our conscious minds are asleep. Let me give you a simple, personal experience that illustrates this use of the subconscious mind. One of our daughters had a bedwetting problem which concerned us, so we were thrilled to learn about sleep teaching and the subconscious mind. We decided to try an experiment. After she fell asleep, either her mother or I would kneel by her side and say, "You are a pretty little girl and we love you very much. Everybody loves you because you are so pleasant, cheerful and happy. We love you because you only sleep in a warm, dry bed. You always sleep in a warm, dry bed. If you should need to use the bathroom, you'll wake up in plenty of time." We were careful to never say, "Don't wet the bed." You must not give a negative instruction in such a situation. Always talk in terms of the positive. We reinforced this during the day when our daughter was in listening range. We would casually say how pleased and happy we were that she was getting to be such a big girl, how proud we were of her, etc. This was positive reinforcement to the conscious mind for the positive instruction she was taking directly into the subconscious mind. Results were dramatic. In just 10 days she stopped wetting the bed and only had 1 or 2 accidents the rest of her childhood. The steps are easy. The deliberate use of the subconscious mind is an exciting possibility for you, and the benefits are almost unlimited. There are 6 steps or prerequisites necessary to deliberately use the subconscious mind on a daily basis. First, you should know that everything you have till ever seen, heard, smelled, tasted, touched, or thought about has become a permanent part of you. It's in the computer, stored and waiting for you to use. This computer of yours can take isolated facts acquired over a period of many years, 301, and tie them together in a marvelous manner. You can have solutions to problems and answers to questions that will astound you, especially the first few times it happens. Second, you should know that the subconscious mind responds to stimuli, not pressure. You can't demand an answer by a specific time. That won't work. You can stimulate the subconscious into further activity by listening to recorded educational and motivational material. The more forcefully and enthusiastically the new material is injected into the mind, the more usable it is. Best of all, the more new material you add, the more usable the information you already have will become. Third, you should remember you can fool or mislead the subconscious mind. If you put the wrong thoughts or information in, the subconscious mind will respond. That's why it's so important to be careful about the books you select and read, the company you keep, as well as the TV programs and movies you watch. If you put negative stuff in, you'll get a negative feedback. Computer people call it GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. That's one of the major reasons I object to much of the TV programming. When we see a hero or heroine in difficulty, we tend to identify with them. We often acquire the same problems we observe day after day, just as others do. Did you know, for example, that nearly 2/3 of the medical students acquire the symptoms of the disease they are studying? This is called identification in psychology. Fourth, don't take your problems to bed with you, is erroneous advice because that's the place to solve many of your problems. Here is how. When you lie down at night, relax and get perfectly still. Then relive the happy experiences of the day and put all disagreeable experiences aside. As you lie there, be still and know that it's this quietness that produces power. For those of us who have the extra benefit of believing in Almighty God, we can redirect this step and simply say, "Lord, I know you have the answer, So I'm going to turn the question over to you. Now that it's in your hands, I'll patiently await your solution. That's called faith, and it's your reaction to God's ability. During such a quiet moment at Valley Forge, George Washington found the strength to lead this country to freedom. During another quiet moment at Gethsemane, Christ found the strength for his awful. 302. Audio. As you lie there, listen and reflect on all of the blessings that are yours. A quiet confidence will come over you as you listen for words and seek strength that will enable you to succeed and be happy in the game of life. This procedure will enable you to go into your deepest level of sleep. Your security is almost total. Negativisms don't exist, so your creative or subconscious mind is free to do its thing. And as Dr. Schuller says, this tranquility produces creativity. Fifth, expect positive benefits and positive answers to any questions you might have. Remember, good things happen to people who expect good things. After you inject the good, powerful thoughts into your subconscious mind, give it these instructions. I know you have the answer to the question, and I know you are going to give it to me when you want me to have it, so I'll wait patiently with complete confidence. Sixth, you should have a pen and pad, or better yet, a cassette recorder at your bedside. Many times your subconscious mind will work so swiftly and effectively that you will wake up in the middle of the night with a fabulous idea or a solution to a problem. Regardless of how wide awake you might be when the idea or solution comes to you, odds are you won't remember it the next day. By recording the thought or idea, you assure yourself of returning to a deep and restful sleep, because you know when you awaken, the idea or solution will be instantly available to you. For this reason, it is imperative that you have a pen and pad or cassette recorder next to your bedside for immediate use. After all, you woke up for a reason. Don't blow it by trying to get 5 more minutes of sleep. Incidentally, if you experience any difficulty going back to sleep, you should quietly and confidently close your eyes and say, "Thank you, thank you, thank you for health, wealth, happiness and peace." Then repeat over and over, "Health, wealth, happiness and peace." As you follow these steps, you'll be amazed at how fast you get answers to questions. Just as significant is the fact that as you get results, your confidence will grow. This will give you more results, which gives more confidence ad infinitum. 303. Segment 6. Work. Purpose. I. To sell the idea. There ain't no free lunch. 2. To clarify the difference between paying a price and enjoying a price. 3. To introduce you to a new attitude as it relates to your job or profession. 4. To explain why you must put something in life before you can get anything out. Additional reading material: Bob Richards' The Heart of a Champion, Glass, Kinder and Ward, Positive Power for Successful Salesmen, Alex Osborne, Applied Imagination. 304. Chapter 1. Workers are winners. Free lunch. Many years ago, a wise old king called his wise men together and gave them a commission. "I want you to compile for me the wisdom of the ages. Put it in book form so we might leave it to posterity." The wise men left their king and worked for a long period of time. They finally returned with 12 volumes and proudly proclaimed that this truly was the wisdom of the ages. The king looked at the 12 volumes and said, "Gentlemen, I am certain this is the wisdom of the ages and contains the knowledge we should leave to mankind. However, it is so long, I fear the people won't read it. Condense it. Again, the wise men worked long and hard before they returned with only one volume. The king, however, knew that it was still too lengthy, so he commanded them to further condense their work. The wise men reduced the volume to a chapter, then to a page, next to a paragraph, and finally to a sentence. When the wise old king saw the sentence, he was absolutely elated. "Gentlemen," he said, "this is truly the wisdom of the ages, and as soon as all men everywhere learn this truth, then most of our problems will be solved." The sentence simply said, "There ain't no free lunch, and there ain't." It's ironic, or is it hypocritical, that responsible people agree with the "no free lunch" and "you can't get something for nothing" philosophy, but often vote for legalized gambling, horse racing, dog racing, and state lotteries. No wonder the young people are confused about what mother and dad really do believe. A wise man observed that the success family has work as the father and integrity as the mother. If you can get along with the parents, you won't have any trouble with the rest of the family. 306. Work is the foundation of all business, the source of all prosperity, and the parent of genius. Work can do more to advance youth than his own parents, be they ever so wealthy. It is represented in the humblest savings and has laid the foundation of every fortune. It is the salt that gives life its savor, but it must be loved before it can bestow its greatest blessing and achieve its greatest ends. When loved, work makes life sweet, purposeful, and fruitful. Anonymous. The concrete mind. Let me urge you to keep an open mind as we explore the importance of work. As you probably know, some people's minds are like concrete, all mixed up and permanently set. Yet we know the mind is like a parachute, functional only when it is open. We also know you can send a message 24,000 miles around the world in less than a second, but it often takes years to penetrate that last tilde-inch of skull surrounding the mind. Many times I have seen people sincerely motivated and enthused about a philosophy that promises them more in the ball game of life. They listen attentively to the beauty, happiness, joys and benefits that go with having the right mental attitude, a healthy self-image, setting goals, and all the positive aspects of the philosophy. Unfortunately, many times the practical application of the philosophy goes in one ear and out the other. I would like to stress the fact that the most practical, beautiful, workable philosophy in the world won't work if you won't. A wise man expressed it well: education covers a lot of ground, but it won't cultivate any of it. Unfortunately, too many people quit looking for work as soon as they find a job. They are like this old boy down home. When asked how long he had been working for his company, his reply was a classic: "Ever since they threatened to fire me." Someone asked an employer how many people he had working for him, and he said, "About half of them." Isn't it amazing the number of 306 people who show up for work and then avoid it like the plague? Work, almost a cure-all. The wise old king hit the nail on the head. When men learn that if they want to occupy their places in the sun, they'll have to expect some blisters, much will have been accomplished. Work is the price we enjoy to travel the highways of success. We can best guard against losing our shirts by keeping our sleeves rolled up. Many people believe success is dependent upon the glands, and they are right if they are referring to sweat glands. America was built by people who worked and pulled on the oars, not by those who rested on the oars. It doesn't matter how smooth and easy the going might be, there are some who will lag behind. By the same token, no matter how tough the going might be, there are those who will forge ahead. To quote E. Aldi, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. The chairman of the board of one of America's major rubber companies stated that work should be fun. Will Rogers made the observation that, in order to succeed, you must know what you are doing, like what you are doing, and believe in what you are doing. According to H. M. Greenberg's psychological evaluation of over 180,000 people, nearly 80% reluctantly go to work every day. They simply don't like what they do. That is tragic. It's a small wonder we have second-rate performances and often third-rate merchandise. I'm often astonished at the number of people who respond to questions about their work in a completely negative vein. Ask someone how he is doing and he will probably say, "Considering it's Monday, I don't guess it's too bad," or "Fine since it's Friday." It's an unfortunate fact that nearly 80% of the timepieces are used to tell people when to quit work. Small wonder that more workers are known as eager leavers than eager beavers. Recently, while speaking in Las Vegas, I was told on good authority that one of the casinos is large enough to enclose 2 full-size football fields. Hundreds of devices exist in this mammoth room to separate a patron from his money. In this casino, as in all the other gambling establishments in Las Vegas, you can't find a single clock. No, not one. The retail on is obvious. People gamble for 307. A variety of reasons, but it's safe to say they enjoy gambling. They become so engrossed in gambling they are totally oblivious to time. Obviously, the owners of the casinos don't want clocks to remind the gamblers of time. As a result, many people gamble for hours. In some cases, they gamble until they have lost everything they have or until they literally go to sleep at the tables. I'm convinced that if gamblers became that engrossed in their careers, they could acquire the material goods and satisfy their psychological needs which they never can satisfy at the gambling table. Work is an attitude. When I entered the business world, I often heard speakers elaborate on the enormous sacrifices involved in climbing to the top. Later, after I became a speaker, I frequently repeated these sentiments. However, as the years passed, I realized that most of the men and women who were moving to the top were not paying a price. They worked hard because they truly enjoyed their careers and the work involved. The top people in any field get involved in what they are doing, become engrossed, dig in, and their success comes because they love what they are doing. They choose to spend those hours at their work. They have a job, but more importantly, the job has them. In short, they have a tremendous attitude which often changes a job from drudgery to pure joy. That is one reason I have emphasized the importance of having the right mental attitude. Several years ago, when I was on a speaking tour of Australia, I met a young man named John Nevin who had that right mental attitude about what he was doing. He was in love with life, his family, and with his job. He not only had a job, selling the World Book Encyclopedia, but the job had him, which meant that his progress was fast and inevitable. He moved from a part-timer, his regular job was delivering milk, just 14 years ago to managing director of field enterprises for Australia. Recently John became the second non-American to be elected to the board of Field Enterprises, USA, He is financially secure and grateful for the fact that he is living and working in a country that believes in the free enterprise system. 308. This little story Charles Getz tells in Guideposts emphasizes the attitude of enjoying the prize. In old age, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, the great French painter, suffered from arthritis, which twisted and cramped his hand. Henri Matisse, his artist friend, watched sadly while Renoir, grasping a brush with only his fingertips, continued to paint, even though each movement caused stabbing pain. One day, Matisse asked Renoir why he persisted in painting at the expense of such torture. Renoir replied, "The pain passes, but the beauty remains." This way, to a raise. In your present situation or job, when you show up for work on time, give an honest day's effort, are loyal to your employer, and accept an agreed upon sum of money for your work, you and your employer are exactly even. You are doing enough to keep your job, unless there is a recession, but not enough to get the raise your employer would like to give you. My observation is that your employer is almost always anxious to pay you more money, but he runs a business, not a charitable institution. In order for him to pay you more, you must make yourself more valuable to him. You do this with extra effort, extra loyalty, extra enthusiasm, extra hours, and by assuming extra responsibilities. In a nutshell, you go the extra mile, which is one stretch of highway where there are never any traffic jams. These steps guarantee your job in hard times and earn you raises and promotions in good times. Your present employer will probably be the one to give you the raise, but the law is clear, as ye sow, so also shall ye reap. So if you don't get the raise on your present job, you will get it from somewhere else. As a youngster in the grocery store, I did a lot of running to the other stores to borrow and return items. My opposite number in the store across the street was a boy named Charles Scott. Charles hustled like nobody I have ever seen. He never walked while on an errand for his boss. One day I asked Mr. 309 Anderson, my boss, why Charles Scott was always in such a hurry. Mr. Anderson explained that Charles was working for a raise which he was certain to get, because if his present employer didn't give it to him, he, Mr. Anderson, would. Like the man said while talking to an employee seeking a raise, I give you the raise you seek. It is to become effective when you do. That loud amen you just heard came from Lou Scott, Vice President of Management Recruiters International, who has over 300 offices nationally and is the largest executive placement organization in the country. Their experiences show that over 95% of the people their offices place, excluding trainees on their first job, come to them employed. They also found that the above average worker who goes the extra mile and does more than he is paid to do has tremendous job security. To quote Lowe, the good ones just ain't laid off. Yes, it's the extras that produce dramatic results. We seldom, if ever, hear of the person who makes it big only by doing what he is paid to do. The reason is competition. Virtually everyone is willing to show up for 40 hours. Beyond that point, however, most aren't interested, so competition drops tremendously. As a practical matter, it's fairly easy to win a race or a promotion when competition either quits or quits trying. I'll concede that perhaps I feel the way I do about work because I was raised during the Depression. As a small boy, I saw grown men leave home day after day seeking any kind of work, doing anything, requiring only that it be honest. Their joy was so total when they found a job, it made quite an impression on me. I consider work a privilege because it gives us more than a living, it is preparation for life, as this story indicates. A farmer had several boys and he worked them extremely hard around the farm. One day, one of the neighbors pointed out that it wasn't necessary to work the boys that hard to raise a crop. The farmer, quietly but firmly responded, "I'm not just raising crops, I'm raising boys. Surrender a little, lose a lot." I love the story of the old man in the Smoky Mountains. A number of years ago, some hogs escaped in remote area of the 310 mountains. Over a period of several generations, these hogs became wilder and wilder, until they were a menace to anyone who crossed their paths. A number of skilled hunters tried to locate and kill them, but the hogs were able to elude the efforts of the best hunters in the area. One day an old man, leading a small donkey pulling a cart, came into the village closest to the habitat of these wild hogs. The cart was loaded with lumber and grain. The local citizens were curious about where the man was going and what he was going to do. He told them he had come to catch them wild hogs. They scoffed, because no one believed the old man could accomplish what the local hunters were unable to do. But 2 months later, the old man returned to the village and told the citizens the hogs were trapped in a pen near the top of the mountain. Then he explained how he caught them. "First thing I done was find the spot where the hogs came to eat. Then I baited me a trap by putting a little grain right in the middle of the clearing. Them hogs was scared of at first, but curiosity finally got to him and the old boar that led them started sniffing around. When he took the first bite, the others joined in, and I knew right then I had him. Next day I put some more grain out there and laid one plank a few feet away. That plank kind of spooked him for a while, but that free lunch was a powerful appeal, so it wasn't long for they were back eating. Them hogs didn't know it, but they was mine already. All I had to do was add a couple of boards each day by the grain they wanted until I had everything I needed for my trap. Then I dug a hole and put up my first corner post. Every time I added something they would stay away a spell, but finally they would come back to get something for nothing. When the pen was built and the trap door was ready, the habit of getting what they wanted without working for it drove him right into the pen, and I sprung the trap. It was real easy after I got him coming for the free lunch. The story is true and its point quite simple. When you make an animal dependent upon man for his food, you take away his resourcefulness and he is in trouble. The same is true of man. If you want to create a cripple, just give a man a pair of crutches for a few months, or give him a free lunch, long enough for him to get in the habit of getting something for nothing. 311. Start me, and I'll go. There are 3 things that are hard to do. One is to climb a fence that is leaning toward you. Another is to kiss a girl who is leaning away from you. The third is to help someone who doesn't really want to be helped. Now, I have to be honest and admit to you that I have never tried to climb the fence. You might need to think on that one for a moment. Many times I have had people say, if someone would give me a stake so I would get current, one time, pay all my bills and have $1,000 in the bank, I could go the rest of the way on my own. The unfortunate thing is, many people believe this, and they wait for someone to come along and give them that start. I advocate helping people, but as I indicated in an earlier chapter, I believe if you give a man a fish, you feed him for a day, but if you teach him how to fish, you feed him for life. I believe in giving, fishing, lessons. Just helping someone get current and giving him a cash reserve is generally the wrong way to help. Invariably the individual takes the bonanza and spends it either to catch up or to get something he has been wanting but couldn't get. This simply continues and even reinforces the habit of spending which put him behind the financial 8 ball to start with. Once you get the habit, whether it's a good one or a bad one, the habit gets you. For example, several years ago during the 60s, there were a number of gigantic quiz shows. Many of you will recall that on these shows the winnings were $75,000, $100,000 and more. 7 years later a survey was conducted among the big winners on the shows. Interestingly enough, there wasn't a single person who had won $75,000 or more who had any more money than he had before he won that large sum of money. Each winner apparently took a bonanza and spent it instead of investing the money in blue chip securities or placing it at interest, which would have meant permanent raise in living standards. More recently, the huge winners on the state lotteries of as much as $1 million have had an overwhelmingly negative result. Lives have been disrupted, families upended, careers wrecked, old friends lost, and attitudes and images have been severely damaged. Free lunches do not put you on easy street. More often, you lose more than you win. 312. Work week or week work. The tragic story of the American Indian will emphasize what happens when someone else takes care of you. Around the turn of the century, the US government made a long series of treaties with the Indian tribes, particularly in the western portion of the country. The treaties involved many things, but the prime requirement was for the Indians to lay down their arms, go to reservations, and let the government take care of them. Today, all you need to do is to visit a reservation and observe the plight of the Indian to see what happens when man is forced to turn his self-respect over to someone else. When you give a man a doll, you deny him his dignity, and when you deny him his dignity, you rob him of his destiny. I recognize that Washington is passing out a lot of apparently free lunches today, but those lunches are on consignment. Sooner or later you and I, as well as the people who receive them, will pay full price with interest. We hear talk about changing the work week. Nowadays, many people feel we should only work 30 hours instead of 40 per week. They prefer a 4-day week to a 5-day one. I believe more would be accomplished if we concentrated on changing the week work and let the work week alone. Fewer people are bent from hard work, crooked from avoiding it. Actually, life is like a grindstone. The stuff you are made of will determine whether it grinds you down or polishes you up. Work for your life. In my talks with companies and individuals around the country, I frequently ask people what they would put at the top of their list of desires for the tomorrows of their lives. One thing frequently mentioned is security. When I discuss the dignity of work and the security it affords, there is an example that intrigues, but doesn't surprise me. It pertains to what's happened in Sweden the last few years. The Swedish government assures every individual that he will be taken care of from birth to death, despite the fact that the Bible clearly teaches that those 313 who don't work shouldn't eat. Many Swedes believe the government owes them a living, that it should take care of them. To a large degree it does exactly that. When a citizen goes to the doctor, dentist, or hospital, there are no bills to pay, the government pays them. When a baby is born, the government pays the bills and contributes to the support of mother and child. If the income is not adequate to maintain a minimum standard of living, the government steps in and makes the difference. To the casual observer, it would appear the Swedes should be the happiest people in existence, because of such a magnificent arrangement. They have got it made, or have they? In addition to having one of the highest tax structures of any Western nation, Sweden also has the fastest growing rate of juvenile delinquency. It boasts the fastest growing drug problem, the highest rate of divorce and the greatest decline in church attendance. All this adds up to problems now and still more problems in the future. This data tells us a considerable amount about the young and the middle-aged, but what about the old folks in Sweden? This land of security has the highest rate of suicide among the retired of any Western nation. It's obvious that there's a vast difference between building your own security and retirement as opposed to having someone else take care of you. Yes, real security is truly an inside job. It can't be given or provided, it must be earned. Security is accurately spelled out by using each letter as the first letter of another word. S, security, E, earned, C, fully, U, surely, R, results, I, N, T, leisure filled, Y, years. Get busy, and do your best. In America, leisure time has increased tremendously during the 3 decades since World War II. In this same time period, social problems and maladies have also increased. Frustrations, nervous breakdowns, broken marriages, alcoholism, drug problems and crime rates are directly related to too much time with nothing to do. Combine this with the permissiveness that has permeated our culture and the attitude of doing just enough to get by, and the problems are multiplied. Workers often lose pride in their workmanship and their performance begins to go down. When performance goes down, 314. Shoddy merchandise is produced, and shoddy merchandise doesn't find a ready market because American consumers demand quality. They turn to foreign imports and the American producer is caught in the squeeze by lowered sales volume. As a nation, we must resell the idea of performance and honest effort for an honest day's pay. Surely the world owes us a living, but we have to work for it. We have to reverse the philosophy of doing little and collecting much, or we'll be caught in the pinch of pricing ourselves out of quality products and services. The only plan that is going to work over the long haul is an internal change in our philosophy. We must produce the quality merchandise people demand, at the right price, or the American consumer will turn more and more to imported products. Fortunately, we can do this. We say this without any mental reservation, because the American worker, under controlled tests, has consistently outproduced his Japanese or European counterpart on project after project. Better quality, better price. When we do as much as we can, American know-how and productivity is still the best in the world. Unfortunately, our recent efforts have not been the best. A 1974 survey of the 12 most highly industrialized nations in the world revealed that the American worker actually rated 11th in production. The net result is lower quality and higher price, which means more foreign imports. Honest effort, not higher tariffs, is the solution to this problem. We don't pay a price for best effort, we enjoy it. This Warner and Swasey ad says it quite well. Order O the White Jacket. At the annual homecoming of William and Mary College in Virginia, you might see a famous governor, or a college president, or any number of prominent business and professional people, proudly wearing a white jacket. The jackets signify that these men earned all or most of their way through college, waiting on tables. They weren't ashamed of menial labor, they didn't hold out for the job they liked, they didn't ask for government help, they waited on tables, and it helped them earn the education they have since put to such splendid use. The Order of the White Jacket has a roster of which any group 315 in the land could well be proud. Perhaps there ought to be a chapter on every college campus in America. That last amen came from the author's corner. The dictionary indicates that security is freedom from risk or danger, to be free from doubt or fear, not anxious or unsure, etc. Personally, I think General Douglas MacArthur had a better definition. He said, security is the ability to produce. I agree. The person who gains his own self-respect and self-confidence by producing for his own needs is infinitely more secure than the one who leaves the solution to his problems or needs in the hands of someone else. As I have said earlier, work gives us more than our living, it gives us our life. A man or woman is seldom really happy unless he or she is sustaining himself and making a contribution to others. First, get started. Employers agree that an employed person is far more likely to get a better job than the unemployed one. This is especially true if the unemployed person has been out of work very long. Employment is the first rung on the ladder, and it's the toughest one to reach. If you have what it takes to get a job, it's easy to move up after you move in. One major problem that most people have is they place too many qualifications on a job. They seek the perfect job or employer without recognizing they might not be perfect employees. Many have been overly sold on the fact that a job should offer fulfillment, vacations, sick leave and retirement. For the successful, already employed individual who seeks a change, those factors are all obtainable in a job. For the unsuccessful and the unemployed, they might be overly ambitious objectives to seek at the starting point. Remember, gravediggers are about the only people who start on top, and they always end up in the hole. You get to the top of any business by getting started, and a sense of urgency about getting started is necessary. Once you have started, it isn't so hard to keep going. If a job is difficult or unpleasant, do it immediately. The longer you wait, the more. 316. Difficult and frightening it will become. It's something like standing on the high board of the swimming pool for the first time. As you try to decide whether or not you are going to dive in, the longer you wait, the less chance you have of making the dive. Notes and ideas. 317. Chapter 2. Be ready. Patience, persistence and perspiration. It's impossible to discuss work without weaving attitude into the subject. Thomas Edison is a classic example of how attitude relates to work. While being questioned by a young reporter about an invention he had been working on for a long time, he revealed one of the secrets of his greatness. The young reporter asked, "Mr. Edison, how does it feel to have failed 10,000 times in your present venture?" Edison replied, "Young man, since you are just getting started in life, I will give you a thought that should benefit you in the future. I have not failed anything 10,000 times. I have successfully found 10,000 ways that will not work." Edison estimated that he actually performed over 14,000 experiments in the process of inventing and perfecting the incandescent light. He successfully found a lot of ways that wouldn't work, but he kept at it until he found one way that would. He proved that the only difference between the big shot and the little shot is the big shot is simply a little shot who kept shooting. You only fail by giving up. You aren't licked until you quit. To put it another way, when you put a little hump in, you change a chump to a champ. Let's consider some other examples. Jerry West, one of basketball's all-time greats, was so bad as a youngster the neighborhood kids wouldn't let him play recreational basketball with them. Work and practice made the difference in his career. Words like persistence, dedication, extra effort, and the blood, sweat and tears Churchill so eloquently described as he aroused England for her finest hour might not sound glamorous, but they work, and are prime ingredients in the recipe for greatness. Realistically, these words describe the only characteristics that 318 will overcome certain obstacles. Demosthenes, the famous Greek orator, had such a speech impediment that he was shy and retiring. His father left him an estate that made him a wealthy man, but according to Greek law he had to establish his right to ownership in public debate before he could claim his estate. His impediment, combined with shyness, rendered him helpless and he lost his estate. Then, he went to work and by sheer dogged effort scaled oratorical heights never before reached by mortal man. History neglected to record the man's name who took his inheritance, but school children around the world have learned the story of Demosthenes for centuries. It's true, regardless of how many times you are down, you are not whipped if you get up one more time then you are knocked down. Don't let failure make you a coward. When you know in your own mind that you have given something your very best effort and you didn't succeed, don't quit. Simply start another project. A close friend involved me in a business transaction involving a gadget which didn't sell. Fortunately, I got out before the roof caved in. My friend, however, lost several $1,000s. When it was all over, he philosophically stated, "You know, Zig, I hate to lose the money, but the thing that really concerns me is the fear that this will make me overly cautious and a financial coward regarding other business opportunities. If that happens, then my loss will be multiplied many times over." How true, how true. One young man didn't let this happen to him. He was involved in an oil venture and ran out of money, so he sold his interest to his partners who stuck with it. After much time and effort, they got their break and hit a gusher. The company later became Cities Service, and we know it today as Citgo. The young man who withdrew later got involved in the clothing business and fared even worse than he had in the oil business. As a matter of fact, he went broke. Still, he wasn't discouraged. Later on he got into politics. Historians are already saying kind things about Harry S. Truman, the two-time failure who kept getting back up until he became President of the United States. 319. Failure has been correctly identified as the line of least persistence, whereas success is often a question of simply sticking to the job and working and believing while you are sticking. If your particular job is harder than you might wish, just remember you can't sharpen a razor on a piece of velvet and you can't sharpen a man by spoon-feeding him. Success occurs when opportunity meets preparation. Many times it is just over the hill or around the corner. Sometimes it takes that extra push to climb that hill or round that curve. The wit was right when he said, "If you have enough push you don't have to worry about pull." President Calvin Coolidge wrote, "Nothing in the world can take the place of persistence. Talent will not. Nothing is more common than unsuccessful men with talent. Genius will not. Unrewarded genius is almost a proverb. Education will not. The world is full of educated derelicts. Persistence, determination, and hard work makes the difference. Persistence overcomes resistance." As you continue your journey to the top, you must remember that each rung of the ladder was placed there for the purpose of holding your foot just long enough to step higher. It wasn't put there for you to rest on. We all get tired and discouraged, but as heavyweight champion James J. Corbett frequently said, "You become the champion by fighting one more round. When things are tough, you fight one more round." William James pointed out that not only do we have the second wind, but we have the third, fourth, fifth, sixth and even the seventh wind. There is an enormous amount of reserve inside each individual, but it's worthless unless you know it's there and persist in using it. W.R.I.D. famous cellist Pablo Casals, long after he had achieved international recognition as an artist, still practiced 6 hours every day. Someone asked him why the continued effort. His reply was simply, "I think I'm making progress." The opportunity for greatness doesn't knock, it's inside every one of us. However, We must work to get it out. We're often told to strike while the iron is hot, which is good advice. Better advice, however, is to make the iron hot by striking. Yes, persistence and 320. Effort are vitally important. Any sales manager will tell you that every no brings you that much closer to a yes. It's not just a cliche, that it's often the darkest just before the dawn. When you work and develop your skills and talents, your day will come. I might also point out that if your day never came, you would still be the big winner. Inside you will be the knowledge that you are doing your best with what you have. With this approach to life, and the desire and determination to stick to it, the odds are greater that you are going to make it and make it big. Vince Lombardi, the legendary coaching genius who was the only man to ever coach 3 consecutive World Championship football teams, once said, "I have never known a man worth his salt who, in the long run, deep down in his heart, did not appreciate the grind and the discipline." There is something in good men that truly yearns for and needs discipline. No lazy person. Throughout this segment, I have been talking about work and selling you on the idea. Therefore, it might surprise you now when I say there's no such thing as a lazy person. He is either sick or uninspired. If a person is sick, he should go to his doctor. If he is uninspired, there are several things he should do. He should read and reread this book, listen to motivational speakers, and associate with inspirational people. Bob Richards, former Olympic champion and one of the truly great speakers in America, makes a strong case for inspiration by association. He points out that the Olympics repeatedly produce record-breaking performances from the athletes because they are caught up in an atmosphere of greatness. When a young man or woman sees other athletes from all over the world beating their former best efforts time after time, each one is inspired to beat his best. Mankind at his best is capable of some awesome accomplishments, and Richards points out that the association with champions brings out championship performances. At the risk of oversimplification, I believe many lazy people have an image-attitude problem. They are reluctant to give their job or profession a total effort, feeling that if they give their all, 321, and don't make it, they'll be failures. They rationalize that if they give a half-hearted effort and don't make it, they have a built-in excuse. In their own minds, they don't feel like failure because they did not really try. They often shrug their shoulders and say, "It doesn't make any difference to me." It's the same way with many workers. Many times the unwillingness to work stems from other and deeper problems. With this in mind, let me urge you to take another look at yourself. If, at this point, you are harboring any feelings of a poor image attitude, go back to the second segment and dig in until you have gotten your self-image where it belongs. Notes and ideas. 322. 1. Start with a total effort. 3. Persistence with perspiration before production. 2. Prime the pump, put you in whatever you do. 4. Returns so many rewards after you do your part. 323. Chapter 3. Priming, pumping and producing. Priming the pump. One of the props I use in my talks around the country is an old-fashioned chrome-plated water pump. I personally love the story of the pump, because to me it represents the story of America, the story of the free enterprise system, and the story of life. For your benefit, I hope you have had the opportunity of using one of these old-fashioned water pumps on at least one occasion. That experience will help you to appreciate the significance of this series of thoughts. Several years ago, 2 friends of mine, Bernard Haygood and Jimmy Glenn, were driving in the South Alabama foothills on a hot August day. They were thirsty, so Bernard pulled behind an old abandoned farmhouse with a water pump in the yard. He hopped out of the car, ran over to the pump, grabbed the handle and started pumping. After a moment or two of pumping, Bernard pointed to an old bucket and suggested to Jimmy that he get the bucket and dip some water out of a nearby stream in order to prime the pump. As all pumpers know, you must put a little water in the top of the pump to prime the pump and get the flow of water started. In the game of life, before you can get anything out, you must put something in. Unfortunately, there are many people who stand in front of the stove of life and say, "Stove, give me some heat and then I'll put some wood in you." Many times the secretary comes to the boss and says, "Give me a raise and then I'll start doing better work and being more conscientious." Often the salesman goes to the boss and says, "Make me the sales manager and I'll really show you what I can do. It's true I haven't done much until now, but I need to be in charge in order to do my best work. So just make me the boss and then watch me go." Many times the student says to the teacher, "If I take a bad grade home for this semester, my folks will really lay 324 it on me. So teacher, if you will just give me a good grade this quarter, I promise I'll study real hard next quarter." My experience has been that it doesn't work that way. If it did, I could easily imagine a farmer praying, "Lord, if you will just give me a crop this year, I promise to plant the seed and work hard next year." What they are really saying is, "Reward me and then I'll produce." But life doesn't work that way. You must first put something into life before you can expect to get anything out of it. Now, if you'll just transfer this knowledge to the rest of your life, you can solve many of your problems. The farmer must plant his seed in the spring or summer before he reaps the harvest in the fall. He also puts in lots of work before the crop reaches the harvest stage. The student puts in hundreds of hours of work before he acquires the knowledge and the graduation certificate. The secretary of today, who is the office manager of tomorrow, puts a considerable amount of extra into her job. The athlete of today, who becomes a champion of tomorrow, puts in a great deal of himself in the form of sweat and effort before he reaps the champion's reward. The junior executive of today, who becomes the corporate president of tomorrow, is that individual who puts himself into the job. The salesman today, who becomes the sales manager of tomorrow, is the person who understands the principle of priming the pump. When you put something in, the law of compensation says you'll get something out. Don't stop now. Well, let's get back to my friends in Alabama. South Alabama is hot in August, and after a few minutes of pumping, Bernard worked up a considerable sweat. At that point he started asking himself just how much work he was willing to do for that water. He was concerned about the amount of reward he would receive for the amount of effort expended. After a time he said, "Jimmy, I don't believe there's any water in this well." Jimmy replied, "Yes, there is, Bernard. In South Alabama the wells are deep, and that's good, because the deep well produces the good, clean, sweet, pure, best tasting water of all." Jimmy is also talking about life, isn't he? The things we have to work for are the 325 things we appreciate the most. By now, Bernard was getting hot and tired, so he threw up his hands and said, "Jimmy, there just isn't any water in this well." Jimmy quickly grabbed the pump handle and kept pumping as he said, "Don't stop now, Bernard. If you do, the water will go all the way back down and then you'll have to start all over again." That, too, is the story of life. There isn't a human being in existence, regardless of age, sex, or occupation, who doesn't occasionally feel he might as well stop pumping, because there isn't any water down there. So if you occasionally feel that way, it should be comforting to know that you have got lots of company. Just one more time. Now let's look at something intriguing and obvious. There's no way you can look at the outside of a pump and determine whether it will take 2 more strokes or 200 more to bring forth the water. There's often no way you can look into the game of life and determine whether or not you'll get the big break tomorrow or whether it will take another week, month, year or even longer. This I do know beyond any reasonable doubt. Regardless of what you are doing, if you will pump long enough, hard enough and enthusiastically enough, sooner or later the effort will bring forth the reward. I also know that just as you add nothing to the score if you stop on third base, you can't quench your thirst with the water that almost comes out of the pump. Fortunately, once the water starts to flow, all you have to do is keep some steady pressure on the pump and you'll get more water than you can use. This is the story of success and happiness in life. The message is clear. Whatever you are doing, work at it with the right attitude and the right habits, but above all, keep at it with bulldog tenacity and persistence. Just as the flow of water is often one stroke away, the sweet taste of success and victory is often just over the hill or around the corner. Whether you are a doctor, lawyer, student, housewife, laborer or salesperson, once you get the water flowing, it's easy to keep it flowing with a little steady effort. I believe the story of the pump is the story of life and the free enterprise system. I say this because it has nothing to do with age. 326. Or education, whether you are black or white, male or female, overweight or underweight, extrovert or introvert, or whether you are Catholic, Jew or Protestant. It has everything to do with your God-given rights as a free person to work as long as you wish, as hard as you wish and as enthusiastically as you wish to get everything in life you really want. As you move to the top, remember the story of the pump. If you start pumping casually or half-heartedly, you will pump forever before anything happens. Pump hard to begin with and keep it up until you get that water flowing. Then a great deal will happen. Once the flow of water starts, just maintain that steady pressure, and the time will come when the rewards will be so enormous that you'll be getting what you want instead of having to want what you have. The analogy I used earlier of starting the locomotive is certainly appropriate here. It's often difficult to get the train started, but once it's moving, it requires considerably less fuel to keep it on its way. Now as you look at the symbolic U on the stairway to the top, you find yourself on the work step. You are now ready to take the last or desire step, which will put you squarely in front of the glass doors of tomorrow, which are ready to be opened by you. At this point it is obvious that with a little extra push, you have no need for pull. So, push on, friend. You are just one exciting step from the banquet hall of life. Success is not a destination, it's a journey. In your case, you are well on your way and you are enjoying every step of it. 327. 328. Segment 7. Desire. Purpose. I to fan your motivational flame to such an intensity that the hot water of mediocrity is converted to the steam of overwhelming desire. 2. To introduce you to intelligent ignorance and teach you how to take life's lemons and convert them to lemonade. 3. To learn how to use obstacles as stepping stones to the richer life. 4. To sell you on free enterprise and to point out the positive aspects of the America I love. To emphasize its strength, compassion and goodness with special attention reserved for the unique opportunities America offers you. We to clearly identify the steps you can take to preserve and make America even stronger. Special recommendation. I believe every freedom-loving American should read One Nation Under God, Russ Walton. P.O. Box 2467, Capitol Station, Washington, D.C. 20013. 329. Chapter 1. From Mediocrity to Meteority. The Equalizer. In the Old West, there was an equalizer. They called it the six-shooter. It enabled a small man to chop a big man down to size. In today's world, the six-shooter is out, but there is an equalizer. It's called desire. Desire is the ingredient that changes the hot water of mediocrity to a steam of outstanding success. It's the ingredient that enables a person with average ability to successfully compete with those who have far more. Desire is the extra that makes the little differences, and it's the little differences that make the big difference in life. Desire is the extra. It's the part of the blanket that hangs over the bed that keeps you warm. It's the little extra that turns water into steam. At 2110, water is hot enough for you to use to shave or to make a cup of coffee. Add one more degree and that hot water changes into steam, which will power a locomotive around this country or propel a steamship around the world. That little extra is what will send you to the top of the ladder. It has done it for others. T.Y. Cobb, for example, had an enormous amount of desire. Grantland Rice relates this desire to us as he says, "I recall a day when Cobb played with each leg a mass of raw flesh. He had a temperature of 1030 and the doctors ordered him to bed for several days. His team was playing that day, however, and as far as T.Y. Cobb was concerned, that meant he would play. He did play and got 3 hits, stole 3 bases, won the game, and then collapsed on the bench. When I think of desire, I think of another baseball player. For my money, Pete Gray is an immortal who belongs in baseball's Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, New York. As a young man, his overwhelming desire was to play Major League Baseball. "I'm going to make it all the way to the top," he repeated over and over again. His crowning ambition was to play a game in Yankee Stadium. In 1945, Gray made it to the major leagues with the Street 330 Louis Browns. He only played 1 year in the majors, was not a regular, and never hit a single home run. Nevertheless, I insist that Pete Gray is an immortal who belongs in the Hall of Fame. I say this because he made it to the top despite the fact he had no right arm. He didn't look down at what he lacked. Instead, he looked up with what he had. Success in life is not determined by having been dealt the good hand. Success is determined by taking the hand you were dealt and utilizing it to the very best of your ability. As T.Y. Boyd, an outstanding speaker and TV personality from Charlotte, NC, says, "Play the hand you were dealt and play it for all it's worth." Desire enables an individual to take whatever ability he has in whatever he is doing and utilize it to the maximum. Desire forces an individual to pull out all the stops and give everything he's got. It enables him to go full speed ahead with nothing held back. On a day-to-day basis, the winning touchdown is generally scored by the individual or team who has pulled out all the stops. In my judgment, each thing we do should be done to the best of our capabilities, whether we are taking an examination, reporting for work, or getting involved in an athletic event. We should give it our best and then some, because our yearning power is more important than our earning power. When we give it our all, we can live with ourselves, regardless of the results. Less than our best effort has us saying, "if only," and that's sad. Knut Rockne pointed out that a lot of people thought they had to be either good losers or bad winners. He felt this was a lousy choice. He also pointed out that he had no desire to get enough experience at losing to be a good one. "Show me a good loser," he said, "and I'll show you a loser. Give me 11 lousy losers and I'll give you a national championship football team. I conquer." The way a man wins shows much of his character, and the way he loses shows all of it. However, I'm speaking about the will, determination, and desire to win. We simply don't have to make the choice between being good losers and bad winners. We can be good winners, and the more experience we have at winning, the better we become at acquiring the characteristics of being good winners. It works for teams, it works for individuals, and it will work for you, guarantee it. 331. call out reserves. The desire to win enables many people to win, who at least theoretically couldn't, against overwhelming odds. Billy Misk was such a man. He was a fighter from the old school, and a good one at that. He fought men like Tommy Gibbons, Harry Grabe, Atling Lewinsky. He also fought Jack Dempsey for the heavyweight championship of the world. At 25, when he should have been at his peak and headed for even greater heights, he was hospitalized with a serious illness. The doctors told him to quit the ring. He should have, but fighting was the only thing he could do. By the time he was 29, his kidneys were shot. He knew he was dying of Bright's disease and he had only one fight that year. Too weak to go to the gym to train, and too sick to seek any other job, he stayed at home with his family and watched his family's finances reach desperate straits. Christmas was around the corner and his love for his family cried out to him to provide that Merry Christmas for them. In November, Misk went into Minneapolis to see his friend and manager Jack Reddy to persuade him to arrange a fight. At first Reddy was adamant in his refusal. He knew of Misk's condition and he would have no part in such a fight. Misk pleaded his case well, explained he was broke and that he knew he wouldn't be around much longer. He had to have just one more fight because Christmas was on its way and his family was in need. Finally, Reddy agreed under the condition that Misk train and get in shape. Misk knew he was too weak to get into shape, but promised he would make a good fight. Against his better judgment, Reddy finally in and matched his old friend with Bill Brennan. The fight was slated to take place in Omaha, Nebraska. Brennan was a tough, hard fighter who had gone 12 rounds with Dempsey. He was past his prime, but he was still a formidable opponent for a dying man. Since Misk didn't have the stamina to train, he stayed at home to conserve his strength. He went to Omaha just in time for the fight. In those days, boxing commissions were considerably more lenient than they are today, so they passed Misk. The fight drew well, and when it was over, Billy Misk picked up his $2,400 purse and went home to his family and Christmas. He spent it all, $332, on the things the family wanted and had been doing without. It was truly a happy occasion, the biggest Christmas the Misk family ever had. On December 26th, Misk called Jack Reddy to take him to the St. Paul Hospital where he died on New Year's Day. The last fight on his record had been just 6 weeks before, and his friends couldn't believe it. Billy was weak and dying, and it would have been easy for him to have taken a DVE. However, his pride and desire to be at his best for the family he loved drove him to unbelievable efforts. Bill Brennan was knocked out in 4 rounds. Misk tapped his reserve resources because of his desire to win. Your reserves are available too, when you have the desire to use them. When we give anything our total effort, we win regardless of the outcome, because the personal satisfaction of total effort makes us winners. Randy Martin, whom I mentioned earlier, entered the Boston Marathon for the first time in 1972. This race is in excess of 26 miles and is over an extremely difficult uphill-downhill course. Dr. Martin tells me that every finisher is given an award. Most of the runners don't enter the race with the belief that they can win, but anyone who finishes the race is a winner because the true reward of a thing well done is to have done it. This is a most important consideration, because in reality you are in competition with yourself. There is nothing as satisfying as knowing you have done your best, that you have driven yourself to use what you have to the very best of your ability. Total effort gives you a special kind of victory over yourself, because as one champion gymnast says, doing your best is more important than being the best. the winner, and still champion. When I think of desire, I believe Ben Hogan rates close to the top of the list. Considering everything, Hogan could well be the greatest golfer who ever lived. He didn't have as much physical ability as many of his fellow golfers, but what he might have lacked in ability, he more than made up for in persistence, determination and desire. Ben Hogan really had two careers, because at the very peak of his game he was involved in a near-fatal accident. One foggy morning as he and his wife, Valerie, were driving down the highway, they rounded a curve and saw the lights of a Greyhound bus immediately in front of them. Ben only had an instant to throw his body in front of his wife to protect her. This move undoubtedly saved his own life, because the steering wheel was pushed deeply into the driver's seat where Ben had been sitting. For days his life hung in the balance before he was pronounced out of danger. However, the doctors unanimously agreed that his career as a professional golfer was over and he would be fortunate to ever walk again. But they didn't reckon with the will and desire of Ben Hogan. As soon as he could take those first few painful steps, he revived his dream of golfing greatness. He exercised and strengthened his hands constantly. He kept a golf club with him wherever he was and practiced his putting stroke at home on legs shaky he could scarcely stand. At the first opportunity, he was back on the putting green staggering around. Still here, as he worked and walked and strengthened those scarred legs, he went to the practice tee. Initially, he only hit a few balls, but every second he would hit a few more. Finally, the day came when he was able to get back on the golf course. When he re-entered competition, his move back to the top was rapid. The reason is simple. Ben Hogan saw himself as a winner. He had such an overwhelming desire to win, he knew he would make it back to the top. Yes, desire is the ingredient that makes the difference between an average performer and a champion. 134. Chapter 2. Intelligent Ignorance. The bumblebee can't fly. The liar creates intelligent ignorance. Intelligent ignorance is the characteristic or capability of not knowing what you aren't, and doing it anyway. Many times this enables a person to accomplish near impossible. For example, a new salesman joins an organization. With no sales experience, he doesn't really know anything about selling. Fortunately, he doesn't know and somebody motivates him. The result is, he is so enthusiastic he leads the entire organization in sales. Or he can't do it. He does it. Maybe fire, green, sales as then blue, or yellow one. No fact that the bumblebee can't fly. Scientific evidence about it is overwhelming. The bumblebee can't fly. His body is too heavy and his wings are too light. Aerodynamically, it is an impossibility for the bumblebee to fly, but the bumblebee doesn't read, he does fly. Build me a V-8. Henry Ford was a motivational man. He was not a financial success until after he was 40 years old. He had very little formal education. After he built his empire, he conceived the idea of the V-8 engine. Calling his engineers together, he said, "Gentlemen, I want you to build a V8 engine." These brilliantly educated knew the principles of mathematics, physics and engineering. They knew what could and couldn't be done. They looked at Ford with a condescending attitude of, Let's humor the old man because after all he is the boss. They very patiently explained to him that the V8 engine is economically unfeasible, and they even explained why it couldn't build economically. Ford wasn't listening, however, and simply said, "Gentlemen, I must have a V-8 engine. Build me one." 335. They half-heartedly worked for a period of time, and reported back to him, "We are more convinced than ever that a V8 engine is an engineering impossibility." Mr. Ford, however, wasn't easily persuaded. "Gentlemen, I must have a V8 engine, so let's go full speed ahead." Again, they went out, and this time they worked a little harder, spent a little more time, and a lot more money. They came back with the same note. "Mr. Ford, the V-8 engine is an absolute impossibility." The word "impossible" was not included in the vocabulary of the man, who had already revolutionized the industry with assembly line production, $5.00 a day wages, the Model T and the Model A. With fire in his eyes, Henry Ford said, "Gentlemen, you don't understand. I must have a V-8 engine and you are going to build it for me. Now go do it." Guess what? They built the V-8 engine. They did it because one man was intelligently ignorant enough not to know that something couldn't be done, so he did it. We see this every day, don't we? One says he can't, and doesn't. One says he can, and does. The "I can" concept is so important that Mommy McCullough, who teaches at Central High School in Thomasville, GA, conceived the idea of using an "I can" in her class. She teaches, among other things, the "I can" course with this book as the text. Miss McCullough has the students bring a tin can to class and she attaches "sure" of an "I" to it so the can literally becomes an "I can." If a student goofs and says, "I can't," everybody reminds him or her that this is an "I can" class. Positive results have been dramatic. With so many negatives being taught, isn't it refreshing and exciting to see what a little creative imagination and positive thinking can do? Can't you just imagine what 10,000 Mommy McCulloughs teaching this philosophy in schoolroom all over America could accomplish? Intelligent ignorance plus lemon equals lemonade. At one point, during World War II, General Creighton Abrams and his command were totally surrounded. The enemy was north, east, south and west. His reaction to this news: lemon. 336. Gentlemen, for the first time in history of this campaign, we are now in a position to attack the enemy in any direction. General Abrams not only had the desire to live, he had the desire to win. It's not the situation, lemon, but the way we react to it, use we make of it, that's important. What's intelligent ignorance? Intelligent ignorance is essentially the way you react to the unpromising or negative situations in life. It's that quality that enables you to take a lemon and make lemonade. It's shown in the attitude of two men who had polio. One became a beggar on the streets of Washington. The other was Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Intelligent ignorance is the seed of hope, the promise of good in everything that happens to us. Regardless of what happens, something positive can come from it, and we can make something good out of it. In short, we can take whatever lemon life hands us and convert it to a lemonade. Charles Kettering had a rather unusual lemon. It was a broken arm. Many years ago he was in his front yard cooking hard and it kicked him. For the younger generation, that means the crank didn't disengage, jerk sharply as a cylinder began firing and turned the crank rather than the crank turning the engine. Sudden lurch broke Kettering's arm. What did he do? First, he grasped his arm in pain. Almost immediately, however, he thought, this is a terrible thing to happen while you are cranking a car. An easier, better, safer way to crank cars much or the masses won't have any desire to own an automobile. As a result, he invented the self-starter. His lemon, broken arm, is our lemonade. Jakobski's lemon was a temperature that fell to 40 degrees below zero while he was prospecting for gold. He couldn't shave with a blade, so he invented the first electric, which turned into a big enough gold mine to buy lots of lemonade. Neil Jeffrey, third-string freshman quarterback at Baylor University, had a giant-sized lemon. He started. He told Coach Steve that his goal was to play first-string quarterback for the varsity. Neil's burning desire enabled him to realize his dream, and in 1974 he led Baylor to its first Southwest Conference championship in 50 years. Neil made All-Southwest Conference, and was voted most valuable player in the conference. Eugene O'Neill was a drifter until his lemon, in form of an 337 illness, placed him in the hospital. He converted that lemon to lemonade because while flat on his back he started to write his plays. Hundreds of similar stories explain why, and how, you can take virtually any lemon, apply enough desire, which creates intelligent ignorance, and come out with lemonade. Mike Weldon has a sack of lemons. At age 1, Mike was taken sick and confined to a hospital where he contracted polio. At age 2, he was an expert in walking with braces and crutches. By age 16, the deteriorating effects of the disease made him paraplegic and he was confined to a wheelchair. In August 1971, at age 21, Mike was laid off from his $2.99 per hour job as an engineering clerk. As you probably suspect, 21-year-old paraplegics are not in heavy demand in the labor market. However, there is always a demand for dedicated, enthusiastic workers. So in just 1 month Mike was hired as a placement counselor with an employment agency in Rockford, Illinois, which was part of Management Recruiters International, Inc., which employs over 1,300 people. In March 1975, at the Sonoma Beach Hotel, Mike Weldon was honored as his company's Counselor of the Year. Believing you can get everything in life you want if you help enough the people get what they want, Mike devoting his life to helping others. As a result, he earned over $60,000 in 1974, recession year. He doesn't believe he has a disability. Everyone agrees he doesn't have a loser's limp. Mike figures since life gave him a sack full of lemons, he might as make a tub full of lemonade. Erroneous assumption. Let's go back to World War II for a moment. Most of us know the war began when the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. What many people have forgotten is that many loyal Japanese American citizens were just as upset over Pearl Harbor as any fifth-generation American citizen could have been. Many of these Japanese Americans were treated shamefully and placed in 338 detention camps in the interior. The United States government assumed, erroneously as history has proven, that these Japanese Americans were or might be disloyal. Finally, after much persuasion and soul-searching, many of these Japanese were given an opportunity to enter the war and prove their loyalty by fighting for America. The 442nd Combat Regimental Team was formed. It was made up of Japanese Americans. Interestingly enough, this regiment won more Congressional Medals of Honor and decoration than any regiment in the history of the U.S. Since the war, this group of Japanese Americans had had the highest percentage of college graduates of any first-generation American people. They reacted positively to a situation that was both negative and highly emotional. They took a lemon and made lemonade. Charles Goodyear's lemon was a prison sentence from a contempt of court citation. While in prison, Goodyear didn't groan and complain. Instead, he became an assistant in the kitchen. While there, he continued to work on an idea. In the process, he discovered a method for vulcanizing rubber. His lemon, a prison sentence, became our lemonade. We have better tires, which means better travel and a better way of life. Martin Luther's lemon was his stay at Württemberg Castle. His lemonade was the German translation of the Bible. Pilgrim's Progress was John Bunyan's lemonade. It was concocted in a sentence. The winner and new champion. Many people who read the sports pages are aware that Gene Tunney became the heavyweight boxing champion of the world because he whipped Jack Dempsey. They don't know that Tunney was able to take a lemon and convert it to lemonade. When he first started his fistic career, he was a tremendously hard puncher with a knockout punch in either hand. While fighting exhibition bouts in France, as a member of the American Expeditionary Forces during World War I, he broke both his hands. The doctor and his manager told him he would never be able to realize his dream to become the heavyweight boxing. 339. Champion of the world because of his brittle hands. Tunney was not disturbed and said, "If I can't become the champion as a puncher, I will be it as a boxer." History will tell that Gene Tunney was a student of the art of self-defense. He became one of the most scientific and skillful boxers to step into the squared circle. This as a boxer enabled Tunney to outbox and defeat Jack Dempsey for the heavyweight championship of the world. Fistic experts are in general agreement that Tunney never would have become the heavyweight champion had he not broken his hands. They contend that Tunney could never have stood up to Jack Dempsey in a toe-to-toe slugging contest and survived. Since Tunney slugged it out, he used his skill and technique as a boxer and became a heavyweight champion. His lemon, two broken hands, became his lemonade, the heavyweight championship of the world. By now I hope the lesson is clear. If life should hand you a lemon, you'll have the main ingredient for your own lemonade. What happens to us is not the most important thing. With dedication, determination and desire, we can react positively, which greatly enhances our chances for victory. Ancient ignorance, a lemon and a lot of desire will help you get what you want out of life. Failure Road. Failure Road is cluttered with the creeping figures of countless explaining to anyone who will listen why something can't be done. In the meantime, they are being passed by thousands with far less ability, haven't learned what can't be done, so in their intelligent ignorance, are taking life's lemons and doing it. These residents of Failure Road often have more ability and fewer problems, but they limp along on an assortment of losers' limps. In the business community, one of the most popular losers' limps is the traditional, "these people are different," or "this is a depressed area." These are excuses. Elroy Crosstone, who is in the construction business owner, could legitimately make, if he knew about them. Fortunately, Elroy, who is dealer for Simpson Structures, is intelligently ignorant, and 340 doesn't know about his limitations. Crosstone's territory encompasses 2 Indian reservations and is bordered by 3 other reservations. This area has been described as depressed by the government ever since Crosstone and Simpson chose in 1970. Each year during this period he has received an Outstanding Dealer Award and has been number 1 in volume or number 1 in unit for the past 3 years. Even though Elroy Crosstone has formal education normally associated with the business, Crosstone does not dare, what he is not, keep him from capitalizing on what he is. His success arsenal contains the positive qualities of patience, humility, dependability, confidence, understanding and belief. Chalk up another victory for the old-fashioned virtues and take your hat off to a good eye with intelligent ignorance. Notes and I'll buy it. 341. Chapter 3. David and Goliath. In many ways the story of David Lofchick tells virtually everything I want to say in this book. In 1965, I was speaking at a seminar in Kansas City with 6 of America's top speakers. When the seminar ended on Saturday evening, I prepared for solitaire dinner. However, as I stepped off the elevator into the lobby of the Mulbach Hotel, I heard a boom voice of Bernie Lofchick from Winnipeg, Manitoba. "Where ya going, Zig?" Standing impeccably dressed, he called out across the lobby and flashed his ever-present grin. "I'm going to dinner, Bernie," was my reply. Then, with a sparkle in his eye, he said, "I'll tell you what I'll do, Zig. If you'll go to dinner with me, I'll buy. Well, I have a standing policy. When anyone offers to buy my dinner, I let him." As we sat down to dinner, Bernie and I established a rapport that has grown until we are more like brothers than friends. In fact, I call him the Burn Masked. The usual questions that night. "What are you doing here? What business are you in? How much family do you have?" This kind of thing. After a few minutes, I commented to Bernie that he had certainly come a long way to attend a sales rally. "Yes," he replied, "but it was worth it because I got a lot of good ideas that will help our business grow." I persisted, pointing out it was a long way from Winnipeg to Kansas City and it cost a lot of money to travel that far. Bernie smiled and said, "Yes, but thanks to my son, David, I don't have to worry about the money." "That sounds like a story," I said. "Would you tell it?" With this invitation, Bernie opened his heart and poured out one of the most thrilling stories I have ever heard. When our son was born, our joy literally knew no bounds. We already had 2 daughters, and when David was born our family was complete. However, it wasn't long before we realized something was wrong. His head hung limply to the right side. 342 of his body, and he drooled too much for a normally healthy child. The family doctor assured us nothing was wrong and David would outgrow his problem. Deep in our hearts, however, we knew better. We took him to a specialist who diagnosed the problem as a reverse of club feet. They proceeded to treat him for this condition for several weeks. Your son is a spastic. We knew that the problem was still more serious, so we took David to one of Canada's top specialists. After a very thorough examination, he said to us, "This little boy is spastic. He has cerebral palsy and will never be able to walk, talk or count to 10. He then, in effect, suggested we put our son in an institution, for his own good, and for the good of the normal members of the family." With his eyes spitting fire, Bernie said, "You know, Zig, I'm no fire, I'm a seller, and I couldn't see my son as a vegetable. I saw him as a strong, happy, healthy baby who was going to grow in manhood and live a full and productive life." With this in mind, I asked the doctor if he knew some place we could go for help. The doctor, rather adamant, said he had given us the best advice available and stood the interview had ended. As Brother Byrne related a story, he made a significant statement. The only thing the specialist had done was to convince us to find a doctor who was interested in solutions and who wasn't overwhelmed with problems. Solution conscious, not problem conscious. Before the Lofchicks search ended, they had taken David to well over 20 specialists. Each one told them essentially the same story and the same advice. Finally, they heard of Dr. Perlstein in Chicago. He was reputed to be the world's foremost authority on cerebral palsy. Patients to him from all over the world, and he was booked solid for well over a year. Since Dr. Perlstein worked only through the doctors, Bernie enlisted the aid of his family physician. All the tests that had been 343 made on Dr. Perlstein, and contact was made for an appointment. Unfortunately, Dr. Perlstein was so heavily booked he advised the physician to contact him again at a later date. When the doctor gave Bernie this information and said there was nothing more to be done, Bernie took matters in his own hands. He decided to see if he could get an appointment with Dr. Perlstein for David. After much effort, Bernie finally reached him by telephone one evening. He persuaded him to place David on standby for the next scheduled appointment. A break came just 11 days later, and David had that appointment with Dr. Perlstein and destiny. Hope at long last had reared its beautiful but elusive head. It was a welcome sight, and the Lofchicks embraced it warmly. The disease, Goliath, didn't know it, but he had a brand new opponent. After several hours of examination, the diagnosis was the same. David was a spastic. He had cerebral palsy. But there was hope, provided Bernie was willing to undertake the enormous and never-ending battle. The Lofchicks felt that no price could be too high to give their son his chance in life. So, they eagerly inquired what must be done. Dr. Perlstein and Harris spelled out their instructions in minute detail. They were told that they were going to have to work David until he dropped, and then they would have to work him some more. They would have to push him beyond all human endurance and then push him some more. He made Bernie and Elaine completely aware that it was going to be a long, difficult and sometimes an apparently hopeless struggle. He stressed that once they started this course of action they would have to continue indefinitely. He emphasized that if they gave up or slacked off, David would go backwards and all the work they had done would have been in vain. Yes, the battle for David against his Goliath. Action had really been. The Lofchicks now had hope, and the hope had believability. They headed for home a lighter heart and prepared for the battle ahead. A physicist and a bodybuilder and a small gym was built in the basement. Physical effort and mental toughness became the order of the day. After months of excruciating and dedicated effort, small rays of hope began to appear. David acquired the ability to move. 344. Even though it took him a long time, he was able to move the length of his own body. A giant milestone had been reached. He's ready. Still another one was reached with a phone call from the therapist who excitedly told Bernie he should leave his office and come home. When Bernie reached home, the dish was set and David was ready to prepare for a supreme effort. He was going to attempt a push-up. With an effort seldom a /large by an adult, much less by a 6-year-old boy, David called on all his reserves. As his body started to rise above the mat, the emotional and physical exertion was so great there was not a dry inch of sweat in his body. The mat looked as if water had been poured on it. When that one push-up was completed, David, the therapist, mother and dad all freely shed the sweet tears that clearly prove happiness is not pleasure, it is victory. The story is even more remarkable when you understand that one of America's leading universities had examined David and found that he had no motor connections, the right side of his body. That his sense of balance was such he would have serious difficulty learning to walk and he would never be able to swim, skate, or ride a bicycle. Yes, the disease, Goliath, was taking a licking. More importantly, while whipping his Goliath, David was learning from experience and teaching by example some of the truly great lessons in life. His progress was steady and, according to the medical experts, even spectacular. David is truly a remarkable boy who has made enormous progress, which is not surprising because his parents saw David as a vibrant growing boy who was going all the way to good health. Today, this little boy has virtually discarded his fourth bicycle except for those occasions when it's either too warm for him to ice skate or he is not driving his car. Learning to ice skate was painful. Even though it took nearly a year just to learn to stand on those skates with the aid of a hockey stick, he went at it day after day. He did what was necessary to overcome his obstacles and succeeded so well he played left wing on the local hockey team. Even after these successes, the doctor still said it would probably take him 2 years to float, but he was floating in 345. 2 weeks and swimming before the first summer was over. David has done as many as 1,000 push-ups in a single day and once ran 6 miles without break. At age 11, he took up golf and applied the same enthusiasm and determination that he did to everything he has tackled. Result: he has already broken 90. It's exciting to watch David grow and to know that all of the characteristics he is developing and principles he is applying to succeed physically and academically will take him just as far in field of endeavor. It's also exciting to know you can develop the same characteristics, apply the same principles and succeed in life to the same degree David is succeeding. Mentally, David is in as shape as he is physically. In September of 1969, he was accepted at the St. John's Court School for Boys. It is one of the most demanding private schools in Canada. While in the 7th grade, David did quite well in 9th grade. Mathematics. That's not bad for a little boy who, is said, was never going to count to 10. On 23 October 1970, my wife and I had the privilege of attending the bar mitzvah of Italy. I wish you could have been there to see David take that giant step into manhood. With clear eyes, a steady voice and unfaltering steps, David, amidst a large group of friends and relatives from the United States and Canada, became a man. His performance was understandably outstanding since he'd been preparing all his life for the occasion. Yes, Goliath is clearly on the deck. He hasn't been knocked out and probably never will be. David must extensively and regularly for the rest of his life. Even a few days off at all. Like any active 19-year-old, there are times he would much prefer to be with his friends. However, exercise time comes, David understands he must do and heads for. Of course, not all work because in addition to his parents he has those two big sisters, a host of friends, and a large number of relatives who represent a lot of companionship and quite a cheering section. One of the high points for David occurred in February 1974, when a $100,000 whole life insurance policy was issued on David. The policy was issued on a standard basis which, to the best of my knowledge, marked the first time a victim of 346 cerebral palsy has ever qualified for such a contract. Achieving is contagious. Those who know the Lofchick family will quickly tell you that each played a vital part in David's life and was privileged to grow with him. Each is outstanding and each one contributes to the family and to the community. Bernie's growth, for example, has been equally amazing. Bernie is truly the most completely educated, uneducated man I've ever known. He officially finished the 7th grade, but he spends every day of life in school. He learns something from every day, and his pursuit of excellence qualifies him as one of the most astute business minds I have ever encountered. Of necessity, Bernie worked both harder and smarter in his business career and personal life. For a 7-year period he worked 7 days and 7 nights every week, taking only 1 night off during this entire period of time. That feat alone clearly demonstrates his dedication, determination, desire, and devotion. In his quest, Bernie discovered that in a successful and happy life, you can get everything in life you want if you help enough other people get what they want. Applying this principle to his business, he built the best cookware company in Canada and achieved financial independence in the process. By any yardstick, David and those who helped him are quite successful. It was a team battle and a team victory, with each one playing an important part in putting Goliath on the deck. Each one is playing a significant part in keeping him there. All the ingredients. With the story of David Lofchick in mind, let's turn to the stairway to the top. As a baby, David couldn't have his own healthy self-image, the first step on the chart. Nevertheless, in the eyes of his parents, he was a special little boy who deserved to have and was going to have his chance in life. They saw David as he is today, and they saw themselves as capable of giving him that chance. Today, David has a healthy self-image, the results of which are so completely evident. 347. The second step in your stairway to the top is your relationship with others. Obviously, there were a number of people who played vital roles in the growth and development of David Lofchick. Doctors, therapists, teachers, etc., all had a part. The blood, sweat and tears were all made more tolerable because of the patience and love developed through the relationship between the parents, David, and the professionals involved. Without help and profit, David's situation would truly have been desperate. Fortunately, he received the help he needed and became a winner. The people who helped David were winners too, because he climbs highest who helps another up. The third step we covered was the importance of goals, how to set those goals and how to reach those goals. Every aspect of goal setting was evident in David's story. In conjunction with the goals the family had for David, Bernie also set his own personal, work, and financial goals. Initially, Bernie couldn't easily carry the heavy medical burden imposed by David's treatment, but he did what champions have always done. He rose to the occasion. Now he is getting everything in life he wants while helping David and others get what they want. The fourth step was the right mental attitude, which covers a wide area, and David Lofchick's story illustrates it perfectly. The family attitude of working one day at a time, taking one step at a time, making stepping stones out of obstacles and reacting positively to all negative situations was conveyed to David. They fed him a steady diet of, "You can do it, David." David listened to enthusiastic, positive cassette recordings while he dressed, exercised and rode to school with his parents. Daily his trainer, the former Mr. Manitaba, Sweetie Puklo, as well as his parents and close family friends, reinforced the positive factors in his life. Eventually, the proper mental diet became a part of David's life, and the habits he acquired were so good and strong that his growth and progress were assured. The fifth step concerned work, and the story fits it well. To give you an idea, the next time you complain about having just 24 hours in a day, let me urge you to remember David Lofchick. For years he only had a 21-hour day because he literally invested 3 hours a day in his physical battle to stay even with her. 348. Cerebral palsy. Today his time demands are still enormous. If he doesn't work at it every day, his Goliath moves back in. Yes, he has had to work, but David and the Lofchick family know that you don't pay a price for good health, you enjoy the price. David's story fits beautifully in the sixth step, which is the discussion of desire. I can honestly say that in dealing with hundreds of people, I have never met a family where desire is more evident than it is in the Lofchick family. Their burning desire for David to have his chance in life was translated into the actions they took so he could have his chance. Some of those actions were tough, real tough, because they involved a shower of love that was so deep it demanded they overrule their natural sympathy and compassion. Many times when Bernie and Elaine forced those braces tighter according to the doctor's instruction, David would cry and plead with them to ease up or leave them off. For just one night, Bernie and Elaine would have given almost anything to come by. Their love was so deep they said no to David's tears of the moment, which meant they were saying yes to his health and happiness for a lifetime. As you view David's story, you realize that character, honesty, loyalty, faith and integrity are in evidence from beginning to end. In the first segment of the book, I pointed out that any quality you are short of, you can acquire. I believe the story of David verifies this fact. To look at him, you would find it hard to believe he has ever been wrong with him. Many times I have wondered just how fantastic David might have been if he had been a normal, healthy baby. It wasn't difficult for me to imagine him being bigger, stronger, faster, smarter, etc. Then one day the truth hit me like a ton of bricks. Had David started with more, he might well have ended with less. I'm convinced he is more, maybe much more, not in spite of, but because of the cerebral palsy. That's why God tells us so clearly to thank Him for everything. Taste 5:18. Yes, it's a special and wonderful miracle that the Lofchicks saw their son as a boy who was going to get his chance in the relay race of life. They got him started, passed the baton on to him, and old David has been running with it ever since. The best part of David's story hasn't been written because David is still living. My belief is, what David does in the future. 349 will far surpass what he has done in the past. That's exciting, but even more exciting is the thought of what this story could mean to the millions of kids who have normal health. If David could start from where he was with what he had and do what he has done, think what the same principles and procedures could mean if applied to kids with good health. That thought is awesome and exciting. David's story now has a sequel. While telling his story in Amarillo, Texas, one night, I noticed that a young couple seated on the front row was visibly moved. Later we visited privately and they sought the name of the Chicago doctor who took over Dr. Pearl's time on his death. Their 15-month-old daughter had cerebral palsy, and they hoped something could be done for her. They took their daughter to Chicago, and after the examination, the doctor told them that their daughter had all the symptoms of the disease, but she definitely did not have cerebral palsy. She had simply been born prematurely, had incorrectly diagnosed her condition. The premature birth had caused her to be a little slower than normal. However, since they had been treating her for cerebral palsy, she had acquired all the symptoms of the disease. They immediately started treating her as a normal, healthy child, and in a matter of weeks the symptoms of cerebral palsy disappeared. Yes, we treat people the way we see them and they respond to that treatment whether it's good or bad, positive or negative. Again, that's why it's so important for us to be good finders. So here you are at the top of the stairway. You have climbed all the steps, so you now stand squarely in front of the door leading into the banquet hall of life. At this point I call your attention to the word opportunity which is written on that door. Actually, the word opportunity could be spelled America. As a matter of fact, if you will look again, it's obvious that opportunity is America. Only in a free enterprise country such as America could these principles bear fruit. So let's take a look now at the land of the free and the home of the brave, America the beautiful. 300. There you are standing on the last door of the executive suites of tomorrow. All you need now is a little push to open the door. 351. Chapter 4. America the Beautiful. Free enterprise versus communism. Throughout this book I have been telling you a number of stories about people like you and me. As stated earlier, I believe life is a story. So I have tried to tie these stories to life to help you be more and have more. These stories involve people from every race, creed, and color, and they come from every walk of life. They in many ways, but each shares the common bond of living in a free enterprise system which enables them to more fully use their ability. My first travels from Perth, Australia to Paris, France, combining the spoken and printed word, have enabled me to compare free enterprise and America with the rest of the world. And America wins by a landslide. Simple example, the average American paperboy working part-time in free enterprise earns more money than 50% of the workers of the world. I stress free enterprise because some of the principles advocated throughout this book would not bear fruit behind the iron and bamboo curtains. In this final chapter, I sound the warning about some dangers we face, and what you can do to keep America and you free and great. An excellent comparison between free enterprise and communism exists in Cuba. Before Castro and communism took over in 1958, the average yearly income of the Cuban worker was approximately $475. Everything was plentiful, nothing was rationed, and you travel as you pleased. Today, personal freedom is a thing of the past, and individual hope is just a memory. Under communism, the average income of the Cuban worker in 1974 was about $325, which would buy less than 1/3 of what the $475 would have bought in 1958. Worldly. Everything in Cuba today is rationed, many things are unavailable. All travel is restricted, no one can leave the country. Castro stopped immigration after freedom-loving Cubans. 352. By thousands gave up everything they owned in exchange for freedom in America. In Russia, the mother country of communism, personal freedom is so limited that even their prize exhibits, athletes and artists, are closely guarded when they leave the country, and their Nobel Prize winners often can't leave to accept their prizes. Freedom of worship is but a foggy memory, political dissent is an invitation to disaster, and immigration to another country is a 1,000,000 long shot. In material goods, the Russian works 1,000 days to buy a medium-sized car and waits 6 long years for delivery. Even then travel is restricted, gasoline is expensive, and paved highways are few. By comparison, an American can buy a medium-sized car for 100 days' work, get immediately delivery on 200 different models, and can go anywhere in the United States on the most elaborate highway system in the world. Russian works 300 hours to buy a refrigerator and waits months for delivery. In America, a better refrigerator for immediate delivery can be bought with 30 hours of work. In Russia, anything not essential involves a long line, often with disappointment, and it's a source of embarrassment that the free enterprise system works extremely well in Russia itself. During the highly oppressive regime, Joe Stalin agreed to let the farmers have a small patch of ground adjoining their homes to cultivate for their own personal use. This land comprises less than 4% of the total land under cultivation, but approximately one-third of the total agricultural production of Soviet Russia comes from this 4%. Specifically, the free enterprise land produces more than 60% of Russia's potatoes, 50% of the Russian milk supply, 75% of the eggs, and nearly 50% of Russia's meat production. Incentive is the soul of success, regardless of your nationality. Despite its claims, there isn't a communist country in the world that can feed itself. Communism is so inefficient that some experts believe Russia would collapse in 15 years or less if we withdrew our agricultural and technical expertise, which is propping them up. Anyone who thinks in terms of embracing socialism should just look over the wall into communist East Berlin or visit China or Russia to see the reality of communism instead of the theory. They are too different. 353. Animals. Communists say they are all equal, which is true. They are all equally poor. To paraphrase Winston Churchill, capitalism's problem is the uneven division of wealth. Socialism's virtue is the even division of misery. The bullfrog theory. As I approach America's problems, I am concerned about two groups of Americans. One, the individual who refuses to have an examination because he suspects he has cancer. He blindly says, "America has no problems," or "Don't worry, America has always come through, don't tell me about it." The second group says, "Well, what can I do? It's just me and it's too late now." If your house were burning, you would want to know about it so you could grab a bucket of water and put it out. The purpose of this chapter is to tell you that your house, America, is burning and give you several buckets of water so you can help douse the flames. The fire that is burning America started much like you boil a bullfrog. You don't boil a bullfrog by throwing him in boiling water, because he will pop up faster than you can pop him in. You put him in cold water and turn the heat. As the water gets warm, the bullfrog relaxes and takes a nap. You know the rest of the story. He wakes up dead. He has been boiled to death. An enemy today would not directly attack America. Germany, in World War I, and Japan, in World War II, used that direct assault with results. The enemy we face today is far more subtle and infinitely more powerful and dangerous than either Japan or Germany. The enemy is communism, and it started under another banner back in the 30s. At that time, Americans were sold on the free lunch concept that they could increase their wealth by channeling it through a centralized government in Washington. So, we started electing the most politicians to political office. The fog was in the water and the heat was on. Over the years, What's politicians passed liberal legislation, liberal with the working man's money. In all fairness, I must point out that not all politicians are in office. Many politicians are citizens who 354 gonna wake up boiled death. Complacency will kill. 355 regularly confront the elected officials with two demands. First, you must do something to reduce the ridiculously high expenditure of the federal government, and second, you must figure out a way to get more federal funds for our people back home. Federal aid has been so heavy and so extensive that today some economists are predicting that by 1990, 50% of the American people will be lending support to the other sector. This has come about so gradually that many people are unaware has been happening for many years. I'm concerned that the frog, America, is in hot water. That's getting hotter. But I'm also convinced that an aroused citizenry can solve that problem. Many people blatantly say that America always come through when the chips are down. In the past this has been true. I'm concerned. We have 100 million Americans who have never seen us weather a severe depression. We know how they react to success and prosperity, but realistically we don't know how they would react to adversity. These same Americans have never seen us win a war. The Korean War was a failure and Vietnam was a disaster. They don't know the sweet taste of victory or the thrill of seeing free people embrace their liberating heroes. I'm concerned because 130 million Americans are under age 25 and the average 25-year-old has seen of 18,000 hours of television. During this time he will have viewed 40,000 murders, witnessed thousands of rapes and seductions, and heard zillions of obscene and profane words. This is hardly the diet that builds either character or determination. The Big Lie. Throughout this book we have stressed, as you sow, so also shall you reap. To show the effect of repeatedly seeing or hearing anything, please complete the following statements. Winston tastes good like a Pepsi Cola. His underscore 12 full ounces a drink Coca-Cola. The pause that does. Now check your answers on page 380. Those commercials were on television over 10 years ago, but chances are excellent that you got them right, because you will remember and believe almost anything. 356. You hear it enough times. 40 years ago, Adolf Hitler conclusively proved that the masses will be a big lie if you tell it often enough. Let's look at American Big Lie number 1. For the last 25 years, liberals have been telling me my generation was taught that sex was dirty, but were we? A survey of my peer group gave me a resounding no. When anything about sex was taught or discussed, we were told that sex was private, that it was sacred, and that it was between husband and wife. This stresses the sacredness and beauty of sexual relations between a man and his wife. It identifies it as the highest expression of human endearment, and that it goes beyond the procreation of the human race. The liberal, by implication, was saying that since sex wasn't dirty, it could be indulged in with anyone so long as it was a meaningful relationship. Big lie number 2. In the last 25 years, we have been repeatedly told that poverty breeds crime. However, in 1940, after an entire decade of the toughest depression in our country's history, crime rate was lower than it was at the beginning. Significantly, there has never been a definitive study that established a correlation between crime and poverty. Crime has to do with character and integrity. What we teach our children determines whether they will be law-abiding or law-breaking. What are the kids being taught? By the millions they watch TV, in living color where instant coffee, instant tea and instant potatoes, along with instant happiness, instant success and instant gratification are sold. It's inevitable that the kids get an erroneous concept about true success and happiness, as well as what's involved in acquiring the big car, the big home, the swimming pool, etc. Underprivileged youngsters inevitably compare what they don't have to what those on the TV screen do have, and they feel underprivileged. Combine this with the fact that society is telling them that poverty breeds crime, and you have planted the seeds of criminal action. By number 3, people equal poverty, and India proves it does it really. India is a poverty-stricken nation. England has a higher square mile and Holland has a 50% greater density than India, but they have a high standard of 357 living. Africa has a low population density, but extreme poverty. America has a low density and enormously high standard of living. Population would be a factor, but it is not the factor. However, this lie has been used to support liberal abortion laws and encourage fewer babies in America, with the result that in 1975 the birth rate was only 1.9 per 100 and we need 1 per 100 to sustain our population. In 40 years, we will have the highest percentage of elderly people in history. They will deserve, demand and get a higher standard of living. That's proper. But these benefits will be supplied by the lowest percentage of workers in our history. We need more dedicated Americans raising God-fearing, law-abiding children. These kids, properly loved and motivated, are the solution to, and not the cause of, the problem. Actually, they are our only hope for solving tomorrow's problems. Yes, we do have problems. I'm concerned about the enormous weight in government spending, especially for programs like the one to study the effects on male students of smoking marijuana while watching pornographic movies. $121,000. $5,000 went to Erica Jong to write Year of Flying. $2 million was spent to buy Marshal II of Yugoslavia a yacht. These amounts are infinitesimal when compared to the $7 billion we have given in aid to the 6 nations which have raised 1,000 tons of opium with street value of $22 billion. Absurd is the word I carefully and deliberately used to describe a policy that permits America to send our billions to build their countries. They in turn take our money, often without a simple thank you, and ship heroin into America to destroy us. A letter to our congressman would have an impact. We know public opinion carries considerable weight. When Americans and American businessmen started boycotting French goods in protest of the manufacture and exportation of heroin from Marseilles, France into the USA, an interesting thing happened. The French managed to find and destroy more heroin-producing labs in 6 months than in the preceding 10 years. I'm concerned about the laws that require any American to 358 Join any organization to get a job. Theoretically, these laws were passed for the benefit of the working man. It hasn't worked that way, however, because the states which have the right to work laws have a lower rate of unemployment than those with closed shop laws. I'm concerned about crime, forced busing, the increase in juvenile delinquency, the rising rate of crime among women, the ever-increasing use of drugs, alcohol, pornography and 100 but I'm convinced there's a solution to these problems. I'm especially concerned that American youth are not being sold on the American free enterprise system. According to the United States Chamber of Commerce and the Princeton Research Institute, 67% of our high school students do not believe a business needs a profit, and nearly 50% of them cannot give you even one advantage that capitalism has over communism. 63% of the American high school students feel the federal government should own the banks, railroads and the steel companies. 62% do not believe a worker should produce to the best of his ability, which is another form of dishonesty. These things are frightening, but don't blame the kids. It's our fault. We write the books, build the school, and pay the educators. It is to us to teach our sons and daughters the advantages of the free enterprise system. Dealing with communism. I'm concerned about communism, especially as it relates to our current foreign policy, because Russia honors a treaty only if it's to her advantage. A recent study of over 1,000 treaties confirmed Russia as the champion treaty breaker of all time. That loud chorus of amens you heard came from the Finns, Estonians, Latvians, Lithuanians, Czechs, Hungarians, Poles and Germans who were enslaved after signing treaties with Russia. At the President Kennedy confronted Nikita Khrushchev concerning the Russian missiles in Cuba. He was dealing from strength and was able to tell him to pull those missiles out of Cuba, or else. Russia understood the language and backed off. 359. However, when Secretary of State Kissinger and Leonid Brezhnev negotiated to stop the Yom Kippur War, we had a different situation. Front was in effect, and the Russians, by agreement, were to inform us of any known crisis. Evidence is conclusive that they knew in advance of an imminent attack by the Arab countries on the Israelis, but said nothing. During those first few fretful days when the Egyptian armies were forcing the Israelis back, Kissinger tried desperately Brezhnev to urge him to stop it, but Brezhnev was unavailable. With the tide of battle turned and the Israelis completely surrounded the Egyptian army, Brezhnev started screaming for Kissinger to stop the war. America put extreme pressure on Israel to call off their armies. I am convinced we bowed to Russia's wishes because of their increasing military combined with our relative decline. When you deal with Russia, you are dealing with an ideology and a leadership that does not believe in God, has no regard for human life, and looks upon a treaty as a piece of paper until the other side breaks it. A communist feels what is his and what is yours is open for negotiation. Brezhnev, without regard for human life and now with possible military superiority, coldly played the high-stakes game with prudence. I'm concerned about the relative decline in our military strength, but the problem has a solution. I should pause and explain something to my Christian brothers who might quote, "The meek shall inherit the earth" scripture. In the original Greek, The word weak meant power with restraint. So long as we have the power, we won't need to use it, and hence we won't use it. If we don't have the power, history conclusively proves that we will need it. Like my insurance friends tell me, it's infinitely better to have it and need than to need it and not have it. I'm convinced that at long last, Americans know the water. Remember, the bullfrog has reached such an intolerable heat that they recognize their house, America, is burning. Most Americans are now asking someone to give them a bucket of water, tell me what to do, so they can personally help put out the fire. Hopefully, the rest of this chapter provides you with several buckets of water. 360. What can you do? Fortunately, the timing has never been better because we celebrated our 200th birthday and Americans are beginning to accentuate the positivity. From coast to coast and border to border, evidence is overwhelming that concerned Americans are standing up to be counted, sounding off to be heard, studying to be informed, and working to make needed changes. In the past 2 years, I have seen more men and women enter the field to fight corruption and crookedness than in the preceding 10 years. That's encouraging. I have also seen young people by the score do an about face. The recession and job shortage caused many to realize that demanding impossible salaries and conditions from a prospective employer who was struggling for survival afforded them little hope for a job when they were competing with a dozen other youngsters who were better qualified for that job. More importantly, many of them realized that ultimately those who do only what they please to are seldom pleased with what they do. That too is encouraging. It is also encouraging to hear more of the liberal, big government advocates publicly acknowledging that more government spending and involvement is not the answer, that self-reliance is the order of the day and the individual is responsible for his own conduct, personal well-being. The solution, however, is covered in the last 4 sentences of the speech President Kennedy was to have made in Dallas, Texas, the day he was assassinated. We, this country, in this generation, are by destiny, rather than by choice, the watchmen of the walls of world freedom. We ask, therefore, that we may be worthy of the power and the responsibility, that we may exercise our strength with wisdom and restraint, that we may achieve in our time and for all times the ancient vision of peace on earth. Good word, men. That must always be our goal, and the righteousness of our call must always underlie our strength. For as it was written long ago, except the Lord keep the city, the watchman waketh but in dot. That's the foundation upon which this country was built. At 361 is where we must return, because as William Pitt said, if God does not rule the affairs of man, then tyrants will. Fortune-wearing men and women are getting back into the political arena, and President Carter openly acknowledges his faith in and dependence upon Almighty God. Equally exciting is the fact the Boy Scouts are now returning to their origins and again teaching kids trust in God. We need to stand and firm on law enforcement. We have leaned over backwards in our zeal for fairness to protect the accused. Now, in fairness to criminal and victim alike, we must look to the rights of both and make the criminal instead of the victim pay for the crime. Another way to solve America's problems is to become politically active. Each one of us mustn't stop saying, "Though politics." It is not that congressman, that senator, or mayor. We must properly identify them as my congressman, my senator, my mayor, because that's you and I did elect them, by our support or by our lack of support. Interested in helping America? Did you vote and or support qualified, God-fearing candidates in the last election? It only takes 150 dedicated people to elect a congressman. Even though public officials pass the law, citizens like you and I elect the people who pass the laws. One thing all of us can do, and even must do, is sell the beauty and sanctity of the family as a unit. Historically, civilizations have risen to a dominant position in world history. Some rose quickly, some rose slowly, but without exception, they all fell in one generation, and each one fell after the family unit was destroyed. In either case, the pattern was the same: a relaxing of moral standards which led to pornography, followed by promiscuity, adultery, wife swapping, and finally homosexuality. Surely America, if properly elected, can learn from the 88 examples which preceded us. A good family to look at as we sell the family as is the James and Margaret Griffin family of Columbus, Ohio. For the last 23 years, James Griffin has been driving a truck for the sanitation department by day and working in a steel mill at night. In addition, he has 2 janitorial jobs before he gets it a day. On weekends he is the janitor of 2 schools. For the last 362 years, James Griffin has worked an average of 20 hours a day, supporting his 7 sons and 1 daughter. Needless to say, Margaret has been by his side all the way. The Griffins have done this because they wanted their children to have their opportunity. The Griffin family is a closely knit unit, with Joe, the older son, serving as man of the house during James Griffin's long work hours. The Griffins are grateful that they were given a chance to use their ability and initiative to get what America has to offer. They even used their vacation on Friday nights so they could watch their sons play football. They were and are superior players. One of their sons is Archie Griffin, who in 1975 became the first football player in history to win the Heisman Trophy for the 2nd time. Hand off, Uncle Sam. As voters, we need to become personally involved and elect officials who dedicate themselves to getting and keeping the government out of business and encourage more business people to get into government. One look at the post office, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security and the food stamp program will convince anyone that despite the efforts of tens of thousands of dedicated government employees who have devoted a lifetime to conscientiously serving America, the general public, the government simply doesn't know how to run a business. The need for more direction and encouragement in business principles are painfully evident when we view the rising cost of government and its comparative inefficiencies. For example, the Exxon Corporation can ship a gallon of gasoline from Houston, Texas to New York City faster and cheaper than the post office can send it from Dallas to Fort Worth and pay substantial taxes on the profit. Incidentally, the government can only provide as many services, like the postal service and others, as productive people and profitable businesses can support. December 1975, Reader's Digest tells a similar story. In 1915 you could make a telephone call from New York to San Francisco for $20, or you could mail 1,000 first-class letters from New York to San Francisco. Today you can call after 9 p.m. New York to San Francisco for 65 cents, or you can write 5 letters from New 363 York to San Francisco for 65 cents. So the government is investigating the telephone company. Like the man says, the post office is not something you'd write home about. Of even more concern is a recent survey which shows that the rate productivity per man-hour in government is 39% of average productivity level of the private sector. 39%. No wonder our national budget runs into red by the billions year after year. Progress Report. As concerned citizens, we need to showcase the progress instead of the problem. I don't believe in hiding problems, but I believe the best way to solve a problem is to identify it. Then we need to remember that hope and encouragement are the major ingredients in the solution to any problem. Example, the racial problem. Everyone knows about the problem, but most do not know about the progress we are making towards solving it. The result is despair that no solution exists, which leads many people to quit working on solving the problem. In 1975, General Ben Williams, the All-Southeastern Conference middle guard for the rebels, was elected Colonel Rebel by the student body. Gentle and a black man. Just 13 years earlier, James Meredith, now a black man, required the protection of federal marshals to attend the University of Mississippi. From kill the black man to vote for Gentle Ben for Colonel Rebel in just 13 years is tremendous progress. We have crossed a big barrier, and every day more and more Americans are recognizing that the pigment in a man's skin has nothing to do with the heart and ability that lies inside. The black American has made more progress in the last 15 years than any people in history. We need to remind our foreign and domestic critics that America has more black millionaires and more black people in American colleges than the rest of the world combined. We have black senior officers in all the services, as well as black cabinet members, senators, congressmen, and mayors of large cities, and the numbers increase daily. In the years, the number of black attorneys, accountants, college teachers, and other professionals has almost doubled. The 364 number of black graduates has increased over 100%. Between 1968 and 1973, the number of blacks earning $15,000 each year has almost tripled. According to U.S. News and World Report, outside of the Deep South, the average income of a young black couple is 99% as great as its white counterpart. Everything is obviously still not equal for the black man, but the fastest way to make it equal is to emphasize the progress. Be positive, especially about the problems. In 1974 and 1975, the prophets of doom were saying that inflation, recession, and unemployment spelled the end of America. 2 years earlier, the same prophets were sounding the death knell because of the gasoline shortage. 4 years earlier, riots on the campus were going to destroy us. They really had a field day on 4th October 1957, when Russians put Sputnik in orbit. They told one and all, The Russians are going to get all our secrets, reduce us to a second-rate power and eat us to the moon. History, however, has proven that Soviet League didn't spell the end of America. In fact, the Russians aroused us from a sound sleep much like the Japanese did at Pearl Harbor in 1941. Despite their advantage, we easily won the race. Today we know the only way those Russians are ever going to get to the moon is for Americans to take them there, piggyback. I have no fear of Russian economic and technological strength. I do fear their dedication, ideology, and goals of world conquest. Watch the next Olympics and you will note that when Russia receives a gold medal he will, with much emotion say, "I did it for the glory of Mother Russia." One example of the difference involvement like that makes in performance is the story of Pat Mastiff, the former world's record holder in the high jump. He set a record in a dual meet with the Russians. Interestingly enough, just 6 weeks earlier, he had been badly beaten in a college meet. The Russians, however, he jumped a full 5 tilde higher than he had against college competition. A curious reporter asked Pat to explain the dramatic improvement in his performance. Pat looked down and pointed at the letters USA on his athletic 365 jersey and said, "I have never represented any this big before. This kind of pride can be, must be, developed in millions of American young people and adults. Through our problems and our triumphs, we must keep our sense of humor, because if you think the recent problems were serious, let me urge you to open your history book to 1858 to look at a real problem. Not only was there a shortage of well that year, but leading wellologists, the world maintained that those dirty wells were not turning out the same quality well oil they had in the past. The prophets of doom assured and all the lamps would go dim. Our children would grow up in an era of darkness and education would be destroyed. Then someone discovered petroleum. Now and the time you read these words there could well be a dozen national emergencies and numbers of crises in your personal life. However, as Dr. Norman Vincent Peale of says, the only people who do not have problems are those in the cemeteries. Then with a twinkle in his eye he says, and some of them really have problems. If you have problems, it simply means you are alive, and the more problems you have, the more alive you are. He even jokingly suggests that if you don't have man-sized problems, you should get on your knees and ask God to trust you with a few. We also need to remember that some good comes out of every problem. 11,000 lives were saved because of the fuel shortage in 1974, and America got busy towards self-sufficiency in energy. Incidentally, the character for crisis in Japanese is a combination of the characters for disaster and opportunity. The opportunities of America's crisis far outweigh the disasters caused by them, and America historically takes its lemons and makes lemonade. Resources versus resourcefulness. National dedication enables us to utilize our greatest natural resource, our people, who will then develop other resources which America has in abundance. This includes the discovered and undiscovered, the known and the unknown. I agree with Dr. Bill Ray Cox of Harding College, who says our 366 Major problem is not lack of resources but lack of resourcefulness. Oil and gas reserves might be running low, but our hidden resources will more than take up the slack. Dr. Cox points out that just 300 years ago people were using coal as rocks. Just over 100 years ago, people viewed oil as the black curse, and 40 years ago there was no known uranium. Unfortunately, we are not utilizing many of our natural resources. One county in Wyoming has enough coal reserve to supply more energy than all the known oil and gas reserves in the entire country. Yes, it does have a high sulfur content, but American ecology is on the threshold of removing and utilizing that sulfur. Short. Here is a lemon. I'm confident will end up as a principal ingredient in lemonade. Solar heat and energy is being developed daily, and some experts feel that with a concerted effort this could provide a major part of home and office heating supply in the very near future. More progress has been made in utilizing this unlimited source of energy in the past 2 years than in the previous. Tremendous potential also exists in the development of offshore drilling. Thus far only 4% of this land has been leased for oil exploration and drilling. The list of developed resources is endless. I am confident that American ingenuity will solve the energy problem as well as any other problem we are positive about solving. As our known resources dwindle, our resourcefulness enters the picture. For example, some cities are converting garbage to energy, and a process has even been developed to use chicken droppings as fuel to run automobiles. In Europe, an automobile has been tested using water as its principal fuel. Our scientists are making progress in their quest to harness the power of the ocean tides and utilize the energy of the Gulf Stream. The story goes on and on to the degree that I am strongly convinced that the oil shortage is going to be the lemon which produces the best tasting lemonade this country has ever had. Wave a flag proudly with apology. As Americans, we must demand that our heroes and moral teaching be put back into the history books. According to the 167 Thomas Jefferson Research Center, when America won its independence, religion and morals accounted for more than 90% of the content of school readers. By 1926 the figure was only 6% and today is almost immeasurable. History proves that if we give our children years and moral principles to live up to, they will. We need to teach our children, from early childhood, about our heroes of yesteryear. We need to tell them the stories of America, its greatness, its goodness, because the spirit of America is caught, as it's taught. We need to listen, and make certain the young people listen. The immortal words of Patrick Henry. They come ringing down through the pages of history as he shook his fist in the face of King George III and spoke these immortal words. Is life so dear or peace so sweet, as to be purchased at the price of chains or slavery? Forbid it, or I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death. A feeling of pride and patriotism and lump in the throat is the result. Me. Sure is. But it is also love, and love of America breeds a willingness to build an even better America. We need to hear John Paul Jones, with his ship listing and some of his guns out of order, as he answered the parade of the England Navy's call to surrender. Outmanned, outgunned, outmaneuvered, His indomitable spirit rose to the occasion as he answered, "I have not yet begun to fight." Obviously, he hadn't, because the battle immediately turned. An important victory was won, and America had a new and much needed hero. We need to put the words of Nathan Hale, the 21-year-old American patriot who was captured as a spy, back into the history books. Offered a life of luxury with a position of power, prestige if he would capitulate, Nathan Hale, without hesitation, stood tall and helped all of us stand taller as he wrote an important page in American history with his calm response, "I read that I have but one life to give for my country." We need to identify more closely with our national emblem, the bald eagle. The eagle is truly the symbol of America. Hat on the lofty peaks amid the wind, the elements, the young eagle is taught to fend for itself at an early age. When the time comes for him to try his wings, Mama Eagle literally pushes him off the cliffside and he is compelled to fly. 368. The full-grown bald eagle is a majestic sight as he soars far and wide in search of food. His vision is such that at 5,000 feet he can look directly at the sun and in the next instant spot a field mouse nearly a mile below. This is the epitome of the America we have always been and must continue to be. Powerful enough to look the strongest nations in the eye, yet passionate enough to look down at those small nations in need and extend either a helping hand or a covering umbrella as the situation dictates. To remain that kind of America, we must teach our strength and heritage to our youth throughout their entire lifetime. What is being taught in our schools? A recent history course in California produced these incredible conclusions on the part of the students. Abraham Lincoln was a racist, and the Japanese were completely justified in their attack on Pearl Harbor. It goes without saying, when our history books teach these young people to be ashamed of their country, the people will not respect or cooperate with an establishment they consider racist. It produced Lincoln, or a warmonger. It instigated the Pearl Harbor attack. We need to teach our kids to salute the flag and respect the American creed every single day. Remember when we went through the Winston, Does, Pepsi Cola, etc. routine to show what is planted in our minds becomes a part of us. Suggesting we plant love of loyalty to country through the daily pledge of allegiance and the American creed. These steps will embed Americanism in the minds of our youth and they will stand tall and be proud that they are Americans. America Speaks. To show you the America I love, I'd like to invite you to take a trip with me in your imagination as we travel via the big jet, which in many ways symbolizes America. I'd like to familiarize you with this great and beautiful country and some of its outstanding people. From Dallas we head westward across the plains rich with cattle and oil that contribute so much to the prosperity of America. We fly over Easo, home of Lee Trevino, the Mary. 369. Mex, a former golf caddy who was chased off some prestigious golf courses with his eminence as one of America's premier golfers and outstanding personalities. We veer northward and take a long sweeping glance at the natural beauty of the Grand Canyon, make a fast stop at Carlsbad Caverns, and down on the uniqueness of the Mojave Desert before we come to the lush, irrigated fruit and vegetable farms of California. Here we will eat Richard Cessna, Jr., Carl Kircher and Robert Pachin. Richard Cessna, Jr. is the president of Kidco, Inc., which has been in business slightly over a year, but they are already grossing as much as $3,000 per month. They started with a contract to sweep the 6 main streets of San Diego country estates for $150 per month. They branched out by contracting with their father, the supervisor of the estate's 110 horse stables, to remove the manure and wood shavings which they compost. They sell the compost to landscapers and local golf courses at prices lower than commercial suppliers. Incidentally, Richard Cessna, Jr. is 12 years old. His vice president is his sister, age 9. The secretary of the company is another sister, age 11, and the treasurer is a half-sister who is 14. Now that is America, that is free enterprise. Kirk Kircher, a gentle giant of Midwestern stock who had an unshakable faith in Almighty God, is in the restaurant business. His financial success started when he bet on himself and free enterprise by pledging his financial net worth to get a capital investment necessary to become an entrepreneur. My friends, means he hawked his 41 Plymouth $326 to buy a hot dog stand. From that modest start, this 8th grade dropout has expanded, until today, Charles Jr. Restaurants, number 127 with over 3,800 employees. It's refreshing, but not surprising to learn that Carl is an old-fashioned guy who built a successful life, 12 beautiful kids and a storybook 40-year marriage to the former Margaret Hines, and successful business on faith, love, character, honesty, loyalty and integrity. The next free enterprise and flag-waving American we meet is Robert Pachin, who owns real estate in San Mateo, California. Bob earns approximately $1,000 per month at his profession and has for nearly 20 years. This is not all the money in the world. 370. But Bob has never seen a house he has sold, so it's obviously quite an accomplishment. Because he lives and works in the free enterprise system that is America, Bob Pachin not only is able to pay his own way but to make contribution as well. Question: if a 12-year-old, 8th grade dropout and a blind man can make it in America, don't you believe that you can make it even bigger? Shouldn't we make certain stories like these reach everyone in America? Listen to some businessmen. Back aboard the jet, let's do a little sightseeing as we fly up the coast. Look down on forests of giant sequoias and redwoods before we turn right and cross the inspiring Rockies. Now we get a bird's eye view of the corn and wheat fields of Kansas, Nebraska and Illinois, which has helped make America the breadbasket of the world. We fly over Chicago, the home of a former newspaper boy named Clement Stone, a free enterpriser who conceived the idea to merchandise insurance and built a personal fortune, still rated at roughly $250 million, despite the fact that he has contributed over $100 million to worthwhile causes. Today Mr. Stone shares his success secrets through his books, lectures, recordings and monthly publications like Success Unlimited. Continuing our trip, we turn northeast across Lake Michigan and in a matter of minutes come to Ada, Michigan, the home of Woz and Jill Van Andel, two of the most successful and vocal exponents of the free enterprise system in America today. Their belief in the system is founded on personal experience. In 1957, they acquired a converted service station started Way, which is a contraction of the American way. Their faith was limited and their problems were numerous, but an unlimited faith in God and country combined with an enormous capacity for work prevailed. Today the Amway Corporation distributes its products through approximately 300 independent distributors worldwide, sold worth $300 million in 1976 in Germany, England, France, Hong Kong, Austria and the United States. As a matter of fact, just 20 years after the company started in that converted service station, we can say with poetic accuracy that the sun never sets on an Amway distributor. 371. Listen to the immigrants. Next stop, Detroit, Michigan, the home of Ilona Zimmerman, a Hungarian refugee who, living on roots and berries, escaped from her communist captor, walking across her native land at night. I met Mrs. Zimmerman about 5 years ago at an awards banquet where she was recognized as the outstanding real estate salesperson in Detroit. As I talked with her, I had to listen very carefully because she speaks with a good accent which is difficult to understand. As she talked, however, the reason for her success was apparent. She doesn't sell a house on a lot, she sells a home on a little piece of America, the greatest land on the face of the earth. I wish you could meet Ilona Zimmerman and some other refugees, including Sam Morey of Nashville, Tennessee. They would really give you a sales talk on the way America compares to other lands. 25 years ago, Sam emigrated to America now, with tears in his eyes and gratitude in his heart. He urges one and all to support the land that permitted him to move from floor scrubber in a grocery store to board chairman of the Thomas Nelson Publishing Company, a company which, incidentally, will do approximately $15 million this year. Listen to what one did. From Detroit, we fly south across the beautiful grasslands of Kentucky and the hills of Tennessee. We fly over the steel mills of Birmingham, Alabama on our way to Montgomery, where we land to meet a lady with sore feet. Not too many years ago, Rosa Parks sat down in the wrong part of the bus. The bus driver told her to move to the back of the bus, which she refused to do. Since that date, because one lady, a seamstress with sore feet, refused to stand up and move back, entire people stood up and moved forward. It was here that the haunting eloquence of Martin Luther King, who took up Rosa Parks' banner, captured the imagination of the American people and set 1 million feet to marching for the civil rights of the black man. We leave Montgomery, Alabama, and head to Alcanaz Street in Pensacola, Florida, the boyhood home of Daniel James. Daniel's mother, a high school graduate with a lot of spunk and 372 ambition for her family, was not content with the lax schools in Pensacola. She opened her own school which attracted as many as 60 students at a nickel a day, when the students could come up with the nickel. This did not qualify the James for membership in the country club set, but as Daniel James said, we never had to go on charity. We were able to support ourselves. We held our heads up. Mrs. James repeatedly told her family that if the door of opportunity ever opened for them, they were never to say, "Wait a minute, Let me get my bags and then I'll go through. Mrs. James said, you have your bags ready. You have your dedication. You have your objectives. You have your purpose. You be ready to go. 11th commandment she taught Daniel, thou shalt not quit, and make certain that your children get a better education than you do. You might not recognize the Daniel James, but you undoubtedly will recognize the name, Chappie, James, 4. Star General, U.S. Air Force, head of the Air Command for North America. You can't do everything at once, but you can do something at once. The April 1974 issue of Guideposts magazine tells the story of Rita Warren, an Italian immigrant who finished the 5th grade. When Rita's daughter transferred from a parochial school to the public school where prayer was forbidden, she asked Rita a question. Mom, if one woman who doesn't believe prayer, Madeleine Marie O'Hare, can take prayer out of school, why couldn't one woman, you, Mom, who believes in prayer, put it back in school? At that point Rita went to war against the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and whipped them, hands down. It's a long but beautiful story that started in the city library and involved learning the legal procedure to follow. There were lots of trials and heartaches, including a veto by the governor, but thanks to Rita Warren there is a 1-minute prayer time in Massachusetts today. Think about what you just read. One woman changes and benefited mankind. You are one person. One person, vote, kept Aaron Burr from being president of the US. One person, vote, kept Andrew Johnson from being impeached. General Motors, Ford, DuPont, AT&T, all started in the mind of one 373 person. I repeat, you are one person. No wonder Bach was moved to write, there are 3 great things in this world, an ocean, a mountain, and a dedicated man, woman. Just one Rita Warren in every state could move mountains and solve many of our problems. To paraphrase Rita's daughter, if one woman who believes in prayer can put prayer back in the schools of Massachusetts, surely 100 million people who also believe in prayer can put it back in the rest of the states. If you are still hesitant or wondering about what to do and where to start, read this. God said to build a better world and I said how. The world is such a cold, dark place and so complicated now. And I'm so young and useless there's nothing I can do. But God, in all His wisdom said, just build a better you. Building a better you is the first step to building a better America. The solution starts with you and, if everyone became a part of the solution, America would have few problems. In St. Petersburg, Florida, the Methodist men's Bible class decided they wanted the Bible taught in the public schools. These men did not know this could not be done, so they did it. It took nearly 2 years of legislative and judicial procedures, but today, in St. Petersburg, Florida, school children are learning what God says in His Bible. Listen to our heroes and the handicapped. From Pensacola, we go west across the plantation area of the Deep South, which is known as the Bible Belt. We look down on New Orleans, where Andrew Jackson and his coonskin heroes from Tennessee wrote a stirring chapter in American history. They stood behind some cotton bales and decisively defeated the British to give our fledgling nation its first respectability among European powers. From New Orleans, we go to San Antonio and stroll around the historic grounds of the Alamo. It will help all of us to stand on the very spot where Travis, Fuentes, Crockett, Boy, Guerrero and the dedicated few made their historic stand. They set an example in their fight against tyranny that will live forever in the minds of men who want to be free. 374. Finally, let's stop in Waco, Texas, to look in on James Brazelton Walker. Braz Walker, like David Lofchick from Winnipeg, Canada, so completely epitomized the principles we have been discussing that I wanted his story to be the final one in COU at the top. Braz has gained international recognition as an author writing about tropical fish. His photography has graced the cover of several national publications. In 1968, he received the Distinguished Service Award of the Waco Jessies and was recognized as one of the outstanding young men of America. He enjoys his career as author, speaker and photographer, which provides him with a handsome income. Does that sound like a typical American success story? It isn't. At age 19, Braz contracted polio, which affected his lungs, muscles and nerves to such a degree that he is paralyzed from the neck down and is completely dependent on a mechanical breathing device. He types his own manuscripts with the aid of an instrument designed for him by General Electric, which he holds in his mouth. Obviously, Braz has had a lot of help and encouragement from many people, including his loving and devoted parents. He believes life is a gift with no guarantees, and that a handicap is not a disability but an opportunity to use God-given talents and imagination to their fullest. Braz is truly grateful that he lives in the only nation in the world, at the only time in history when he could have survived. He doesn't have much to use, or does he? But he does not let what he does not have keep him from using what he does have. No loser's limp for him. We must sell everybody. I could tell you 1,000 other stories about people who prove the free enterprise system is the most effective economic system ever devised by man. It's a system that works so effectively that even our relief recipients are in the upper 4% of the income brackets of the world. This means that over 3 billion people on the face of this earth aren't living as well as our relief recipients live in America. Despite all the advantages of the free enterprise system, the most serious mistake we can make is to assume too much. 375. Erroneously assume that we don't have to sell our youth and fellow citizens on the obvious advantages and benefits associated with America and the free enterprise system. Results have been disturbing and disappointing, to say the least. This attitude has bred revolt, rebellion, discord and such acts and comments that would have our founding fathers turning in their graves. The irony of it all is that we don't have to sell the American free enterprise system to those who come from other countries. Take the Cuban refugee as an example. Many of them waited for years to trade everything they own for a ticket from Havana to Miami and the free enterprise system that is America. Look at the Hungarian refugees who saw their countrymen literally throw themselves in front of Russian tanks because they preferred death to slavery. They don't have to be sold on the merits of America. Nor do we have to sell America to the occupants of East Berlin who can look over the wall into West Germany and see the difference. It has become crystal clear, however, that we do have to sell America and the free enterprise system to our children, because only one generation stands between us and all the ISMs in the world. It's equally clear that we need to sell the free enterprise system to those teachers and professors who often belittle the very system that sustains them. We need to sell labor leaders and union members on the concept that a laborer should be free to work as hard and as enthusiastically as he wishes for the benefit of everyone. That is free enterprise. That is the American way. We need to tell more of our citizens, some of whom are theoretically responsible, that their screaming about our problems is drowning out the steady hum of the very system that has made us the most productive and affluent land on earth. We also need to sell government employees and officials on the fact that government doesn't produce income or prosperity. Instead, it exists and survives because free people working in a free land support the government. We need to sell elected officials on the simple fact that the right to work and produce without undue government restraint is not only our right but our source of strength. One good look at any socialistic country will convince any clear thinker that free enterprise is the only way to go. 376. In love with America. If I sound like a sentimentalist who is in love with America, I plead guilty, but with cause. I have been in many other countries, but I have never seen one that even comes close to America. We are the only country that has a long line of immigrants waiting to get in and no barriers to keep anyone who wants to leave. The America and the Americans I love voluntarily gave over $27 billion to charity in 1976 alone. The America I love is so compassionate, it responds generously when there's a famine in Africa, an earthquake in Chile or a typhoon in Korea. The America I love is so understanding that our conquered enemies, like Japan, Germany and Italy, received billions of American dollars for the rebuilding of their devastated countries. The America I love spends untold millions of dollars on the development of drugs and treatment that will benefit mankind throughout the globe. The America I love developed the cure for polio, found a way to send men to the moon and is working every day on cures for cancer and other terminal diseases. The America I love is an understanding, compassionate one. It's so structured that even when we have our water gaps, any fair-minded citizen recognizes that individuals are responsible and not the government or the free enterprise system. As a matter of fact, Watergate, more than any single incident, completely vindicates our system of government and free enterprise. For the first time in our history, the President and Vice President of our country, who had been overwhelmingly elected, resigned from office in unrelated scandals. Despite this fact, the transition to our new leadership never missed a step. There were no riots, strikes, demonstrations or loss of momentum. In my mind, there is absolutely no doubt that America is still the land of the free, still the home of the brave, still the land where anyone can get anything he really wants, provided he is willing to take the necessary steps. Yes, I am completely convinced that though our land is not perfect, it is far ahead of any other land on the face of the earth. It is truly America the Beautiful, and it is time that every loyal American started standing up and speaking up for the land which is truly the last. 377. Hope for freedom in the world today. America is in your hands. As we complete our trip, we are forced to conclude that as Americans we have a tremendous country with absolutely unlimited opportunities accompanied by equally awesome responsibilities. We are the last, the one and the only hope that a dwindling free world has. Freedom, like health, is often appreciated only after we no longer have it. Historically, freedom, once lost, is difficult to regain. According to Freedom House, a non-partisan organization devoted to the strengthening of free societies. As of January 1976, only 19.8% of the world's population was free. This figure is down from 35% in January of 1975. America is all that stands between that 19.8% and slavery. The United Nations either can't or won't do anything to protect the free people of the world. Since its inception, over 1.5 billion people have lost their freedom. In short, the UN has failed to function as a positive factor for peace and is little more than a pawn of the communists and Third World nations. Its 1975 resolution on Zionism, its ineptness in enforcing the Vietnam peace and 1,000 other incidents, including its refusal to act in the face of undeniable proof that the North Koreans deliberately machine-gunned more than 5,000 American prisoners and buried them in mass graves, should clearly prove that the UN either cannot or will not function. The voting structure of the UN, combined with the fact that since 1945 a communist has held the post of Under-Secretary General of Political and Security Council Affairs, renders the UN ineffective as an unbiased body for world peace. With communists in control of that office, as Russ Walton points out in One Nation Under God, it's like asking the fox to guard the hen house, and we are the chickens. One reason I wrote this book, and created the I Can Code for schools, is to help alert America to the greatest crisis in our 200-year history, and to help build our strength by building our people. I wanted to be able to, at any time, look my children and your children in the eye and say, I did my part, and then some, in fighting the battle to ensure each of you the same. 378. Opportunity for the good life which America has so generously bestowed on me. It is true, only one generation separates us from all the ISMS in the world. Dorothy Thompson says, no one can have life, liberty or the possibility of happiness unless his country is alive, free and happy. What about you? Are you accepting your responsibility? If everyone in America was doing exactly the same thing you are doing, would our country be getting better or worse? That's a question for you and your conscience. If you really love America, you will enthusiastically join the ever-increasing throng working to make a great America even greater. This excites me. This I believe, if being on the winning team, if being on the side of right and decency means anything to you as an individual, then you will join the fastest growing team in the world. The Do Something for America team, the Sell Point America team that actually started nearly 25 years ago. At that time, voices for America were few and far between. The scoffers were gaining momentum and growing stronger by the day, until they peaked in 1973. At that point, the concerned, dedicated, thinking Americans started to awaken and realize we were losing our country by default. The hue and cry has arisen all over our land to do something, but the downward slide has been underway for so long that it has taken us 2 years to halt the trend. In my judgment, we bottomed out and leveled off in mid-1975. As I write these words aboard another aircraft on my way to Winnipeg, Canada, I write as an American who is convinced we are doing something to regain the moral strength and integrity that is the foundation stone for all great nations. The editorial pages of newspaper and magazines from coast to coast, border to border, and from small hamlets to big cities are all espousing the causes of common sense, moral responsibility, and an honest day's work for an honest day's pay. As I fly into all parts of our great country, I note with enthusiasm and considerable optimism that even the most liberal newspapers and politicians are calling for less governmental interference and more individual initiative and responsibility. The freewheeling, pleasure-seeking citizen. 379. Yesterday is growing into a more sober-minded mature individual who recognizes that all of us have everything to lose unless we individually play our part in leading America back to a land of laws and principles. Fortunately, responsible people have awakened and are organizing voter education groups to inform the citizenry on issues and candidates. Parents by the thousands are discovering the necessity of learning what their children are being taught in school as the first step in making certain the right material is taught. I have personally seen and talked with more God-fearing people who are speaking up for both God and country in the past 2 years than I had in the preceding 10 years. I make no claims to crystal ball ownership, but based on what I see and on what concerned citizens are doing, I fervently believe that America's tomorrows are going to be better than its yesterdays. I know they will be if you do your part and sell someone else on doing the same thing. What will you say? Chances are you and I will someday cross paths, because I speak to a large number of people as I crisscross our land many times each year. If we do, I hope you'll say hello and tell me that you have read this book. What you then say will tell me a great deal about its effectiveness. If you tell me you enjoyed the book, I'll smile. But truthfully, I'll be hoping that you'll say more. If you tell me you got a lot out of the book, I'll smile even more broadly, but I'll still be hoping you'll say more. If you tell me what you have done and are doing to build a richer and more rewarding life since you started the book, then I'll truly be thrilled. I say this because this book was not written to entertain you, although I have tried to make it enjoyable so you will read and reread it. It isn't written to inform you, though I believe the message includes a considerable amount of information. It was written to motivate you into action. Anything less than that is unacceptable to me, and should bore you, because you are the only person in existence who can use your potential. It is an awesome responsibility. Since Webster defines opportunity as a fit time, you are 380 fortunate because now is truly a fit time for you. The information in this book, properly used, will enable you to use that potential and go where you want to go, do what you want to do, have what you want to have, and be what you want to be. I can say this without boasting, because I serve as a reporter bringing you the wisdom of some of the greatest minds this country has ever produced, as well as some of the infinite wisdom of Almighty God. I also bring the practical experience acquired in 30 years of being in the people-building business. With these thoughts in mind, I can say with humility and yet with confidence that you now hold in your hands information and inspiration that will unlock the treasures you seek in the tomorrows of your life. I would also like to assure you that had I been on trial for my life, charged with telling you how to live a richer, fuller, more rewarding life, and you were my judge and jury, I would have written the book exactly as I did. If I were looking into your face as you read these final words, I hope I would see a broad smile, as well as a twinkle in your eye. That's what I should see, because the symbolic you, on a following page, is standing in the banquet hall of life with all the good things this world has to offer spread in front of you. They are all available, and yours, if you really want them, and if you build your life on the foundation stones of honesty, character, faith, love, integrity and loyalty. Note that I have shared these thoughts on how to reap richer rewards from this life. Let me urge you to follow the admonition expressed in Matthew 6:33, "But seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you." 10 chapters later, St. Matthew tells us why this is good advice in Matthew 16:26. "For what is a man profited if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul?" Sentence completion 382. The beginning. Confusing. It shouldn't be. 0h. I know you just made your first trip through See You at the Top, and I know most people would be thinking in terms of the end. But you are not most people. You are you, and you now know there never has been and there never will be another you. You know that you are created in God's own image only, slightly less than the angels. Knowing this about you, and others too, you never look down, nor up, to any man. You understand that no one can make you feel inferior without your permission, which you now refuse to give to anyone. You obviously know that you can get everything in life you want if you help enough other people get what they want. You also understand that ability can take you to the top, but it takes character to keep you there. That while there is plenty of room at the top, there is not enough to sit down. So you see, this is the beginning of that new way of life which clearly demonstrates that happiness isn't pleasure, it's victory. Perhaps the most important thing is that you know and accept the fact that the beginning must always remain the beginning, because success and happiness are not destinations, they are exciting, never-ending journeys. Your beginning puts you in the enviable position of being both a go-getter, which you are, and a go-giver, which you are beginning to be. So, as I say, welcome to the beginning and goodbye to the old you and the old way of life. I shall close the book differently, which shouldn't surprise you, since I opened it differently. In today's world we have many people who end a visit or a phone call by saying, "Have a good day." That's nice and pleasant, but I believe life has considerably more to offer than just a good day. I believe that if you believe in yourself, your fellow man, your country, in what you are doing and in Almighty God, that your good days will extend into a good forever, and I truly will see you at the top. You can help. Massive research by Harvard psychologist David McClelland, which included the study of children's literature of 40 contemporary nations, as well as Greece and India, revealed a significant correlation between achievement orientation of children's books and the rate of economic growth of their nation for the next 20 years. His research provides convincing evidence that ambition and achievement which result from it is far more the result of education and culture than it is genetic inheritance. If you agree with the basic philosophy in See You at the Top and feel it would benefit the youth of your country, would you help us introduce the I Can program to your local schools? To comply with state and federal regulations, an edition of See You at the Top minus all scriptural and religious references is available for use in public schools. If you are willing to help, please drop me a note in the mail and include the name and address of the school administrator. I will send you specific information about the course and ask you to personally place it in the hands of the administrator. We will take it from there. This course is quite comprehensive and includes a teacher's guide, a creative ideas manual and 2 series of recordings. One series follows the format of the book and is used in the classroom to reinforce and add another dimension to the learning process. The other series includes 80 short motivational messages, 3 minutes, to be played over the public address system at the beginning of each day. This series is entitled Zig Ziglar's Lift for the Day, and since every student and teacher hears these messages, the entire school benefits. Many schools, churches, businesses and even correctional institutions around the country are implementing this program. Results have been exciting, but time is of the essence. Naturally, I am biased, but I firmly believe that if this course is taught in your schools, it will make a difference in the lives of your youth, and you will have played a significant part. Thank you, God bless you, and I will see you at the top.